Chapter 400, Existence Beyond Precognition. 100 light-years from the void, Damien's command ship hovered in silent orbit. He regarded the featureless expanse below with an untroubled gaze. The moment he confirmed Gao Tianzun's arrival, just as he had predicted, his resolve did not waver. Gao Tianzun was the Collector's linchpin. No other ally or stratagem could match his power. Had Tianzun stayed on the sidelines, the Void God Sect would have clinched victory without question. With him in play, however, the outcome remained uncertain. Damien knew it wasn't time to intervene yet. He would wait patiently and see who faltered first. He still placed immense faith in the Void Cult's hidden operatives, even if the fleet they'd stationed within the Voidland offered little tactical advantage on its own. With that, he transmitted his orders to Sonia. Moments later, her voice crackled through his console. "Mr. Cassidon, Gao Tianzun is on site. There's no need for alarm. Everything is unfolding exactly as planned." No sooner had Sonia relayed the update than the hatches on 8 battlecruisers, hovering 5,000 miles from the Void's boundary, simultaneously slid open. A towering figure wreathed in blazing crimson light was the first to step into the Void. Even the universe's absolute zero, cold enough to snuff out any life in an instant, couldn't frost his armor. Instead, a fierce red gale radiated from him, carving a gust of wind through the emptiness of space. This was precisely the moment the Collector had foreseen. At the sight of Yamalix, his heart threatened to burst from his chest. And yet Yamalix was not alone. One after another, over 300 silhouettes poured from the warship's hull, each one radiating a terrifying, palpable aura. Though these figures had once been but tiny specks lost in the void, now their combined presence left no question as to who they were. Among them strode the bald behemoth Hercules Kyle and the monstrous Hulk Bruce Banner. Their emergence confirmed what the Collector had dreaded. Events hadn't merely leapt forward by a minute and a half, but by months. All his dire predictions were unfolding before him in real time. Those beings can actually traverse the vacuum of space on foot? What kind of monsters are they? Under orders from the Universal Elders Council, a massive fleet had been dispatched to lend support. Yet as officers watched humanoid figures silently drift through the void, no suits, no life support, every spine stiffened with horror. They'd faced fearsome aliens before, even the armored Nova Corps, but never creatures who could exist in space unprotected. And there weren't just 1 or 2 of them, over 300, all moving in perfect human form. The very thought of such resilience was chilling. Priority 1, establish air superiority, the fleet commander barked over the comms. No rash leaps into the void. An ensign whispered, "The great Lord Cassidon, Void God, is watching their every move." Keep in mind the first rule of this operation: live to fight another day. The prophet's admonition rang through every bridge. Unless the enemy warships and fighters were neutralized swiftly, any assault into the void would turn our forces into sitting ducks. Beyond the void's boundary, more than 10 sealed armadas lay in wait, their battle lines forming an iron ring against any would-be intruder. Even the most heavily armed starships would struggle to evade the unrelenting hail of energy beams and explosive shells. To punch through this blockade, a decisive opening strike was imperative. When the comm crackled with the order, "Engage!" Damien's grin spread wide. Towering at over 4 meters, he stood clad in a battlesuit, humming with energy. In an instant, scarlet plasma flared across his body, and he shot forward like a blazing meteor. With no atmosphere to slow him, his acceleration surpassed anything possible under gravity. Thousands of kilometers away, the nearest enemy dreadnought registered his approach. On board, officers leapt to their stations as hidden turrets and ray cannons emerged along every flank. Alarms shrieked through the corridors. Hostile signature detected. Speed Mach 5, Mach 10, Mach 15. In the silent vastness of space, Damien's colossal form bore down on the ship, the first move in a battle that would decide their fate. "Damn it!" The commander slammed his fist against the console. "His body shows no external damage," reported the sensor officer, tension creeping into his voice. "What kind of foe did the Collector anger to draw out such a savage beast?" Another crewman muttered. Moments later, the targeting lead cut in. "Commander, Lex's speed just spiked off the charts. I recommend we fire our homing explosive beams now." Warning: chimed the weapons safety officer. "There are numerous friendly units in the potential blast radius. Using those area effect warheads risks catastrophic friendly fire casualties. Are you absolutely sure?" A warship obeys orders without question, but not without weighing lives. The Admiral's eyes narrowed as he stared at the screens flickering with incoming blips. Fury and resolve warred on his face. What choice do we have against a creature like this? If we hesitate, none of us will walk away. Launch the homing explosives. At his words, the bridge erupted into coordinated chaos. Pilots and gunners hammered their controls, initiating the launch sequence without a second thought. Damien's eyes locked onto the massive turret jutting from the underbelly of the enemy warship. Countless crimson targeting lights flared into existence, converging almost instantaneously. In a heartbeat, a kilometer-wide beam slanted toward him, tearing through space with savage precision. Even from 100 miles out, the beam detonated, spraying thousands of scarlet filaments like a lethal net across the void. A cocky grin split Damien's face. Flames burst to life across his body, coalescing into a blazing column that roared toward the warship. His right arm, thicker and more mechanical than any human limb, formed into a fist. With a savage crack, he drove it forward, trailing a torrent of red fire. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions blossomed against the battleship's hull, their shockwaves ripping outward in a storm of superheated wind and debris. Brilliant flashes lit the darkness, turning the inky void into a brief cathedral of fireworks. Through the churning smoke and fire, Damien tore forward like a meteor. In an instant, he slammed his hand against the ship's bow, triggering its defensive energy field. The shield flared to life under his palm. An unspoken challenge issued in a blaze of scarlet fury. "If you dare to challenge our Void God sect in battle, you should at least show some restraint in your suicidal impulses." Damien halted in an instant, his eyes locked on the protective energy barrier in front of him. A wild grin spread across his face as he reached out and pressed his palm against the shield's glowing surface. In that moment, a torrent of crimson flame erupted from his hand, instantly painting the space around him in hellish red. The inferno, infused with void energy, began to ravenously consume the barrier's power. Within 10 seconds, the shield's energy reserve collapsed. The flames rained down like molten shrapnel, engulfing the colossal starship, its hull thousands of meters long, in a blazing inferno. The vessel, caught completely off guard, had no time to mount any defense. No more than a minute after Damien's initial strike, the battleship detonated in a cataclysmic explosion. As debris and flame roared into the void, Damien stood unscathed, his silhouette framed by the blazing wreckage. In that fiery glow, he looked every bit the demon reborn from the heart of the inferno. On the opposite flank, Lacey's whip suddenly bulged to the girth of a colossal python, then shattered into dozens of shadowy serpents that lunged at the alien dreadnought. Their black coils snaked around the reinforced hull, sinking in with bone-crushing force. Each strike sent shockwaves rippling through the plating, and in moments the ship's armor splintered like glass under a hammer blow. With a graceful twist of her wrist, Lacey drew the spectral serpents into a roaring cyclone. The vortex tore every creature aboard the vessel to shreds, spraying a fine mist of cobalt-blue ichor across the void. When the whirlwind finally dispersed, nothing was left but drifting wreckage. Not far away, Bruce Banner, still fighting to control his transformation, hurled himself into the fray. He slammed his fist against the shattered hull, carving a 100-meter breach in a single, bone-shuddering blow. The wounded dreadnought buckled beneath him as he vaulted through the breach into the ship's interior. Above it all, Thor raised Mjolnir into the inky heavens. Dark storm clouds swirled at his command, then he brought the hammer crashing down. A torrent of lightning lanced through space, incinerating a medium-sized cruiser in a radiant burst of cosmic fireworks. On the west flank, the spectacle was even more fearsome. A single silver streak of light ripped through the void, slicing into one battleship after another until each vessel was cleaved in two. Seconds later, Damien floated amid the wreckage, calmly surveying the fiery debris drifting around him. Even with over 300 Void Cult warriors backing him, taking down massive warships should have been a colossal task. Yet time and again, enemy fighters fluttered into view, only to disintegrate like paper at a touch of his power. Holy shit, is that even a human? Star-Lord gasped, watching the carnage from a safe distance. Equal parts awestruck and terrified, he exchanged a grim look with Rocket. Yeah, Rocket admitted, voice low. If they fight like this, the entire galaxy might as well belong to the Void Cult. Gamora's jaw tightened. She'd seen plenty of warriors in her time, but Damien's technique, this mastery over raw energy, was beyond anything she'd ever witnessed. Unnerved, she clenched her fists at her sides. Even out on the perimeter, Nova Corps Lieutenant Dana Thrall caught sight of the devastation and felt a chill run down her spine. Here and now, at least, she was thankful she wasn't on the other side of Damien's next strike. Rocket muttered under his breath. You know, with power like this, the gem might be safer with the Void Cult than anyone else. He stared toward Damien's silent form, floating like a harbinger of annihilation against the backdrop of smoking hulls. In that moment, every onlooker understood. Whatever happened next, the balance of power in this universe had just shifted, and irrevocably so. Chapter 8. The Shattering of Xandar's Defenses. Supreme Commander Damien stood on the bridge of the flagship Horizon's Edge, his gaze never wavering from the hollow tactical display. He was no braggart, nor did he relish needless conflict. Ever since the rise of the Void Cult, he had advised caution. Provoking those fanatics could unleash horrors no one, and nothing, could contain. If their monstrosities ever overran Xandar's surface, not even the combined might of the Nova Legion would stave off total annihilation. Steve Rogers and Loki, newly arrived reinforcements, shared a stunned glance. Across the star-pocked void, a gargantuan silhouette loomed. Lacey, the cult's living Tyrannosaurus. She charged straight through the battered hulks of capital ships, her jaws snapping entire turrets in half. A single swing of her massive tail spun a dreadnought like a toy and splintered its warp core into molten shards. It was clear, Lacey belonged among the Void Religion's deadliest champions. Below deck, the Collector paced among the wreckage of his own armada. More than a dozen dreadnought-class battleships, 24 cruisers, and 100,000 fighter drones lay shattered and smoking. He spat curses into the ion-charged air. Worthless, he muttered, voice thick with rage. Send every last piece of scrap back to the Null Realm. Even if I tried to resurrect them out here, they'd fall apart the moment you looked at them. At Damien's side, General Gao Tianzun's face was carved from stone. He had confronted far darker terrors in his lifetime, and survived, but this display of raw, otherworldly might tested even his steely resolve. He folded his arms, trying to mask a shudder of unease. Damien cleared his throat. We've underestimated the Void Cult's top enforcers for too long, he admitted. This creature isn't just another biowet of ruin. Steve, Loki, prepare your squads. Gao Tianzun, secure civilian sectors. We hold the line here, or Xandar falls. Silence settled over the bridge as the team scrambled to their stations. Far beyond, Lacey roared, an earth-shaking challenge that echoed through every shattered hull and trembling starport. In that moment, every defender stood on a knife's edge between survival and utter destruction, and as the first barrage of plasma cannon fire lit the darkness, Damien made a silent vow. Come what may, he would stop the Void Cult, no matter the cost. Damien watched the Void Cult's forces assemble with growing alarm. These fanatics were already terrifying in their own right, but with the power of the Void God Kassadin backing them, they would soon be unstoppable. If he didn't act now, this war would be over before it began. Fortunately, the Collector's fleet had anticipated this move. Without a formal command, every warship stationed beyond the Void Lands flared their engines and plunged into the empty space surrounding their enemy's territory. Their plan was simple: force the Void Cult to fight on two fronts and give their own squadrons time to regroup. If any ship were destroyed in the vacuum, its crew would freeze in seconds, far too risky to ignore. But at least this gambit offered them a sliver of hope. Enemy morale is cracking, Damien reported over the comms. They're shaken. Good, replied Commander Juno. Initiate Phase 2, invade the Void Domain. Understood, Damien answered. Then he paused. Caution, though. Lord Kassadin himself occupies the inner sector. He's warned us to watch for Gao Tianzun. That operative needs extra attention. Juno's voice crackled with urgency. Avoid direct confrontation if possible. We're here to disrupt their supply lines, not to get slaughtered by their champion. Damien nodded, even though no one could see him. He brought his interceptor closer to the rift's ominous glow. Beyond lay the planetless expanse of nothingness, dark, cold, merciless. But there, amid the shadows, his chance for victory awaited. As the fleet's vanguard slipped through the portal, Damien steadied himself. The real battle was just beginning. Damien watched the battle groups shudder at his command and begin a cautious withdrawal into the void. He raised a hand, voice calm but firm. "Our orders are clear," he reminded them. "We only engage members of the Universal Presbyterian Church. No more. No less." A young officer, pale and shaken, stepped forward. "But what about Gao Tianzun, Prophet? If we fell on him now, we'd cripple their entire command structure." Damien's gaze was steady. "Let him live until Lord Cassidin arrives. As long as Gao Tianzun remains active, Cassidin will be drawn here. I won't have a single one of you thrown away before that happens." Murmurs rippled through the fleet. The void was a cruel place to die waiting for reinforcements. Yet Damien's conviction was ironclad. Then Thor, his armor crackling with storm energy, strode up. Lightning danced across the god of thunder's broad shoulders. "Prophet," he boomed, "I've already witnessed the end of Gao Tianzun. I saw your strike that laid him low." He slapped his gauntlet, thunder rolling in the distance like a savage drum. "Gao is dead. You need not worry about him." Silence fell as the captains exchanged uncertain glances. Damien inclined his head. "If that is so, then our path is clear. Focus on the mission at hand. Do not scatter your efforts chasing ghosts. We move now, full throttle, toward Cassidin's signal point. Victory depends on our unity." The commanders snapped to attention. Ships turned on their grav drives and dove back through the obsidian expanse, leaving only the faint glow of thunderlights in their wake. And in the darkness beyond, Lord Cassidin's arrival loomed closer than ever. "Commander, Gao Tianzun's power is beyond our reach. We'll leave him to Lord Cassidin alone. Aside from dealing with Gao Tianzun, you have free reign. Remember, the fight inside the void will be far more grueling than the battle for air supremacy. Gao Tianzun can even resurrect the fallen. What we're facing is a legion of the undead, utterly unafraid of death. Even if you outmatch them, stay on your guard. I don't want any tragic news breaking up the celebration afterward." The prophet glanced up, stunned. "He can raise the dead at will? Are there truly no limits to his power?" Thor's brow furrowed. "I don't know. My visions don't extend that far into the future. If Gao Tianzun really can do that, then Lord Cassidin will have to confront him personally when the time comes. Above all else, remember, your life comes first." Thor felt a chill at the thought. In one possible timeline, he and his comrades had fallen to Gao Tian's command, their bodies stolen back from death itself. The memory silenced any urge to challenge the master directly, but questions still swirled in his mind as they prepared to step into the void. Lord Cassidin himself will join this battle, and with him by our side, victory is all but guaranteed. When Damien heard those words, he focused every ounce of his power, striving to ignite his gift of precognition and peer into the battlefield's far-off future. But the harder he reached, the more the visions slipped away, fragments dissolving into nothingness. He recognized at once what was happening. His talent for foresight worked perfectly whenever Cassidin was absent, yet in the void god's presence, it faltered entirely. Even so, Damien felt no dread, for if Lord Cassidin, the mighty god of the void, had come to stand with them, then every fearsome foe and every looming hardship would vanish before such overwhelming power. No enemy could withstand him. No suffering could endure. With Cassidin at their side, the path to triumph lay open, clear and unchallenged. Chapter 401, Stepping into the Land of Nothingness. Tony stood beside the shimmering threshold of the void, fully encased in his gleaming armor. Just as he was about to step forward, he turned to the prophet and asked, his voice weighed down by curiosity and caution, "Can you see how this battle will end?" The prophet's expression darkened. "I cannot. The moment Lord Cassidin, the god of the void, steps onto the field, his power eclipses my sight. I'm unable to predict the final outcome." Tony's brow furrowed. "So you see only a part of the future?" "Exactly. The one certainty is this. As long as you don't willingly hand yourself over to Gao Tianzun to be slain, all other events should unfold in your favor." Tony glanced over his shoulder at Sonia, who had been listening intently. Then explain the true nature of this undead army, he pressed. Do they rise again the instant they fall? Or must Gao Tianzun perform a ritual every time one of them dies? Sonia's eyes lit up with understanding. She realized why Lord Cassidon had specifically named Gao Tianzun. Granting life after death was a power beyond anything they'd ever encountered. If Gao Tianzun could reanimate the fallen at will, their foes would never truly die. Each victory only fueled the next wave of the undead. Tony looked back at the veiled fissure of the void, his resolve hardening. Whatever lay ahead, he knew now that avoiding Gao Tianzun's blade was the key to seeing this battle through to its rightful end. With a final nod to the Prophet and Sonia, he stepped into the swirling nothingness. They're not truly undead, Damien said, his voice low. They only return to life because Gao Tianzun's spell resurrects them. Lord Cassidon frowned. So there's no way to cut off their numbers at the source? We can't interfere with Gao Tianzun's ritual directly, Damien admitted. He's too powerful and the spell's tied to his life force. If we want to stop their resurrection, Lord Cassidon will have to find another path. Cassidon paced the chamber, running a hand through his silver hair. Damien watched him, then continued. Still, if this conflict drags on, the Void Cult will suffer heavy casualties. Our abilities are formidable, but they're not infinite. Drawing a steady breath, Damien outlined what he'd learned. He didn't have every detail of Gao Tianzun's resurrection magic, but he'd witnessed wave after wave of fallen cultists rising to fight again, undeterred by death. Only a handful of Void Cult warriors, Lacey, Renly, Kyle, Banner, and Alex, had the discipline and training to face modern firearms head-on. Damien himself relied on his precognitive visions to dodge incoming bullets and explosives. The rest were all too vulnerable. Fear is the deadliest opponent, he added quietly. No matter how advanced our weapons, panic will drive most of them to cling to life rather than charge forward. Until we break Gao Tianzun's hold on their souls, their terror of death will outmatch any firepower we wield. Damien understood perfectly well. If you know you can't die, you fight with reckless abandon, charging headlong into danger or grappling with your foe until you both collapse. That was precisely why Sonia refused to let the Void Divine religion push any farther for now. Remember, she announced over the comm, we're up against an army of the undead. A drawn-out engagement would only bring needless catastrophe. Take a 1-hour break. Eat, rest, and ready yourselves. Then we'll enter the void at full strength. At her command, Alex, who'd been moments away from plunging into the void, pulled up and obeyed, looping back to the staging area. For the moment, the Void Cult was in retreat. Damien, the group's dedicated collector, felt the tight knot of anxiety in his chest loosen slightly. He took a deep breath, refilled his rations, and steeled himself for what lay ahead, because even in respite, vigilance was their greatest ally. Damien's heart pounded as he watched the Void God Cult unleash its dreadful powers. Despite standing shoulder to shoulder with her, his brother, Gao Tianzun, he couldn't shake the feeling that death was closing in on him. He didn't fear dying, he feared losing everything he'd worked so hard to collect and save over the years. The thought of surrendering his life's treasures left him feeling hollow, as if his own heart were bleeding. Outside the boundaries of the desolate Voidland, a bronze-skinned Valkyrie in gleaming silver armor stared in stunned disbelief. She recognized the thunderous figure, Thor, Asgard's god of thunder, hurling stormlit bolts at the Void God Cult. How had he come to fight alongside these upstarts? And yet the real battle lay elsewhere, between her lord, Gao Tianzun, and Cassidon, god of the void. Should Gao Tianzun fall, Voidland itself would be wiped from existence. If Cassidon were defeated, every cultist gathered here would die with him. Valkyrie had served on Saga for countless years and knew full well the horror Gao Tianzun could unleash, and now the fate of 2 worlds balanced on the edge of his blade. In raw power, Gao Tianzun may not match the god King Odin, but his resilience makes him infinitely more vexing. His near-immortal body repels every blow. No matter how mighty the celestial gods strike, they can wound him but never kill him. Valkyrie found herself wondering whether Cassidon, the newly ascended god of the void, understood who Gao Tianzun really was. If he did, and still dared to stand against him, it meant Cassidon must have secret allies she knew nothing about. If he didn't, well, that would be the cruelest irony of all. Perhaps, for the first time in his immortal existence, Kassadin felt a flicker of regret. Carefully, Valkyrie mapped out each possible outcome, planning her moves for the next conflagration. Victory or defeat, she would ensure there was always a path of escape. As the last living Valkyrie, she must not be allowed to fall so easily. Once the Void Cult's members had reassembled aboard their warship, they gathered for a quick, sparse meal. Even the prophets ate little under the weight of impending battles. Yet as they broke bread, their conversation never strayed from strategy. Between bites, they outlined the optimal roles and objectives for every operative, preparing themselves for the storm to come. The battlefield is never static. Chaos reigns until the first real shot is fired. Commanders must let each unit engage the enemy within its effective range, then issue orders on the fly to keep casualties to an absolute minimum. When Damien and his squadron rounded the edge of the rift, they found 8 colossal battleships arrayed before them. In an instant, those ships surged forward, driving back a dozen hostile fleets and seizing total control of the Void's airspace. Every pilot on Damien's team felt their breath catch. They knew they'd witnessed something they would never forget. Until now, their missions had been limited to small-scale rescue operations and routine patrols. Against an opponent of this magnitude, they simply had no leverage. Seeing such power on display ignited a fierce longing in Damien. He thought of the awakening of his own hidden potential and of the path that lay before him. As long as power could be gained without forsaking one's humanity, he reasoned, any man would pursue it. Yet how many ever found themselves offered such a chance? Damien's feelings toward Ego were tangled. He despised the living planet's arrogance, but he also recognized a debt of gratitude. It was Ego's bloodline that had opened the door to possibilities no ordinary person could ever dream of. At Damien's side, Dana Sal captured every moment on holo recorder. When the transmission cut out, she keyed in the coordinates and sent the footage straight back to Xandar for analysis. News of Supreme Commander Damien's latest feat swept through the Nova Corps, earning him widespread admiration for his strategic brilliance. Yet beneath the praise, a quiet unease lingered. Would the Void God cult eventually turn its sights on the Nova Legion? It wasn't impossible, but neither was it certain. Tear all, the cult's true prize was Xandar Star, far easier to seize than the forbidding land of nothingness. If Xandar were their primary target, they would long since have struck. The Void God's patience spoke volumes. In its eyes, the Nova Corps still served a purpose. And as unsettling as that dependence felt, being useful was infinitely better than being irrelevant. In the weeks that followed, Gao Tianzun stepped into the light alongside envoys from the Universe Presbyterian Church, demonstrating a miraculous power. He could bring the fallen back from death's doorstep. On the front lines, where despair had once taken root in soldiers' hearts, hope now flourished. Warriors who had contemplated flight from this unforgiving void, and the war they could not control, found renewed courage. Bolstered by the promise of resurrection, they stood firm, ready to face the Void God cult with unshakable resolve. Damien couldn't even consider playing fair, not with Kassadin's relentless gaze trained on him and the Collector. If he couldn't mask his intentions and score a surprise victory, then he would rely on subterfuge and meet Kassadin's forces head-on. As an ageless figure who had weathered countless conflicts, Damien had little interest in the Collector's amassed treasures. Yet he refused to let a young upstart, no matter how powerful a Void God, tacitly dictate the course of events. At the same time, he hoped to test whether Kassadin's hostility toward the Void might soften once he learned Damien could raise the dead. Time slipped away, and within an hour, projections flickered across the land of nothingness, revealing 8 colossal Void cruisers gliding into position on its outskirts. At the sight, the shady dealers and thrill-seekers loitering in the shadows of the realm melted back into its deeper recesses, unwilling to stake their fortunes on a full-blown war. Watching the armada awaken, Damien understood Kassadin's determination. There would be no turning back. This battle had to be fought. Gao Tianzun held back. He knew that the moment he made a move, Kassadin, who was watching from the shadows, would be there in an instant. He felt no pity for any life. But with the Void cult's forces already pouring into the land of Void, Kassadin would hesitate before striking again. In a clash between titans, even the smallest hesitation could change the outcome. Gao Tianzun needed that flicker of doubt in his opponent's heart. Just then, 8 massive Void-class battleships cleaved through the emptiness overhead. From each vessel, figures ejected like shooting stars, streaking toward the ground and crashing into the barren landscape with thunderous impacts. The ships banked sharply and retreated, vanishing as quickly as they had come. As the newcomers landed, a hail of bullets and laser fire erupted around them. They were still too far to be caught in the crossfire, but before an attacker could close the distance, dozens of high-intensity beams descended from above. The lasers intertwined, forming a glowing barrier that snapped shut like a doorway, intercepting each incoming shot. Boom! The blasts rattled the air. Shockwaves raced outward, splintering the cracked earth beneath their feet. The ground trembled, sending up plumes of dust, an ominous prelude to the battle yet to come. Just as the team hit the ground, the enemy's converging portal pulsed one last time, and then everything exploded. The blast wave ripped through the courtyard, flattening debris and claiming hundreds of lives in an instant. From above, Iron Man streaked downward in his red and gold armor, firing repulsors to stabilize the perimeter. Tony's arrival gave everyone the signal they needed. Instantly, the others split apart, diving for cover behind shattered walls, overturned crates, anything that would keep them from becoming easy targets. Captain America rolled behind a fallen column. Paige and Pepper slipped behind a collapsed railing. Even Loki, who'd been reluctant to leave the sky, landed among them. Tony had insisted Loki stick around to help lay down, suppressing fire, just in case Steve, Paige, or Pepper, all still green and untested in real combat, were cut off or overwhelmed. Loki had argued that he was here to sow chaos, not to play babysitter, but Sonya had given him strict orders. So, for the time being at least, the god of mischief begrudgingly accepted his new assignment. Guardian. Chapter 402, Delaying the Fighter Opportunity. The Void Cult's scattered operatives moved like living weapons, so swift that none could even draw breath before their heads were severed one by one. In an instant, the barren realm ignited with the flames of war. A stunned voice broke the silence. Void Herald Tony Stark. "We can't fight back. There's no hope." When Damien finally summoned the courage to strike, dread coursed through him as he caught sight of the silhouette behind that devastating blow. Then Thor himself descended deeper into the fray, calling Mjolnir down from the sky. The thunderous impact obliterated everything within a kilometer, and the earth trembled beneath the shockwave. This was not the Thor who once struggled to harness divine power. Now, even without his hammer in hand, he commanded the storm effortlessly. His assaults were no longer limited to blunt strikes. They were pure, inescapable thunder. None could stand against that wrath, save one. A striking dark-skinned woman clad in gleaming silver armor, her form unbowed as she alone held back the cataclysmic blow. I thought only Hela could be that ruthless. I never expected an Asgardian god to follow in her footsteps. Damien's voice dripped with contempt as he took in the figure striding toward him. The moment Thor heard Hela's name, he froze, and then really looked at Damien. His brow furrowed as he noticed the crisp Valkyrie Legion uniform and the pale, never-fading insignia etched along Damien's forearm. "Were you with the Valkyrie Legion?" Thor asked cautiously. "I was," Damien replied, his tone steady. Even though he'd long since left the Legion, the mark on his skin remained just as vivid. "Why are you here?" Thor scanned the ruined temple around them, then met Damien's gaze. "I take jobs now, for whoever's willing to pay." Damien's lip curled. "So you've signed on with Gao Tianzun and the Collector?" Thor's eyes darkened. "I'm not sure I follow." Damien let out a derisive chuckle. "Those two? They're scoundrels, Thor. Do you even know what they've done to earn their reputations?" For a long moment, Thor said nothing. Then he finally replied, low and serious, "I know exactly who they are." "I know. So what? As long as I'm working for Gao Tianzun, I'll have all the money I need." Valkyrie had originally tried to cozy up to Thor, betting she'd have an escape route whichever side won. But after witnessing his recent actions and recalling Hela's merciless slaughter of her Valkyrie Legion, she found him utterly repulsive. Turning a cold eye on Saul, she said, "If it's money you want, go back to Asgard." Saul raised an eyebrow. "The Asgardians still sing your praises for all your heroic deeds. you'd have no trouble securing their support again. Heroic deeds. Valkyrie spat the words out like venom. A grand-sounding cover for nothing but senseless destruction. Deceiving yourself and everyone else. And the true fate of our Valkyries? I'm willing to bet King Odin didn't record that properly in his annals, did he? She paused, a bitter smile twisting her lips. After all, Hela, the goddess of death, was only exiled, not slain. That much they couldn't very well hide. A pale wind stirred across the shattered field as the cloaked figure stepped into the flickering torchlight. He pulled back his hood, revealing the familiar face of Laufey's son, Loki, standing beside him. With a rasp of conviction, the man beside Loki spoke at last. "Believe me when I say we only just uncovered the truth behind the Valkyrie Legion's fall," he began. "All our lives, Loki and I grew up on tales of your glory and heroism. We have nothing but respect for everything the Valkyrie Legion stood for. But make no mistake, this is war. The Void Cult is locked in mortal combat with the Land of Nothingness. My duty as one of the Void Cult is simple. We must annihilate our enemy, or they will annihilate us." Thor's hammer gleamed as he shifted his stance, his voice steady rather than angry at the man's cold pragmatism. "Then I suppose I must be your enemy too," he said quietly. "If you truly believe me to be so, then come at me." Before the tension could snap, a new figure strode forward across the debris-strewn ground. His armor was battered, his sword still warm from battle. He was the last surviving Valkyrie. He halted just short of the Void Cult emissary and glared at Thor. "Stop!" the Valkyrie commanded, voice low but fierce, as he gripped the hilt of his blade. "He fights for the Void Cult, yes, but you are Asgardian. I know how you distrust your own kind. I understand you'll never believe a single word I say. So I'll keep it simple. End this war now, or there will be no survivors on either side." Thor studied the Valkyrie for a long moment, then turned back to the emissary. "Is that all? Have you found any truly dangerous foes out here?" Before the emissary could answer, Thor's communicator, a slender, rune-inscribed device, chimed with the prophet's voice, urgent and crackling with static. "My lord, it isn't the Void Cult sentries. I've encountered the Asgardians left stranded beyond the rift. I've got more details, but I'll need secure channels. Over." Thor tucked his hammer aside and nodded once. "Understood. We leave at once." The three warriors, Asgard's thunder god, the lone Valkyrie, and the Void Cult emissary, stood in uneasy accord beneath the storm-dark sky, each bound by their own loyalties, each braced for the battles yet to come. "I can handle this," Thor said at once in response to the prophet's question. "You haven't struck at us," the prophet replied calmly, "so the Void Cult will not regard you as an enemy. Now remove your armor and weapons, then leave this hall at once. Do not initiate any attack against our members, and you will go unharmed." Thor turned to Valkyrie, his face serious. She met his gaze and felt a curious flicker of trust, even as she tightened her grip on her sword. Doubt warred with instinct. Before she could decide, an eerie tension filled the air. Valkyrie leapt back, but the instant she did, a scarlet silhouette materialized before her. Its enormous arms slammed around her, the crushing pressure driving her to her knees as she coughed up blood. "Lick's enough," Thor barked. "She is not our enemy." At that moment, Alex strode into the chamber. He had intended to silence this upstart Valkyrie once and for all, but Thor's command gave him pause. Gradually, his grip loosened, and he pivoted to face the god of thunder instead. Alex's scarlet eyes blazed as he confronted Damien, his voice edged with anger. "Gao Tianzun has already begun resurrecting his undead army. You and I are equals in strength. We stand at the very summit of the Void Cult. None of the others can match us yet, which means it falls to us to shoulder the heaviest burden in battle and keep everyone else safe. And here you are, leisurely chatting with a sword-wielding stranger, not even knowing if she's friend or foe. Do you realize that every minute you waste here could cost a comrade their life, planning to mourn them at the victory banquet later?" With that, Alex's large hand shot out and gripped Valkyrie's arm. His strength was ironclad. Her slender wrist felt as fragile as paper in his grasp. Damien's heart hammered. All the calculations and strategies swirling in his mind collapsed into one singular thought: survive. As though on cue to confirm Alex's warning, the bodies strewn around the courtyard began to twitch. Fresh wounds closed, severed limbs knitted themselves back together, and the husks that Thor had slain only moments before stirred as life drained back into them. A chill ran down Damien's spine. The enemy's necromantic power was already at work. He forced his gaze back to Alex and Valkyrie, the sword still poised at Damien's throat. The seconds he'd squandered felt like an eternity, one that could mean the difference between victory and disaster. There was no time left for hesitation. Thor's face darkened as he took in the chaos. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't hesitate. Their orders from the Predictor were explicit: wipe out every enemy, protect their allies, and preserve their own lives. Yet he hadn't anticipated finding the last survivor of the Valkyrie Legion, and for the first time he stalled. "I understand," he said, voice low. "Stand down. Lower your weapons." Alex let out a savage laugh, the flames flickering across his left hand. "I told her to get out of my way," he snarled, unleashing a torrent of eldritch fire that immolated the half-regenerated soldiers still struggling to rise. With his right hand, he snatched the disoriented Valkyrie and flung her toward Thor like a rag doll. Thor braced himself and caught her mid-fall. She coughed violently, her body trembling in his arms. Valkyrie's wide, desperate eyes met his. She knew all too well how Alex's paranoia made him fanatically protective of the Void Cult, and how sparking his fury now could spell disaster for everyone. She looked to Thor as her only hope. He lifted her gently, placing himself between her and the inferno that Alex's flames had become. Thor's stern gaze turned to Alex, every muscle tensed. He was well aware, if Alex lost control here, not only would Valkyrie perish, but Miss Sonia's faith in Asgard would shatter. "You're safe," Thor murmured to Valkyrie, tightening his protective stance. Around them, the firestorm raged, but for a moment it hesitated, as if sensing the defiance in Thor's posture. The outcome, peace or further carnage, hinged on Alex's next move. "Damien, I don't know what your connection is with this woman," Thor warned, voice low and urgent. "But when I made my patrol just now, I saw you weren't fighting the enemy. You were standing here, talking, doing nothing." He paused, letting the accusation hang in the crackling air. "If you won't do your duty, then I will find her and kill her myself. I'll report you to Master Cassidon, and he won't hesitate to punish you." With that, Damien finished off the last of the undead soldiers, his blade flashing in the void's pale light. He glanced back at Thor, anger and resolve burning in his eyes, then sheathed his sword. "I'm leaving," Damien said coldly. "Get out of the void now, Valkyrie. If you stay, I can't protect you." He motioned to Thor. "Once this war is over, I'll find you, and we'll settle this." Damien's tone softened for an instant. "I know you don't trust Asgard, but believe me when I say I want you back there, safe with your people." Without waiting for a reply, Damien launched himself skyward, his dark cloak whipping behind him. Thor didn't dare argue. He swept Valkyrie into his arms and carried her out of the shattered battlefield. Left alone among the drifting embers of war, Valkyrie watched Damien's retreating form disappear into the distance, uncertain what the future held for them both. As Thor hovered in the sky, he watched in stunned silence as bodies blasted into powder on the battlefield below, only to reassemble and rise again moments later. Even the finest particles seemed to weave themselves back into human form. Gaoqianzun's power was nothing short of terrifying. Now Thor understood the fury behind Alex's furious outburst. Any complaints he'd harbored about Alex's harsh words died on his lips. With renewed urgency, Thor hefted Mjolnir overhead and summoned a colossal storm of lightning, unleashing thousands of pinpoint strikes across the void. Fighting raged everywhere, in shattered buildings, across broken terrain, even amid the clouds above. Without the seer's warning, witnessing the enemy's endless resurrection would have sparked chaos in their ranks. Even so, they pressed every advantage, mindful that Lord Cassidon had never claimed to control this unholy revival. If he truly held that power, he would surely have warned Miss Sonia and spared them all this dread. Chapter 403, Forced Transfer. The fighting had moved into a tumble-down house at the edge of the battlefield. Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter had just swept through the main room, dispatching hundreds of enemy soldiers in a blur of shield strikes and precise shots. As they turned for the door, a sudden, sickening crack echoed through the hall. Steve froze. Peggy's pulse thundered in her ears. They whirled around in time to see something they'd never forget. One of the fallen figures, his spine shattered, his skull severed, was reassembling itself. Vertebrae popped back into place with a wet, bone-snapping sound. Flesh knitted across severed joints. Sinew wove itself together in horrific seconds. One by one, the other dismembered soldiers rose. Hands went to their throats and stomachs, as if searching for wounds that no longer existed. Confusion rippled across their faces. Then recognition and euphoria. The agonizing pain of near death already faded to a dull memory. Immortality, the impossible dream realized within their bodies. A twisted joy lit their eyes, and just like that, their allegiance shifted. To them, Steve and Peggy were no longer invincible liberators, but the very source of their unnatural resurrection, and now their next prey. Their gazes flicked from the heroes' shields and rifles to the narrow doorway behind them, brimming with savage intent. Steve tightened his grip on the shield. Peggy raised her pistol. Whatever force had granted these men life again, the true battle was only beginning. "I'm not dead yet. What about you? Where are those two bitches? 4th floor, hurry up. I'm actually immortal. This is incredible." At that moment, the men they'd thought dead downstairs sprang back to their feet, groaning in unison. Steve and Peggy exchanged grim looks. Unlike Banner, who could casually shrug off cutting-edge weaponry, they had to fight for every inch, and every downed opponent was back on his feet moments later. If this kept up, they'd never clear the building. Without a word, they vanished in a blur and reappeared behind two of the resurrected troopers. Steel blades sliced through the air as their palms morphed into knives, severing heads in a clean arc. But before they could strike again, one of the headless corpses lunged at them, its arms wrapping around their torsos with uncanny strength. In that instant, an instinctive alarm pulsed through Steve and Peggy's bodies, every nerve on edge, every hair standing at attention. They both felt it. Something was very, very wrong. Damien and Peggy didn't dare linger. The moment they slipped away, the spot where they'd been standing erupted in a web of searing laser fire. Hissing beams swept the floor, carving through flesh and bone. The stench of burning flesh filled the cramped room. Damien hauled himself onto a huge steel barrel, staring down at the blood-slick floor. One by one, the injured figures stirred and pulled themselves to their feet again, eyes empty but alive. His face hardened. "So this is Gao Tianzun's method," Damien muttered. "Turning death into healing. It's pure sorcery." He felt revulsion at the sight of the undead army, immune to death and driven mad by it. "We need to fall back," he said, voice low. "They're out of control." Peggy nodded, glancing around the tiny house. "There's no way to hide in here," she replied. Below them, the resurrected corpses flexed their stiff limbs, unbothered by the bullet wounds that had felled them. Peggy's eyes flicked to the doorway. "Right now, they're only using small arms, but once they adapt, they'll overrun us with bombs, suicide attacks." Damien slammed his fist against the wall, cracked plaster showering the floor. Fury and fear burned in his eyes as he prepared for their next move. Damien didn't hesitate. With a deafening crash, he blasted through the weakened wall and sprinted outside. Pepper skidded in right behind him as they emerged from the crumbling 4-story building into sheer pandemonium. More than a dozen suicide bombers, their torsos strapped with explosives, were hardcore, arging headlong at the Void Cult's warriors. These attackers lacked the brute strength of the cult's elite, but each had been dosed with a genetic serum that granted terrifying bursts of speed. In the blink of an eye, they closed dozens of meters, detonating on impact. The explosions roared like thunder, shockwaves rippling visibly through the air, tearing at armor and sending the front line reeling. Stunned by the ferocity of the assault, many Void Cult members were forced into a fighting retreat. As if in response to the violence below, the sky darkened. Ominous clouds churned overhead, jagged streaks of lightning cleaving the gloom. Thunder boomed so fiercely the ground seemed to tremble, an unmistakable proclamation of the Thunder God's wrath. Damien hovered amid the howling storm, the earth trembling beneath him as a monstrous thunderclap rent the air and cleared a wide swath of battlefield. With a single surge of power, he blasted every undead menace within 100 meters into splinters, then rose from the dissipating lightning, face set in grim resolve. He had assumed the Void Cult's disciples would manage. After all, their might could stand against tens of thousands of foes at once. But they'd overlooked a crucial danger. These enemies were truly immortal. No fatal wound could stop them. Even as their bodies were shattered, they reformed on the spot, heedless of piercing arrows or scorching fire. Worse still, any warrior who fell risked being surrounded, devoured alive by swarms of ravenous, bee-like demons summoned by the undead legions. Damien didn't know the full extent of Gao Tianzun's power, but what he'd seen so far was more than enough to prove he was no ordinary foe. From the depths of the storm, Gao Tianzun's calm voice carried to him, "Pull back now and find ground where you can regroup safely." But Damien clenched his fists, thunder crackling around him as he inhaled a breath of electric air. "I'm not here to run," he growled. "I'm here to finish this." He let out a roar that rivaled the storm itself and charged straight into the rising tide of the undead. Prophet Damien's voice crackled through the comlink. "Except Thor, Kyle, Alex, Renly, Lacey, and Tony. Rendezvous at the coordinates I just sent. Claudia, cover them and escort everyone to the meeting point." Damien had foreseen this outcome, but he hadn't anticipated the misstep. Barely minutes into the engagement, their side was already on the back foot. He issued new instructions at once. "Received," came a steely reply. Steve and Peggy exchanged a grim look. This skirmish wasn't tenable. Without hesitation, they fell back, weaving through rubble until they joined the rest of the Void Cult operatives. "Sorry," Steve muttered into his mic. "We didn't hold the line." As they slipped away, Soul's contrite voice echoed over the channel. Thor clenched his jaw. The failure to fully secure all 4 sectors, as Damien had directed, had allowed every stray enemy to rally, and now they were paying the price. Damien's forecasting team had painstakingly deployed their forces so that every sector was covered, down to the last expected enemy soldier. But when the Land of Nothingness's assault came in even greater numbers than anyone anticipated, a glaring gap opened in the battle line. In a matter of minutes, the original plan unraveled, and Damien had to act fast. Clutching the comlink, Damien tapped into his sight, not at full power, but enough to anticipate the enemy's next moves and adjust their defenses on the fly. "I can't push my gift to its absolute limit yet," he warned his lieutenants, "but I'll keep us one step ahead. First things first, I want an explanation for the delayed fighter jet, but that can wait. Thor, concentrate on the zone you insisted on holding. Make sure no one breaks through there." High above the churning battlefield, Thor, towering champion of the Void Cult, heard Damien's commands crackle over his headset. He raised his massive warhammer in salute, bellowed a defiant roar, and began his charge. His solitary objective: stem the tide of more than 10,000 fanatics surging toward him. These warriors of the Land of Nothingness were no ordinary foes. Granted twisted, undying bodies by Gao Tianzun and driven by the Collector's promises, they'd become feral horrors, each one a living weapon bent on slaughter. As Thor planted his feet and swung his hammer, Damien watched the carnage unfold through his prophetic visions, determined to hold the line no matter the cost. In the emptiness of the Nothingness realm, resources were scarce, but deadly weapons were everywhere. The moment a fighter's rifle or blade shattered, they scattered across the wasteland, scavenging armories to rearm and press the assault. Their newfound immortality, paired with these advanced arms, let them slay gods and battle monsters without hesitation. On the surface, Gao Tianzun appeared unshakable, but inside he was gripped by dread. In barely 2 minutes, the front lines had bled tens of thousands of casualties. If he didn't unleash his resurrection technique immediately, their army would collapse within the next half hour. Yet this power wasn't limitless. Each revival consumed vast swaths of his cosmic energy. Restoring over 100,000 warriors at once would siphon off at least a tenth of his reserve. In the past, such expenditure would have meant nothing to him, but today was different. Somewhere in the shadowed void, Kassadin, the god of the void, watched every move. Damien's eyes narrowed as he watched the field of battle before him. Each time the enemy absorbed more cosmic energy, they would become ever more vulnerable to the god of the void, Kassadin. Yet despite the rout of the void god cult's forward forces, Kassadin himself remained eerily silent. "Why haven't they responded?" General Gao Tianzun demanded, his face calm, but his voice low with controlled impatience. "We've shattered their vanguard. Where is Kassadin?" No answer came from the enemy lines. Damien stayed equally composed, arms folded as he surveyed the shifting tide of conflict. True, their front had been pushed back, but the Void God cult had suffered no real losses yet. In fact, Gao had only tapped his resurrection gift once. He had not fully committed his power. For Damien, there was no pressing need to rush in. This campaign was about more than claiming the Void Land. It was a crucible for ambition within the Void God cult itself. New leaders would emerge, alliances would fracture and reform, and through it all, true loyalties would be revealed. Why spoil that drama by finishing things too soon? He was content to let the opposing captains brawl among themselves a while longer. Battles might be exhausting, but finding the right moment to strike was far more satisfying. From their elevated perch, both armies clashed for control of the heights. The air shimmered with arcane light and the crackle of unleashed power. And then Damien saw them. Steve, Paige, Pepper, and Loki, 4 of his most trusted lieutenants, surging together through the fray, their forces united at last. A small smile curved Damien's lips. The stage was set. Beneath the swirling energies of the void, the true test of destiny was only just beginning. Damien's eyes darted over the chaos of the battlefield. Loki had originally been assigned to protect Steve, Paige, and Pepper, but the Collector had sent so many aggressors that he'd been driven to split up, leaving Damien alone on this flank. He felt a surge of relief when he spotted Steve and Paige huddled together behind a ruined wall, safe for the moment. No sooner had that reassurance settled in Damien's chest than a hulking creature spiraled into view, its body sheathed in a roaring cyclone of wind. He recognized it instantly as one of the Collector's elite enforcers, a foe more than a match for Steve, Paige, or Pepper on their own. Loki's hand tightened on his scepter as he prepared to leap forward. But before either of them could strike, a howl of frigid air cut through the din. A shimmering wall of ice snapped into place between earth and sky, and an immense bridge of frost arced in from the horizon. The ground beneath the enforcer cracked in 1,000 shards of ice. The hurricane around it stuttered, then dissolved into nothing. From the icy veil stepped Claudia, her aura radiating a crystalline chill. Her once dark hair gleamed pale as freshly fallen snow, and her eyes glittered with contemptuous triumph. Loki paused, shifting Steve and Paige to his backhand and staring at her in stunned silence. Damien, too, felt a tingle of astonishment. There really was no trifling with a priestess of the Void religion. "Is this where we're supposed to stand guard?" Damien called out, glancing around the frosty clearing. It was the first time he'd ever seen Claudia unleash her power, and once it manifested, he realized how utterly terrifying she could be. "I thought my assignment was somewhere else," he admitted uneasily. Claudia's gaze cut through him like ice. "Your job now is to secure the rendezvous point and then hold this ground, so stop dawdling and fall in." At her command, Damien, Loki, Paige, and Pepper sprang into motion. Loki, despite his own prowess, stayed with Damien and the others as their bodyguard instead of charging onto the battlefield. Damien had barely sprinted past Claudia when a deafening crack sounded behind him. He turned, and his breath froze in his throat. A towering spire of ice, easily spanning kilometers, had erupted from the earth in Claudia's wake. The chilling display was magnificent and utterly menacing. But as the frozen column settled, Damien saw Claudia's form falter in midair. She wavered, as if her very strength had been drained by the colossal blast. They would hold this position, whatever the cost. "Loki, go help her. She's running out of strength," Steve called, his voice urgent. He had spotted Claudia's trembling form and knew she wouldn't hold out much longer on her own. Without a word, Loki summoned a shadowy clone of himself and sent it, along with reinforcements, up to the command ridge with Steve and the others. Meanwhile, the real Loki raced down the slick ice slope toward Claudia. Claudia stood anchored at the summit, one hand braced on the hilt of her great ice-forged sword. Her breath came in ragged bursts. Although Loki's raw power was less than hers, he would at least be able to keep her safe, and if things went south, spirit her away to fight another day. He reached her side in 2 strides. "Are you all right?" he asked, concern softening his features. She gave a wan smile. "I'm fine," she panted. "My void magic is completely spent, though. My body paid the price. I can't dash off to reinforce our other flanks like before." Loki glanced around. From here, they held the only pass through the glacier's jagged teeth. If they lost it, the enemy would flood in. Claudia lifted her chin. But we don't need to. As long as someone holds this ridge, they have no way through. He nodded. The two of them formed a last line of defense at the summit, shields against the icy wind and the dark army massing below. The wind howled, but they stood firm, together, unbroken. The western ridge where Damien and the Void Cult's fighters stood was the only truly secure position on the battlefield. From here, they could anchor the northwestern flank and prepare for the Undead Legion's inevitable charge. If this line held, they wouldn't have to worry about being outflanked by void-spawned enemies striking from other directions. Damien scanned the darkening field below. He turned to Claudia, whose icy blue eyes were fixed on the distant mass of approaching skeletons and ghouls. "If you feel yourself cracking," he called softly, "just say the word. I'll pull you back." Claudia didn't shift her gaze. She wore her frost-forged armor like a second skin, every breath of cold mist rising around her, a promise of the havoc she could still unleash. Finally she replied, her voice steady as ever, "My void power is spent, but that doesn't mean I've lost my edge." Damien shook his head. "You're not meant to hold this alone. You're stronger than in a step. Why of us? What you need now is to fall back a little, join your brother on the east flank, or support the center. They're under far more pressure." She let out a quiet chuckle, the sound almost lost in the wind. "You really think so?" "I know so," Damien said, locking eyes with her. "You've earned a breather. Trust me, you'll make a bigger difference where the fight is fiercest." Claudia's shoulders relaxed, just slightly, and a faint smile touched her lips. "All right," she agreed. "Stay safe, Damien." Together, they turned back to the ridge's crest, bracing themselves as the first wave of the Undead Legion surged forward through the gloom. Chapter 404, Cassidin arrives. "Then I'll leave my clone here," Claudia said. "When you're too exhausted to fight on, my double will get you out of here." Loki, eager to stay in the thick of battle, raised an eyebrow. "As long as it doesn't slow you down, I'm fine with it." "It won't," Claudia assured him with a nod. "It's just one or two clones, hardly a game changer." "Very well." Loki flashed a confident, almost devilish grin. With a flick of his hand, he wove the complex runes of his magic and summoned a shimmering duplicate of himself. "Take care of my rear guard," he told Claudia, then vanished in a flash of light, speeding toward the front lines to reinforce the soldiers who couldn't fall back. By all rights, the battle shouldn't have descended into such chaos, but something had gone terribly wrong. Loki couldn't pinpoint what shift in the enemy's tactics had turned the tide so fiercely against them. All he knew was that Thor, Tony, and Alex were currently surrounded by wave after wave of undead legions. He might not match Thor blow for blow against tens of thousands of enemies, but if he could draw just a fraction of those monsters away, it would give his friends at the heart of the fight a precious moment to regroup and catch their breath. Damien weaved through the relentless barrage of enemy fire, his laser blades carving the ground in sweeping arcs. Every strike felled scores of the Undead Legion, only for them to rise again as if born anew. Even with his considerable power, the endless tide of foes was fraying his nerves. "Predictor, it's been 5 minutes," he growled into his comlink. "How much longer can we hold this position?" "Not much longer," the prophet replied. "Everyone we kill just revives. Sooner or later this wears us down." "Hold on a little longer," Damien snapped. "Sonia's on her way with reinforcements. If you can't keep it together, just say so," the prophet countered. "Yeah," Damien muttered. "If I'm about to crack, you'll hear it." A soft, reassuring voice buzzed in his ear. "I'm already on the move," Sonia said. "I promised I'd get there soon, not immediately, so keep your shirt on." Damien allowed himself a momentary exhale. Hearing Sonia's confidence steadying him, he squared his shoulders. He wasn't alone in the heart of the Land of Nothingness, battling the Undead Legion. Reinforcements were coming, and until they arrived, he would not yield. "If Damien admits he can't hold out any longer," Tony warned, glancing at his friend's trembling form, "he's basically conceding he's the weakest among us." Sonia hovered above them, her expression unreadable as she caught every nuance of Tony's thoughts. "Don't push yourself too far," she said, her voice ice-cold. "Lord Cassidin could arrive at any moment. Our first priority is to survive until then." Below, the battlefield was a sea of blood. The sickly sweet tang of iron hung thick in the air, but that was nothing compared to the sight of soldiers driven mad by the carnage, eyes glazed and mouths twisted into silent screams. With a fluid motion, Sonia lunged forward, blurring through the sky. In an instant, she drew a colossal blade of wind, its edge shimmering in sunlight. She swung once, and the heavens themselves seemed to shatter. A deafening roar followed as the blade slammed into the earth, gouging a chasm hundreds of meters wide. The ground split apart, and swarms of enemy troops plummeted into the abyss. They would live, but Sonia's rift bought precious time they desperately needed before Kassadin's arrival. The prophet refined his strategy, and the Void cult members fell into formation at once. With their plan in motion, the initiative in the battle swung decisively back into the hands of the Void God's followers. Perched on a ridge not far from the front line, Sonia activated her void detection technique. Within a radius of dozens of kilometers, she scanned every inch of the battlefield. Already, a few kilometers away, a razor-sharp airblade had cleaved through the sky and annihilated an enemy force in a single strike. As Loki sprinted toward the war's epicenter, he too witnessed her handiwork. The earth was torn open in fissures 100 meters deep, each gap appearing at regular 1-kilometer intervals. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. He had always respected Lacey, the female Tyrannosaurus, for her overwhelming strength and control over her powers. But now Sonia, the mysterious blonde, revealed a cruelty and precision that rivaled, if not exceeded, Lacey's. Suddenly, he understood Kassadin's caution. No one wanted to provoke this woman. Who is she? Loki muttered under his breath. At the same time, high above on his command deck, the Collector studied the satellite projections. He watched those same devastating airblades and chasms form across the plains and felt his heart begin to pound. This blonde warrior's methods were beyond anything he'd ever seen. Damien stood on the ramparts of the Collector's mansion, deep within the heart of the Void, watching the Void God cult's undead legion begin its reluctant retreat. Their ceaseless charges and bloodlust had been driving in human and lifeless form alike, but one swift strike from the mysterious blonde had reversed their advance. Her intervention painted her features with cold determination. Though Damien didn't know her name, he recognized her as Kassadin's trusted lieutenant. If this battle drags on, my cosmic reserves will be drained entirely, Damien murmured, the Void's chill wind tugging at his robes. He turned to the Collector, whose grotesque silhouette loomed behind him. You'd better find a hiding spot. I'll go speak with Kassadin myself. The Collector's many eyes glinted in the gloom. So you mean to join the fray personally? Damien nodded. Let the undead press the attack and stretch the cult thin. Once they're in disarray, I'll strike. A harsh chuckle rattled from the Collector's throat. Foolish. Do you even know what fuels those soulless fiends? They fear neither pain nor death. He stepped closer, voice dropping to a rasp. If you walk into Kassadin's domain unprepared, you'll be the one undone. Damien met his warning gaze without flinching. Then I'd better make it count. He drew in a deep breath, summoned what scant cosmic energy he dared spare, and stepped through the mansion's obsidian doors, ready to negotiate or to fight. That's all the cosmic energy I have left. At the slightest hint of weakness, the Void God cult troops fell back, leaving only a handful of their strongest warriors, those few capable of holding their ground against thousands. And now, another monstrous woman is stepping through the Void. If we keep stalling the undead army, we won't win, and I'll burn myself out completely, Damien thundered, his voice echoing across the shattered plains. We can't afford to delay Kassadin any longer. Do you understand? Okay, brother, be careful, his younger sibling, the Collector, replied, his tone uncharacteristically tense. The Collector had always known Damien as the calm, good-humored one. Jokes and light banter were their norm, but Kassadin, the god of the Void, was an enigma far deadlier than any enemy they'd faced. Even Damien's trademark composure was fraying. With that, Damien strode from the Collector's mansion and into the fray. Across the blasted horizon, Sonia's power was reshaping the landscape of the Voidlands. Her mission was twofold: claim this realm for the Void cult, and above all, protect every cult member from death. Never had their cause felt more urgent or the danger more absolute. Damien hovered at the edge of the shattered battlefield, watching Sonia's relentless assault. She'd already reduced priceless relics and ancient monuments to rubble, and didn't even pause. Yet in the back of her mind, a warrior's instinct blazed. Danger was coming. With a hiss of urgency, Sonia's wings beat the air and she jettisoned skyward. No sooner had she arced to the left than a spectral azure arm, like some ghostly claw, ripped open the space before her. It reached out, intent on snatching her from midair. But at that very moment, the void itself roared to life beneath Sonia. A black rift yawned open, its gravity yanking her downward before the claw could close in. The next instant, Sonia rematerialized 10,000 meters away, her robes fluttering around her as she righted herself. Above, the newly formed tier in reality shimmered. Stars from some distant realm pulsed within its depths, casting an eerie starlight across the broken ground. Out of that fractured space stepped a lean, elderly figure. He wore flowing golden robes that contrasted sharply with his blue-tinged skin and deeply lined face. Though Damien noted that the stranger hadn't yet laid eyes on Cassidon, still somewhere among the witnesses, a knowing smile played across the man's lips. "Exactly as I suspected," the old man said, his voice echoing unnaturally. "You were merely waiting for me to make my move." No sooner had he spoken than the sky above the desolate plain tore open again. A second void rift spread outward, blotting out the sun and swallowing the heavens in darkness. For a heartbeat, the only light came from the pinpricks of distant stars glittering within the black maw. All across the ruined landscape, combatants and onlookers alike fell silent, their faces upturned in awe and dread at the cosmic spectacle overhead. Damien emerged from the black hole, his golden armor gleaming against the starless void. At 200 meters tall, his very presence reverberated through the emptiness as if the universe itself shuddered. He fixed his gaze on the older warrior kneeling before him, Gao Tianzun, a reputed immortal of uncounted centuries. Damien's voice boomed like thunder. "Gao Tianzun," he declared, "you've outlived empires, and yet you hide behind ambushes to fell your juniors. You claim strength, but you've never known courage." Gao Tianzun looked up, narrowing his eyes at the younger man's towering frame. Damien continued, each word slicing through the silence. "Your tales of invincibility are meaningless. I will kill you, and don't presume that size alone will grant you victory." For a moment, Gao's expression faltered. He, too, felt the weight of Damien's colossal form. Then a dark smile curved his lips. Raising both arms, he gathered cosmic forces around him, his body expanding with astonishing speed. 10 meters, 50, 100 more. Within heartbeats, he rivaled Damien in stature, reaching the same 200-meter height. With a final crescendo of power, Gao Tianzun stood tall once more, his silhouette now as vast as his challengers. Masters of the universe's deepest secrets both, they faced each other across the void, two titans poised to test whose strength, resolve, and will were truly supreme. Once Sonia was safely aboard the battleship, Damien issued his orders without hesitation. "Jarvis, pull us back, far enough that our rift remains undisturbed. I need full control of it." Jarvis nodded at the helm. "Understood, sir." Damien allowed himself a faint, triumphant smile as he watched Gao Tianzun swell to 200 meters in height. With a single casual gesture, Gao Tianzun tore open a rip in the void behind the assembled void cultists. In the blink of an eye, the vortex's gravitational pull yanked hundreds of cult members out of the land of the void and deposited them onto the deck of the orbiting warship. Chaos broke out among the newly arrived captives. "What just happened?" one shouted. "Why are we back on the ship?" Loki spun around in disbelief, taking in the metallic corridors. Gao Tianzun has moved," he stammered. "And Lord Cassidon, he's here too." A hushed discussion rose among the cultists. "We can't possibly join the fight now," someone murmured. "Master Cassidon made it clear, keep your distance so he can unleash his power unhindered." Sonia, watching from the gangway, had seen exactly how Cassidon had intervened, and how he had saved her life. Her expression turned solemn. "Jarvis," she called, "we need every ounce of speed. Steer us out of danger." "Aye, Captain," he replied. He adjusted the thrusters, and the battleship began to slip away from the rift's pull. From the windows, the crew watched the titanic struggle below. Gao Tianzun towering above the battlefield, Cassidon's energies crackling through the void. The ship's position grew more distant by the second, leaving the clash of gods and cultists to rage on in the darkness of space. Gao Tianzun's colossal form towered over the battlefield, hundreds of meters tall and impervious to any ordinary assault. For a moment, a hush fell as even the bravest heroes hesitated. Then someone shouted, "Stand down! Lord Cassidon's here. He'll handle this." Thor, who had witnessed Cassidon's arrival firsthand, stepped forward. "Wait, how exactly does Gao Tianzun's resurrection work? What's his power?" Tony Stark shrugged out of his armor plating and shook his head. "Beats me. You'll understand once Cassidon gets to work." At the sight of Cassidon taking command, the prophet finally relaxed. Now that his gift of prophecy was back online, he could direct the flow of battle without hesitation. When his visions had failed, the weight of defeat had pressed down on him like a vice. But with Cassidon at his side, he believed they still had a fighting chance. Chapter 405, Gao Tianzun's Plea for Mercy. The void stretched before them, an endless expanse of nothingness. "If I'd known you possessed such power, I would have struck sooner." Gao Tianzun's voice crackled in Damien's mind. Damien watched helplessly as images of Gao's failed ambush flickered through his telepathy. Gao had intended to lure the Void Cult's followers here, letting Cassidon unleash his rat-forged weapon on them. Instead, the moment the trap was sprung, every cultist dissolved into teleportation, vanishing by Damien's own design. Gao's frustration pulsed through Damien's thoughts. He had poured vast cosmic energy into resurrecting those cannon fodder, creatures that had caused only minor disturbances in the Void God's ranks. It was a costly error. "If I dare target you," Gao continued, voice low and sharp, "it's because I have my own formidable backing." He paused, as if savoring the tension. "But there's nothing more to say. We'll finish this fight among the stars. One day, this void will answer to me." Damien's reply was calm and unwavering. "You've forgotten one thing. This realm belongs to my brother, not you." Silence answered him. Then, without another word, Damien stepped from the void and into the silent sea of space, ready to claim what was rightfully his. Damien's figure appeared in the void as Gao Tianzun tore through space itself to arrive in this universe. Freed from restraint, Gao's cosmic energy exploded outward like a raging tempest, its force sweeping the emptiness into a howling gale. At the same moment, Damien's own mastery of the void kindled within him. The blade in his hand shone with an otherworldly purple light, bending the surrounding darkness into glimmering violet hues. Before either man could fully commit to an attack, their auras collided in midair, Gao's radiant gold clashing against Damien's deep purple. The impact crackled through the void, tearing at the silence like thunder. In a heartbeat, Damien folded space beneath his feet and reappeared before Gao. He thrust the void blade forward in a single, blinding motion. Gao Tianzun met the assault without a hint of surprise. With a flick of his wrist, he drew a longsword wreathed in golden light and parried Damien's strike. The moment the two weapons met, a brilliant flash soared outward, painting the void in streaks of light. A shockwave erupted from their blades, rippling across the empty expanse. Damien's form was caught in the blast, but the shimmering barrier of his void shield flared to life, absorbing the full onslaught. The force that struck Gao Tianzun, however, rent through his defenses. Golden light fractured and gashes appeared across his armor and flesh, each wound a testament to the power and peril of clashing cosmic energies. Damien's wounds healed in the blink of an eye, an instantaneous regeneration that even the mighty celestial clan dared not underestimate. Each of them, emboldened by that very power, fought with utter conviction, refusing to yield. Between them hovered two impossibly potent weapons, Damien's void blade, its edge wreathed in purple shadows as fathomless as the abyss, and Gao Tianzun's radiant holy sword, blazing like twin suns. When their divine steel met, the impact tore at the fabric of space itself. Streaks of energy rippled outward, shaking the void with every clash. Gao Tianzun forced Damien back with a sweeping overhead strike. Stepping back 10,000 meters in a heartbeat, he allowed himself a broad, triumphant grin. "I admit," he called, voice echoing on the currents of released power, "I thought you stood above the Celestials, yet here you are, barely matching them." Damien spun his void blade in response, the air around it shimmering. "And I expected you to surpass them. You're impressive, but you're still not invincible." A thunderous clash followed, the force of it shredding distant nebula into drifting particles. Damien lunged forward, purple energy trailing behind, while Gao Tianzun countered with a blinding arc of golden light. Each strike rang out like a cosmic decree. Neither would be driven back. Then Gao Tianzun's expression shifted. All restraint fell away. He planted his feet, raised his sword high, and began to draw in the energy of the universe itself. Around him, matter fractured and reformed. Stars seemed to pulse in reply. A roaring power built to a crescendo as the two combatants prepared for the next decisive engagement. A low hum vibrated through the air as Gao Tianzun reached out with his will, drawing every scrap of ambient matter into the sky above him. In moments, more than a dozen colossal meteorites, each the size of a small mountain, hovered into place. Then, with a sudden surge of speed, they transformed into blazing comets and hurtled straight toward Kassadin, each impact alone capable of tearing the continent asunder. But Damien stood his ground. Without hesitation, he summoned a dozen void orbs behind him, each hundreds of meters in diameter. As the fiery comets slammed into those churning spheres of black energy, the sky itself seemed to fracture. A shockwave ripped outward, warping space for 100 miles in every direction. The force of the collision was so immense that it blasted Gaotian's body through the air like a ragdoll, flinging him thousands of miles away. He slammed into one of his own fallen meteorites and skidded across the rocky plain, but barely a heartbeat later, he vanished and reappeared beside his original summoning circle. In that same instant, the shattered fragments of his bones knit back together as though nothing had happened. Damien, by contrast, felt the full weight of the blast bearing down on him, yet he stood perfectly still, unmoved. Far to the rear, Tony and the others had already retreated hundreds of miles to safety. From their vantage point, they watched in stunned silence, unable to tear their eyes away from the apocalyptic clash that crackled and roared like two stars colliding. Damien hovered in midair, observing his opponent with cool detachment. To think he once believed himself all but unbeatable, yet now he saw his own power wasn't even in the same league. He thrust his hand forward, channeling a pulse of energy toward Gao Tianzun. "Let's see how far your regeneration really goes," he called out, voice laced with amusement. The blast struck true, but the immortal sage barely flinched. Damien circled him, cloak billowing. "What sort of attack could possibly kill you?" he taunted. "Do you honestly think this is my full strength? That everyone else is as dependent on raw cosmic energy as you are?" He paused, letting his words land. "If you continue ignoring true growth, if you live for hundreds of millions of years without mastering anything beyond your lazy immortality, how long before even the weakest celestials could defeat you?" At this point, Damien was merely testing the limits of Kassadin's prototype powers. He'd known of Gao Tianzun's reputation, his legendary regenerative ability and near immortality, but until now he'd held back, uncertain whether to unleash his full might or even the Power Stone. Clearly, he hadn't needed to. There was a gulf between living forever and becoming truly invincible. Despite his eons of life, Gao Tianzun had never bothered to study magic. Over countless millennia, sloth and arrogance had calcified in his bones, weaknesses Damien was all too ready to exploit. Damien's eyes flashed as he sized up Gao Tianzun. Given Tianzun's years of relentless study and his unrivaled command of void magics, he might well challenge the Celestial clan itself. Damien jabbed a finger into Tianzun's chest. "If I can't defeat the Celestials," he said coolly, "why would I struggle against you?" Tianzun's face darkened. "You may wield some power," he snapped, "but you'll never master cosmic energy, let alone fathom its mysteries." A sardonic smile curved Damien's lips. "Cosmic energy is nothing more than the force of creation and the gift of resurrection. Watch now as I reveal a power that lies far beyond your reach." His voice rolled through the void like thunder. In the next instant, the air around them shimmered, and the colossal shadow of Kazik, the void plunderer, materialized behind Damien. At that moment, everyone present felt as if they'd been cast into a bottomless chasm, with neither sky above nor ground beneath. All around them, an unseen horror waited in the void, poised to strike without warning. Gao Tianzun had always shrugged off death. No matter how pulverized his body became, he could resurrect from even the smallest speck of dust. But now, for the first time in his long life, he trembled at the very thought of dying. He watched in mounting horror as the shadow lurking behind Cassidin, vanished into the other man's form. A black mist billowed around Cassidin, and the hulking figure that had been 200 meters tall surged outward, 300 meters, 400, then soared past 600. Flickering shapes danced within the inky veil, each movement more suffocating and alien than the last, like primeval humans confronting an indescribable terror in the wild. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the colossal silhouette winked out of Gao Tian's perception. He strained every ounce of his telepathic power, but found no trace of Cassidin. If his enemy had truly vanished, it might have been a relief, except that the primal sense of danger only intensified. Though Cassidin had not yet struck, Gao Tianzun felt an invisible blade slicing through him. Before he could rally his defenses, two enormous claws, glinting with an otherworldly chill, slashed through the darkness and lunged straight for him. Damien didn't even have time to brace himself before his skull exploded into fragments. Through the blur of shattered vision, he saw his body tearing apart like fragile porcelain. It all happened in a heartbeat. Two razor-sharp claws, wreathed in icy light, unleashed a slicing gale that reduced him to dust. By reflex, Damien triggered his spatial teleportation, reappearing 100 miles away. His pulverized particles began knitting themselves back together. Flesh regenerated, bones reformed. No sooner had his head regained shape than a hoarse, sinister voice slithered into his mind, as if summoned from the netherworld. None of that could kill you. You truly possess the strength to challenge the Bantian God clan. But that's as far as you'll ever go. You are not immortal. I only need to destroy you more completely. Before the echo of those taunts faded, Damien's freshly restored body was torn apart once again. Then a bone-chilling howl reverberated through the void, a soul-piercing roar that rattled his very spirit and seemed to freeze time itself. At that moment, Damien felt as though he were watching his entire life unfold in reverse, from the instant of his birth through every hard-won triumph that had forged him. Simultaneously, an abyssal power of the void blossomed across the cosmos and enveloped him. To Tony and the others, the only thing they could make out was a massive shifting shadow buried within a roiling black mist. It pulsed with pure void energy, wrapping Damien's body in an impenetrable sphere. Though his flesh strove to heal itself, each moment saw his regeneration slow to a crawl. Through Cassidin's intervention, the god of the void himself, they finally glimpsed the true might of a supreme being. This was a force not merely superior to any civilization, but utterly transcendent of every other warrior they had ever known. Had Cassidin not chosen that instant to reveal his full power, they would never have seen him at all, nor understood how ruthlessly he could strike. In a heartbeat, Damien's head snapped free from his shoulders, and his limbs were severed as if carved by impossible strength. The scene was merciless and swift, a single, horrifying testament to void power beyond imagining. Gao Tianzun's confidence hinged on his followers' faith in Cassidin, the god of the void. As long as they believed, they could never simply be wiped from existence in an instant. For countless years, his mastery had carried him through one crisis after another, until now. A sudden flash of memory, those twin claws gleaming with an icy edge, cut through his defenses. He snapped back to consciousness and reached for the cosmic currents he always bent to his will, intent on opening a spatial rift. This was his trademark escape technique. He'd used it to flee even the fearsome celestial clan whenever they brought him to the brink of death. No enemy, however mighty, even a god, could stop him if he could tear open space and vanish. But this time, the universe's energy lay dead under his command. Thoughts that once summoned worlds now faltered, and the power he'd wielded effortlessly refused to obey. A single, desperate phrase slipped from his lips: "Have mercy." Gao Tianzun forced himself to look up at the gargantuan shadow blotting out the sky. Despair squeezed his heart tighter with each breath. He, who had always been the one exacting mercy, now found himself begging for it. "Could you please provide the full chapter text you'd like me to revise? Once I have the complete passage, I'll transform it into a polished, idiomatic English version with Damien as the protagonist." Chapter 406, Gao Tianzun's Surrender. Damien heard the faint tremor in Gao Tianzun's voice as the elder cultivator cried out for mercy. He did not relent. Instead of drawing back the churning void sphere hovering between his palms, Damien intensified it, dark energy spilling forth in hundreds of spectral hands that tore at Gao Tianzun's flesh and spirit alike. From his earlier trials, Damien already knew that no amount of physical force from the Void Reaver could truly kill Gao Tianzun. The man's immortal body regenerated instantly, stitching together severed limbs or reassembling dust into flesh. Only a homeland of void magic could destroy him by shattering his soul. Gao Tianzun's legendary longevity was no shield against this assault. Realizing that even his mastery of spatial teleportation was useless here, Gao Tianzun had resorted to pleading. But Damien allowed no opening. His void energy seeped deeper, dissolving the cultivator's aura until it flickered and waned. Each moment, Gao Tianzun grew weaker, his defiance eroding, his will cracking beneath the relentless void tide. In a final gasping whisper, Gao Tianzun's voice broke. His proud, indomitable presence flickered like a dying candle. And then, at last, the once immortal cultivator fell silent. Damien withdrew his hands. The void sphere collapsed into nothingness, leaving no sign of Gao Tianzun's former strength. Only the still, empty air where he had stood. The battle was over. The elder had surrendered, his immortal legend extinguished by void fire. "Let me go, and I'll sign a contract with you," Damien pleaded, his voice steady despite the cold grip of void energy coiling around him. "I have vast wealth, I can help you acquire anything you desire, and I swear I'll never oppose you again." He knew that bargaining was his only hope. The churning maelstrom within him, the source of all his cosmic power, was being poisoned by an alien force. If the corruption consumed every last particle of his energy, he would be powerless to restore his body. He would die. Damien had long suspected that Kassadin, the enigmatic god of the void, was formidable. But he never imagined the Void Lord would possess such insidious methods of attack. Even the Celestial clan had failed to kill him. Yet here he was, on the brink of oblivion. Breathing deeply through the pain, Damien forced out more promises. "I have centuries ahead of me, so much left to accomplish. Don't end me here. Let us forge an alliance. You'll gain immeasurable wealth and a loyal servant. Spare my life, and it will serve you far better than my corpse ever could." As he spoke, the void's tendrils around him quivered, as though weighing his words. Damien's fate rested on this moment, subjugation or annihilation. He clung to hope, praying that reason or ambition would triumph over Kassadin's merciless will. "Kill you, and everything under your power will be mine," Damien declared, his voice cold as steel as he stared down the battered form of Gao Tianzun. Gao lay on the ground, his body broken time and again, yet still clinging to life. He struggled to his feet. "Those so-called connections you crave," he rasped, "are nothing more than ornaments of power. Your demands, they're meaningless to me." Damien cocked his head. "If my terms are worthless, then on what conditions would you spare my life?" A flicker of despair crossed Gao's face. He cursed himself for aiding the Collector and for revealing the truth about Kassadin, the god of the void, to the Cosmic Presbyterian Church. If only his fellow members of the Universe Elders Council had offered mere symbolic support, never mind sending their own flesh and blood into danger. "At one condition," Gao choked out. "Sign an eternal contract of surrender. Your power, every ounce, will be mine to wield, and whoever I command to return from death will rise at my first summons." Damien's eyes gleamed at that promise. He inclined his head, then fixed Gao with a steely gaze. "Very well," he said. "I accept, on one condition." Damien's eyes flashed as he prepared to state his own terms. Damien felt the void's power thrumming in his veins, terrifyingly potent, but more prone to destruction than creation. He knew, as surely as he knew his own name, that mastering resurrection would forever elude him. Yet there was a way to compensate. Recruit Gao Tianzun, whose mastery over life and death might fill the void's shortcomings. He studied the frail figure before him. "Serve me for eternity, Gao Tianzun," Damien offered, voice low and steady, "and I will grant you the power you seek." At those words, Gao's gaunt shoulders tensed, his eyes flashing with pride and defiance. "Eternity?" he snarled. "You ask me to renounce my freedom forever? I'd sooner die now than live as your slave." Damien's lips curved into a cold smile. "Very well," he replied softly, and with that single phrase the pressure around them snapped. Energy long held in check exploded outward from Damien's core, rippling through the air like a shattering mirror. In an instant, a sphere thousands of miles wide was blanketed by a roiling maelstrom of obsidian void. At its center pulsed a dim violet light, like a dying star besieged by darkness. The void's ravenous hunger lashed out, tearing at mountains and kingdoms alike, obliterating every trace of life in its path. Silent, absolute destruction reigned, and only the void remained. Deep within the land of nothingness, the touch of the ancient god's broken form was enough to wipe anything away. At the heart of that savage energy eruption stood Gao Tianzun, his soul and cosmic energy peeling away faster than ever before. Far off in the void, the collector, Gao's own brother, watched in horror. He had bragged that Tianzun could bend the celestial clan to his will. Now he saw his pride brought low before a far greater power. "It's over. I surrender," Gao panted, his voice ragged with desperation. "I'll do whatever you demand. Just spare me." But the reply came not with mercy, but with cold amusement. Damien, the god of the void, hovered unseen among the shadows, his laughter a low whisper that seemed to echo from every direction. "You think you truly wish to yield?" Damien's voice was soft, yet every syllable struck like a blade. "Your energy betrays you. You crave escape, not surrender." Gao's last reserves of strength faltered as the realization hit him. There would be no mercy. With a cruel smile, Damien added, "If you refuse to yield, then die." In that instant, Gao Tianzun's mind raced for any shred of hope, perhaps a final space teleportation to snatch life from the jaws of death. But Damien saw every tremor in his cosmic web. With a thought, the god of the void tightened his grip, and the world around Gao began to crumble into nothingness. There would be no escape. The universe is vast, so vast that Damien's void can reach anywhere within its boundless expanse. Yet even his power has its limits when it comes to tracking someone like Gao Tianzun, who can teleport freely across the cosmos and cloak his presence at will. Still, as soon as Gao Tianzun realized Damien had unraveled his hiding spot, all hope drained from his heart. The cosmic energy he'd struggled to awaken collapsed completely. He knew that unless he surrendered, death was certain. Desperation drove him to his knees. "I, Gao Tianzun, swear by eternity itself with my very soul." He bowed deeply and raised his voice so all creation might hear. "I, Gao Tianzun, High Heavenly Lord, humbly submit to Kassadin, God of the Void, for all time. I pledge to obey his every command. Should I violate this oath, I forfeit every power I possess." Fear silenced the final sparks of resistance in Gao Tianzun's mind. He had fought this moment countless times in his heart, but now he could think only of survival. With that solemn vow spoken, pure starlight converged above him and Damien. The light coalesced into a shimmering scroll of cosmic energy, like a fragment of a galaxy given form, drifting down between them. When it touched the ground at Damien's feet, the scroll unfurled, its radiant script visible for both men to see. Damien Wa, Ched the shifting glyphs and contract clauses scrawled across the ancient parchment. Across from him, Kassadin's eyes burned with quiet hunger. "I don't want your oath to eternity," Kassadin said softly. "I want your allegiance to my god of the void." Damien straightened. He'd seen enough cosmic pacts to know how little you could trust them. Eternity itself was risk enough. He had no intention of tying himself to something more unknowable. Every fiber of the Dark Star's power still called to him. Once it was his, not even the oldest gods in all the cosmos could dictate his fate. Swearing to eternity was already the highest bond there was. He wasn't about to make a higher one. Across the room, the sorcerer Gao Tianzun, who'd once drafted the very oath Kassadin offered, shifted uneasily. But Kassadin was undeterred. "You really think that flimsy promise to eternity can hold you forever?" he sneered. "You'll slip out into some parallel realm the moment you please and laugh at my chains." Gao bristled. "Do you take me for an idiot?" he growled. "I know my own magic better than you do." Kassadin's lips curled into a cold smile. "Then choose, swear fealty to the void, or die. If you value your life, free your soul of every prior bond, and let me brand you with the mark." Damien cocked an eyebrow. "Go ahead," he said, voice flat. "If branding me is so easy, do it now." Suddenly, Gao's eyes widened in panic. He realized his schemes and contingency plans had all been seen through. He'd meant to force Damien into Kassadin's grasp, but now he was cornered himself. Before anyone could move, Damien reached into the roiling darkness at his side. A ribbon of void energy leapt forward, tearing through the air like living shadow. It struck Gao squarely in the chest. Gao cried out as the sigil burned into his very soul, searing the final threads of his freedom. In an instant, his defiance vanished, replaced by hollow obedience. The bond was absolute. When the smoke of power dissipated, only Damien stood unbound, and Gao Tianzun knelt before him, now the void's unwilling slave. Kassadin's lips twisted in grudging admiration. Damien turned away, the dark star's promise burning bright in his veins. Whatever trials still lay ahead, he needed no other master. Damien unleashed the void orb straight into the depths of Gao Tianzun's soul. The instant it struck, a dark sigil bloomed around Gao's spirit, forging an unbreakable link between them. From that moment on, Damien could sense Gao's every movement, and, with a mere thought, crush his soul to dust. No matter how formidable Gao's immortal body might be, it was now helpless without its spirit. Gao Tianzun's essence convulsed as it found itself trapped within a cage of swirling purple void. Each tightening coil threatened to obliterate him completely. His fate was no longer his own. He existed at the mercy of Kassadin, the god of the void. Helpless to resist, his strength and resources nothing compared to Damien's, Gao could only glare in silent fury. With a casual motion, Damien drew the void orb back into his palm. His colossal form contracted in an instant, shrinking until he stood just 2 meters tall. The dark energies that had clung to him dissolved, and where the void's menace had lingered, Kassadin now appeared in resplendent gold armor, an unassailable figure who held Gao Tianzun's very soul in his hand. From this moment on, you belong to the void god Faith. Your services are no longer your own. Damien's words rang out cold and final. Freed from the void's restraint, Gao Tianzun stumbled backward, the color draining from his face. After a long moment, he straightened, voice hoarse but steady. Very well. I will take my men and leave. Go, Damien said dismissively. Return to your Saga world. I will summon you when I need you. Gao Tianzun's chest tightened with reluctant fury, but he gave only a curt nod and turned away. His soldiers fell into formation and followed him from the chamber. Damien didn't bother to watch them depart. With a slight movement, he melted into the void's currents and reappeared without warning aboard the 200-meter-long battleship hovering nearby. Sonia and Tony craned their necks to look up at him. He has not sworn allegiance to us, Damien announced. He surrendered himself as a slave to the void god Faith. He will no longer stand in your way. He met Sonia's skeptical gaze for a moment. Your next objective is the crisis in the land of nothingness. Deal with it, then return here and report. With nothing more to say, Damien strode forward and stepped into the swirling black rift above the ship. In an instant, he was gone. Loki, watching from the bridge, stared after him in stunned silence. Finally, he whispered, "He didn't join us? He surrendered?" Gao Tianzun's martial prowess, though not quite on par with his father Odin's, still ranks among the universe's elite. And like Odin, he wields the extraordinary power to bring the dead back to life. Had Loki not witnessed this ability firsthand, he never would have believed it possible. And yet even Gao Tianzun found himself forced to bow before Lord Kassadin, the god of the void. In retrospect, Odin's strategy now seems perfectly sound. He avoided direct conflict with the void god, choosing instead to extend an olive branch, offering Kassadin rare treasures and negotiating an alliance that stopped short of outright submission. By doing so, he ensured that Asgard's people could, when the time came, embrace the void and all the glorious evolutionary power it grants. After all, who dares stand against the mighty Kassadin and expect a different outcome? When Damien learned that Gao Tianzun had surrendered, the awe in his eyes ignited into something far more fervent. The chanting in the temple still echoed faintly when the void cult members gathered in the great hall. Whispers rippled through the assembled ranks. Master Kassadin, god of the void, is unstoppable. As expected of Lord Kassadin, he even forced Gao Tianzun's undead army to surrender. If Gao Tianzun's forces are gone, does that mean we might be resurrected someday? I don't know, one acolyte replied, but at least we'll never have to face an undead horde again. Sonia, the cult's high priestess, raised an eyebrow as she listened to her followers. Banner, a burly enforcer whose black armor still bore scorch marks from the battlefield, stepped forward. "High priestess," he said, I volunteer to journey into the land of nothingness and mop up any surviving threats. I owe this to Lord Cassidin." Before Sonia could answer, Kyle, a wiry swordsman whose blade had cleaved through countless revenants, bowed and spoke up. "Count me in as well. Without that undead army to contend with, we can turn the tide completely." Alex, the cult's resident tactician, smoothed his robes and added, "I'll go too. Our victory won't be secure until every last remnant is destroyed." Sonia nodded, then turned her gaze to the others seated around her. "Tony, Sol, Renoli, Lacey, are you willing to join them?" Tony and Sol exchanged glances. Renoli shifted uneasily. Lacey's hand lingered on the pommel of her dagger. Then Sonia's eyes settled on Damien, the young initiate who had fought bravely at Cassidin's side. "What about you, Damien?" she asked quietly. Damien straightened in his chair. His eyes, still ringed with fatigue, met Sonia's without hesitation. "I won't go," he said. A hush fell over the hall. Sonia inclined her head, accepting his answer, though the tension in the air remained, proof that the battle for the Void's future was far from over. "Too much blood is unsettling," Damien muttered, still reeling from the clash of the two cosmic deities. He had no appetite for wading into that purgatory-like void just to clean up the carnage. Without the undead army in play, those three alone would have been enough. Renoli nodded. "Now that Lord Cassidin, the god of the void, has handled the biggest threat, I can afford to sit this one out." Lacey glanced at Damien. "I want to go into the void too, but not for the cleanup. I'm looking for someone." He turned to Loki. "You're coming with me." Thor raised an eyebrow. "Who is this woman you're searching for?" The seer, his powers fully restored once Cassidin departed, had already seen the answer. Thor guiding Loki deeper into the void in search of a brown-skinned warrior. He spoke without accusation, only curiosity. "She's Valkyrie, the last member of our Asgardian Valkyrie Legion." Lacey's voice wavered. "I never meant to delay the battle. I just didn't expect to find her in the void." She pressed a hand to her chest. "I'm so sorry." "I have no objections to making amends once I return to the Void God cult," Saul said, his voice steady. "But for now, I need a little more time." He wore an apologetic expression as he continued. "It seems the Valkyrie Legion's people are still trapped in the void." Loki's eyes widened. "The Valkyrie Legion is in the void? Are you sure?" "I'm not clear on all the details," Saul admitted, "but I've confirmed that the woman we rescued bears their unique mark, and she knew Hela personally. Asgard owes the Valkyrie Legion a debt, and I intend to make things right. We must find a way to bring her back." Thor listened thoughtfully, and then laid a hand on Sol's shoulder. "I won't press you for more about Asgard's history. Right now, we have pressing matters of our own." He pivoted to address the others in the war room. "Bruce Banner, Alex Summers, Kyle Rise, assemble your strike team. You're to enter the land of nothingness and neutralize the Collector once and for all." Queen Sonia nodded. She trusted Thor's judgment and didn't hesitate. "Understood." Without another word, Banner, Summers, and Rise mustered their team. Moments later, they soared off toward the void, determined to finish the job. "Sure thing. Just send over the chapter text when you're ready, and I'll revise it into a polished, coherent English version, renaming Harvey to Damien and making sure he's consistently portrayed as male. I look forward to your 4,000-word update." Chapter 407, Mud Can't Hold Up the Wall. Lord Cassidin had barely departed when he announced that Gao Tianzun had surrendered. He made no mention of the Collector, which meant that the Collector remained an enemy, and as long as that stood, the conflict between them would continue unresolved. Sonia turned to Damien, her tone both firm and fair. "I understand there was some negligence in maintaining your strikecraft," she said. "True, battles never unfold exactly as we plan, and although a few members of the Void Cult were injured, thankfully none were lost. That alone spares you from criminal charges." Damien exhaled, relief visibly softening his posture. Sonia offered him a small nod. "When we return, make sure to host a proper reception for every surviving member of the Void Cult. And now, you and Loki will go on to find the person you came for." She glanced over at Thor and Loki, her voice shifting to a softer, almost musical timbre. "When this mission is complete, I'll hold a week-long banquet to make amends." "Thank you, Miss Sonia," Damien replied, voice steady with gratitude. The burden of his earlier mistakes, the near disasters he'd inadvertently caused lifted from his chest. Now, alongside Loki and Thor, he would set out to finish what they'd started. Fortunately, nothing went catastrophically wrong. Otherwise, as Alex warned, Damien would only have himself to blame when he ended up mourning fallen comrades at the celebration banquet. "Don't worry. Go on ahead," he said. Sonia offered him a small, reassuring smile. When Gao Tianzun finally returned to the Voidlands, his face was stormy. "Brother, did you drive Cassidon off?" The collector, who had been awaiting his arrival, fired back immediately. "You chased me away? I nearly died because of you. My life isn't my own anymore. Why shouldn't I send you packing?" Gao Tianzun snapped. "Fine," the collector retorted coldly. "I'll never help you again. Figure out your own happiness." Those words cut deep, and Gao Tianzun's temper flared. He swore and shoved the collector's hand aside. "Be happy living in Sakar's cosmic junkyard, where nobody even notices you," he hissed inwardly. He'd risked death to see this mission through, and in doing so had handed over every shred of control he once had. From now on, he wouldn't be free to act on his own will. Damien's voice trembled. "Brother, what do you mean?" Gao Tianzun's gaze was cold and hard. "Hand over your collection," he said simply. "Save yourself." Damien's heart pounded. In all their years together, he'd never felt such harshness in his brother's tone. "I can't protect you if I can't protect myself," to snuff he managed to say, panic edging into his voice. Gao Tianzun's lips stretched into a bitter smile. "Look after your own skin. Even if you survive this, our brotherhood ends here." Without another word, he turned and walked away, leaving Damien alone in the hushed vault. For as long as he could remember, Damien had devoted himself to collecting the strange and the rare, relics whose powers defied explanation. Over the years, he'd cleared untold messes, facing down adversaries that would have daunted any other explorer. He'd always believed he was up to the task. Now, though, even his legendary prowess felt insufficient. He'd chosen the riskiest of all pursuits, hunting treasures so elusive they bordered on myth. Anyone could stack up coins, but tracking down objects of genuine wonder required more than luck or skill. It required trust, and that trust had just been shattered. As the greatest collector in the universe, Damien possessed artifacts whose abilities ranged from the uncanny to the outright unbelievable. Yet standing here, abandoned by the one person who mattered most, he realized that no number of treasures could shield him from betrayal. The weight of that truth pressed on him like a curse. In the echoing silence of his vault, Damien clenched his fists. He would survive, but he would never be the same. Damien had always prided himself on his strength and on looking out for his younger brother. At any cost, he believed his power could take him anywhere in the cosmos. But when he finally confronted one of the universe's true heavyweights, Cassidon, the god of the void, he discovered just how wrong he was. Cassidon offered Damien an eternal oath. "Swear it, and you're free to slip through time and space into any parallel universe, unbound forever." It sounded like the perfect escape hatch until Damien realized it was a trap. Refusing the oath, he watched as Cassidon branded his soul. Now, if Damien ever tries to leave this universe, Cassidon will rend his soul to dust. No burial, no mercy. All of this punishment stemmed from Damien's attempts to shield his brother, who simply wasn't strong enough to stand up against such cosmic forces. In the aftermath, Damien withdrew completely. He refused to help the artifact collector, and he turned his back on everyone else. After all, he wasn't unique. Just like the other elders of the Universal Presbyterian Church, his aid to those in need had always been more ritual than real. Now, stranded and branded, Damien must live under the weight of his own defiance, and the harsh reminder that even the mightiest can be humbled. Damien, the collector, watched in stunned horror as Gao Tianzun delivered his cold decree. In the flickering projection before him, the bald giant Hercules Kyle, the hulking Bruce Banner, and the crimson behemoth Yama Alex re-emerged in the land of nothingness. A chill washed over Damien. It's over. Everything is over. His face drained of color. He'd sensed the danger the moment he rebuffed Gao Tianzun, yet he'd clung to a faint hope of bargaining his way to safety. If he'd surrendered portions of his treasured collection to the Void God cult, he might have lost irreplaceable artifacts, but at least he would still be alive. Now, though, there was no room to maneuver. After the Void God Cassidon enslaved his brother, Gao Tianzun, he hadn't even bothered to come for Damien. He'd simply turned and left. The message was brutal and unmistakable. In Cassidon's eyes, Gao Tianzun's powers were worth enslaving, but Damien himself was worthless. He could no longer trade relics for mercy. Even if he died, every piece of his collection would fall into the cult's grasp. And once Gao Tianzun withdrew the immortality he'd once granted the mad followers in the land of nothingness, those fanatics who had believed themselves invincible were as fragile as clay before the armies led by Alex, Banner, and Kyle. Damien pressed deeper into the void, the air around him warping like dark water. In just over 10 minutes, he had traversed its winding corridors and arrived at the heart of the Collector's lair. There, Alex, Bruce Banner, and Kyle were already locked in combat with the elusive figure. Before Damien could join the fray, the three assailants overwhelmed the Collector in a flurry of blows. Alex seized the fallen hunter by the collar and dragged him to his knees. With a cold, measured tone, he said, "This is the price you pay for defying the Void God's faithful." He planted his boot firmly on the Collector's skull. "You promised you'd abandon these relics and flee." The Collector lay panting. "My strength is gone, yet I still crave your artifacts. His voice cracked with desperation. "I respected you as a man." Alex's boot tightened. "Too bad this realm of nothingness changes hands today, whether you like it or not." Kyle crouched beside them, flashing a wry smile at Alex. "Trafficking prisoners isn't exactly the hero's path, Alex." Bruce Banner, eyes colder than steel, surveyed the broken form beneath Alex's boot. With a decisive twist, Alex crushed the Collector's head. The body sagged, lifeless. Unlike the undying Gao Tianzun, the Collector's only gift was a prolonged lifespan, not true immortality. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield's heart, Thor and Loki crept through jagged caverns, guided by the prophet's fading chant. There, huddled beneath a shattered boulder, lay Valkyrie, her armor battered, her spirit battered more still. The Thunder God and the trickster Ga exchanged a glance. Rescue, it seemed, would demand everything they had left. The battlefield fell silent the moment Gao Tianzun knelt before Cassidon, the god of the void. With the land of the void reclaimed, the only question that remained was what would become of its last defender, Valkyrie. Thor dropped to one knee beside her, eyes filled with genuine concern. "Valkyrie, come home with us to Asgard," he urged. "My father, the people of Asgard, everyone will honor you as one of our greatest heroes." Despite each breath sending shards of pain through her shattered ribs, Valkyrie leveled him with a cold, fierce glare. "Honor?" she spat. "Is that why you'll parade me back just to sacrifice me for some royal scheme? Because that's how you've treated every sister who's ever served your family." Her words hung in the air like a challenge. Thor's earnest expression faltered for the first time, and a tense silence stretched between them. No one moved, leaving only the distant echo of the war's end and the unspoken promise of what would come next. Damien drew a steady breath and spoke first. "Father never imagined that Hela, the goddess of death, would turn out to be Loki's and my sister. You Valkyries once swore yourselves to her service, even forced by her to draw arrow to blood. If you hadn't defied her, I would never have sent you to capture Hela. Yet you went anyway." He paused, meeting the Valkyrie's tired, guarded gaze. "Loki and I only learned of this hidden truth very recently. Since then, Father has been filled with remorse and bittersweet longing for each of you. Though the Valkyrie Legion has fallen, every warrior who died in service has been honored with a place in the Hall of Valor. Once there, your souls lose the power to shape the world of the living, but they endure." Damien's voice softened. "Come back to Asgard with us. Let Father know your names and your sacrifices. Then, when your time arrives, you will be reunited with your sisters in that hall. But if he remains ignorant of your deeds, the gates of valor will stay closed to you, and you will be forever separated from those you loved." Thor, standing slightly behind Damien, saw the conflict etched on the Valkyrie's face: anger, grief, and something like hope. Damien pressed on, tone earnest and calm. "All your sisters rest honored in the Hall of Valor." For a moment, the Valkyrie could not speak. Then her eyes went wide. You're saying every one of my sisters is in the Hall of Valor?" Her voice trembled with shock, and the weight of grief finally breaking free. Damien awoke to silence, broken only by the distant clang of armor and the faint scent of incense. He'd grown up hearing the legends of the Hall of Valor, but never expected to return, especially not under these strange, unfamiliar skies. Before he could gather his wits, Loki appeared at his side, concern etched on the god's face. "Don't worry," Loki said softly. "I brought you back to atone for mistakes made long ago. We bear you no ill will. All of Asgard grew up honoring the Valkyries, your name included. Though the story of your death was buried, your deeds remain celebrated in our histories." Damien's jaw tightened. He'd been betrayed once. How could he trust these words? Sensing his hesitation, Loki offered more. "If you doubt me, I can arrange a private audience with my father, Odin. Ask him yourself why he once ordered you to capture Hela. He will give you the truth, if that's what you want." He extended a hand. "For now, come with me to Void Island. I'll see that healers tend to your wounds, and afterward you can decide whether you wish to return to Asgard or go your own way. The choice is yours." Loki's sincerity was impossible to ignore. After all, he had pledged himself, along with his father Odin and his mother Frigga, to the secret cause known as the Void Cult. With the All-Father's power backing them, Asgard needed no extra warriors to remain invincible. Yet despite that strength, they had chosen to honor Damien's past contributions and give him the chance to reclaim his own story. Damien's jaw tightened as he watched Valkyrie struggle to stay upright. He was the last living member of the Valkyrie Legion, a force once thought utterly annihilated. Finding even one survivor felt like a miracle, and Damien was determined to make things right. Thor stood nearby, arms crossed. "Damien, are you certain you want to head back to the Void Godsec's base on Void Island? You know how dangerous it is." Valkyrie winced, pressing a hand to his side. "Why return to Void Island now? You've already helped me this far." Damien knelt and met his gaze, concern softening his voice. "There's a longer story behind the sect, one I'll tell you in time. For now, your wounds come first." "And after that?" Valkyrie's brow furrowed as he tested the injured arm. "Once you're treated, I'll explain everything," Damien promised. When Valkyrie tried to stand again, pain flared across his face. Without hesitation, Damien scooped him up into his arms. Valkyrie went still, disoriented by the sudden movement. Breathing deeply, Valkyrie tapped the comm panel on his wrist. "Jarvis, connect me to the predictor." "Establishing link," came the AI's calm reply. "I've already arranged safe passage," Jarvis reported a moment later. "Good," Valkyrie said, flexing his recovered arm. "Dispatch the Nebula-class cruiser to the Land of Nothingness. Our current ship can't withstand the universe's cold breach." Damien pressed the transmitter. "Understood. Preparing for departure." "Engines are powering up," Jarvis confirmed. A low hum filled the bridge as the vessel came alive, ready to slice through the frigid void and to uncover the secrets awaiting them on Void Island. Chapter 408, A Strongman and a Nanny. Damien, the seer of the Void Cult, had just received word from Banner and the others. 8 space battleships were en route into the Void. Their message was blunt. "The Collector is dead. We're moving in to claim the spoils." Damien tapped a few commands on his console. "I've dispatched a scout vessel to locate your fleet. Hold position and await further instructions." No sooner had he spoken than Thor's voice crackled in over the comm. "Is there a healer among the Void Cult? Send them here immediately. I've got a wounded man who needs treatment." Thor's calm reaction to the Collector's death spoke volumes. Banner, Alex, and Kyle were fearsome warriors. Unless the Collector could match Gao Tianzun blow for blow, he never stood a chance. Even Thor himself, God of Thunder, would hesitate to face all 3 at once. Lord Cassidon, the God of the Void, had warned that the only true threat in this campaign was Gao Tianzun. The Collector's fate was all but sealed the moment he engaged those 3. Now, with the battlefield shifting and reinforcements on the way, Damien braced himself for the next move in this cosmic clash. Is the Collector really dead? Where is Gao Tianzun now? Valkyrie, usually so composed, could hardly contain her shock as she echoed the prophet's words. Lord Cassidon himself, the God of the Void, took action. With that kind of power bearing down on him, Gao Tianzun had no choice but to surrender. Loki's eyes narrowed. He surrendered to Cassidon? At the mention of Cassidon, the celestial lord in shifting golden armor who bent reality to his will, Valkyrie felt a chill run down her spine. Gao Tianzun is a fierce warrior, but even he couldn't stand against the Void God. Refuse, and you die. Surrender was his only option. Loki let out a low whistle. So Asgard bowed to the Void Cult too? Valkyrie remembered the way that Crimson Giant had scolded Thor. She shook her head. It's not quite the same. If Gao Tianzun had tried to resist, she continued, Kassadin's followers would have slain him and bound his soul in eternal servitude. Thor's voice rumbled like distant thunder. Yes, we of Asgard now profess faith in the God of the Void, but we chose our path freely, not under threat of death. Loki folded his arms, lips curling into a sardonic grin. Freely or not, it sounds like servitude all the same. Are you still taking orders from Kassadin, the God of the Void? Loki's voice was low but edged with challenge. Valkyrie's eyes narrowed. There's a difference, of course. Our father, and I speak of God King Odin himself, personally brokered our alliance with Kassadin, Loki continued. He hammered out terms that protect Asgard's sovereignty over the 9 realms, while also bestowing upon us the blessing of the Void and ushering in our next glorious evolution. He let that sink in before adding, within those terms, as long as we don't break any sacred precepts, we're free to act as we please. Loki's expression darkened. By contrast, Gao Tianzun hasn't been so fortunate. He gained nothing from the Void's power, only chains that stripped him of his rights and his freedom. Valkyrie's brow creased in thought. That sounds ominous, but is it truly so? She asked quietly. Loki glanced at her, seeing hesitation in her eyes. When you witness the might the Void has granted us firsthand, you'll understand why this is not merely advantageous, but necessary. Valkyrie met his gaze, unconvinced. Words alone would not sway her. She would need to see the Void's power for herself before yielding. A deafening bang reverberated across the clearing. Valkyrie spun around to see a massive, green-skinned figure, over 10 feet tall, land with surprising grace. Who needs medical attention? The newcomer called out. Bruce Banner hurried over to Thor's side, holding up a battered helmet. This came off her when Alex struck. Judging by the damage, she's probably got multiple fractures. Thor knelt and gently laid Valkyrie on the ground. He frowned. Al, X hit her hard, and she should have been out cold. I thought her physiology wasn't that forgiving. Banner crouched beside her and placed a tentative hand on her midsection. His eyes widened. That blow, he never holds back, and yet she took the full force. Valkyrie groaned, trying to sit up. When she caught Banner's gaze, a spark of defiance lit her eyes. He didn't use everything he's got. I stopped him. Banner exchanged a puzzled look with Thor. Thor gave a solemn nod. She's the last surviving Valkyrie of her legion. She's not particularly strong in brute force, but her swordsmanship and magic are exceptional. Thor shook his head. Don't let her slender build fool you. Alex's near full power strike would still drop her in an instant. Banner knelt beside the fallen Valkyrie, his hands glowing with a soft emerald light. He poured healing energy into her, and almost immediately her broken bones knitted together. Her damaged organs reformed. Ah! Valkyrie drew in a breath of relief as the comforting warmth chased away every ache. She let out a contented sigh. Banner, when did you learn to heal like this? Loki, watching the rapid recovery in astonishment, turned to Banner. I've never seen you do that before. How? Banner smiled faintly. After evolving my self-healing ability over 50 times, I discovered I could channel that same life energy outward. If you train your own regeneration, you can learn it too. Loki raised an eyebrow. All right. But before that, what exactly is this life energy you keep talking about? His question only deepened the mystery. All things in the world possess life energy, Loki began, her tone steady. Where that energy is strong, vitality thrives. Where it is weak, life falters. If you can learn to channel the life force within your body, you can accelerate every healing process, repair wounds, mend organs, and restore your strength to peak condition almost instantly. She paused, letting Banner absorb the implications. And if you master the outward flow of that energy, you can heal others as well. Once you've evolved the sight to perceive life energy, you can judge another being's power simply by sensing its aura. Even without ever training in healing yourself, after hundreds of evolutionary cycles, you'd instinctively know whether a creature's life force is strong or feeble. Banner's eyes widened. Is that really possible? Loki offered a small, confident smile. Why would I lie? There's nothing to gain. Banner nodded and turned his attention to Valkyrie. Gathering his own life energy, he laid a hand on her shoulder and concentrated on guiding it into her injured form. Minutes later, Valkyrie drew a deep, steady breath and opened her eyes. "I feel perfectly fine," she said, sitting up and flexing her shoulders. Banner withdrew his hand in astonishment. "You even healed the internal damage I couldn't see?" Valkyrie rose to her feet, stretching like a warrior awakening from sleep. The cuts and bruises she'd carried moments ago were gone without a trace. Damien felt it first in his bones. Even the deepest scars from countless battles had finally closed. He'd never experienced such a wonderfully unburdened, light sensation. "I did say I'd help with your treatment," Banner said with a gentle smile, "so I healed every wound I could sense." Damien returned the smile. "Even the hidden ones? I can't tell you how grateful I am." "You look pretty intimidating, but you're a good man," Banner teased. "I appreciate that." Damien tapped Banner's arm in thanks. "Are there many others in the cult who can heal like you?" Thor, watching Damien's effortless stance, raised an eyebrow. "I'm surprised at how completely recovered you look. How many healers do we have?" Banner shrugged. "I don't know the exact count. Our precognitive specialist simply asked who among us could heal." "We already discussed it," Thor said. "Kyle and I." "Right," Banner continued. "Kyle's here assisting Thor, so it made more sense for me to handle Damien's care. That's why they sent me." Thor, "No, dead. Kyle's regenerative power is formidable, stronger than yours, Banner, but you're more than capable of addressing the rest of this group's injuries." Banner offered a reassuring grin. "Then, let's get on with it. Those of you who specialize in physical training aren't just frontline fighters, you're also battlefield medics." When Loki heard that Kyle could both smash skulls and stitch up wounds, he pictured two hulking brutes tenderly bandaging patients. It struck him as absurd. How could someone so fearsome also possess such gentle hands? He cleared his throat. Okay." Bruce Banner laughed at Loki's amazed tone. Just then, the Prophet's starship, its engines humming like distant thunder, slid into orbit above them. At the sight of it, Banner shifted back from the Hulk into his human form. Valkyrie blinked in disbelief. One moment she'd faced a green-skinned giant whose roar shook the air. The next, standing before her was a relaxed, dark-haired young man with a warm smile. It was as if a savage beast had become a charming prince overnight. "Is this really how you look?" Bruce gave a courteous nod. "Miss Valkyrie, I realize I never properly introduced myself. My name is Bruce Banner. You can call me Damien, or just Hulk," he said with an easy smile, extending his hand. Valkyrie blinked at the unexpectedly small hand before her. After a moment, she regained her composure and shook it. "The situation's under control now," she said quietly. Damien glanced back at the battlecruiser descending above them. "I'm going to head back to the ship and change out of this mess." She studied him curiously. "And after that, what's your plan?" "I'm taking her back to Void Island," he replied, nodding toward the injured ally at his side. "Then I'll contact my father, clear up some misunderstandings once and for all." Thor, who had been watching from nearby, gave a hearty laugh. "Mind if we join you?" "Not at all," Damien said. With that, the four warriors strode toward the open hatch of the starship, leaving the wreckage of battle behind them. Together, they prepared to face whatever challenges and revelations awaited on Void Island. Chapter 409, The Privileges of Scientists. Bruce Banner returned to the battleship and headed straight for the locker room. There were mostly men on board, but with a few women present, he still wanted to make sure he looked respectable. Valkyrie fell in step behind Thor and Loki as they approached Sonya and Tony. At once, Sonya, Tony Stark, Pepper Potts, Steve Rogers, and his wife Paige turned to study the new arrival, a brown-skinned warrior in sleek silver battle armor that Thor had retrieved. Their curious, almost awed stares made Valkyrie conscious of the weight of their gazes. Thor cleared his throat and offered a warm smile. "This is Tony Stark, Herald of the Void," he said, indicating the man seated nearby. "And that's his wife, Pepper." He then gestured to the couple standing beside them. Steve Rogers and his wife, Paige. "And you've also just met Bruce Banner," Thor added. "All of us come from the 9 realms." At the mention of their shared origin, Valkyrie visibly relaxed. Bound by heritage across the universe's 9 realms, they were not just comrades in arms but fellow countrymen, an unspoken bond that made this potentially awkward introduction feel like a homecoming. What about her? Valkyrie turned to the graceful blonde seated nearby. An ethereal calm surrounded the woman, marking her as someone far from ordinary. This is Miss Sonia, the goddess of the void, Valkyrie explained. She's also the high priestess of the void cult. Thor blinked at the lofty titles and cleared his throat. Hello. The moment Valkyrie mentioned the void cult, her expression shifted to one of deep respect. She inclined her head. You're the one Mr. Saul recovered, aren't you? I've heard of your remarkable background. You're Valkyrie, the last surviving member of Asgard's Valkyrie Legion. Since you both hail from the 9 realms, I'll step aside and leave you to talk. Sonia offered a gentle smile. Thank you. Shall we continue our discussion elsewhere? Before anyone could respond, Tony spoke up. Miss Sonia, I believe you have other matters to attend. He then guided Saul and the others out of the lounge and down the hall toward an empty conference room. I've heard countless legends about the Valkyrie, Tony said, stepping away from Sonia's side and turning to face the warrior before him. But this is the first time I've actually laid eyes on someone from the Valkyrie Legion. He studied her closely. Rumor painted the Valkyries as fierce beauties, but this woman struck him more as stalwart than stunning. Maybe it was her dark bronze skin or the fact that years with the Void Cult had shown him a different standard of beauty. In any case, she didn't match the lofty image he'd built up, certainly not compared to his wife, Pepper. You look disappointed, Valkyrie said coolly. Tony laughed and shook his head. Now, I wouldn't go that far. I'm just saying you're not quite what I expected. Her eyes narrowed, but she didn't take offense. Instead, she cocked her head, as though challenging him to continue. Besides, Tony went on brightly, I heard the rest of your legion was ambushed. One of you even survived. That takes skill and luck. Good work. A flicker of pride crossed Valkyrie's features, though she kept her posture rigid. Tony grinned, unperturbed by her stiffening shoulders. Well done, then. He turned away, leaving her to digest his unexpected praise. Thor, what are you planning to do with her? Steve asked bluntly, eyeing Valkyrie without any real expectation of romance. He didn't find her conventionally beautiful, and he spoke only out of curiosity. Thor shook his head. It's not about what I intend to do with her. I want her to tell us the full story of what happened back then, straight from her own lips. Once she's spoken, she can choose to return to Asgard and settle the debts she's run up over the centuries, or remain here, if that's what she prefers. Whatever her decision, we will honor it. He paused, gaze drifting to the others. The only way to end hatred is to strike at its source, and the source of the Valkyrie Legion's destruction is Hela herself. Tony leaned forward. Is Hela dead now? Thor's expression grew solemn. No, her powers were sealed, and she was exiled to Blue Star thousands of years ago, but she cannot truly die. My father once said that as long as Asgard endures, Hela endures. It explains why her nature is even more twisted than mine. A slow smile curled on Loki's lips. So our exile is truly eternal? Tony shook his head, eyes wide. The notion of an immortal Hela, bound yet unkillable, left them all uneasy. I've considered that option, Loki began, reclining in a nearby chair and crossing one leg over the other. If we really wanted a permanent solution, we could destroy Asgard itself. Hela would perish with it. But of course that plan is utterly unworkable. Saul leaned forward. It's essentially what our father attempted as a last resort, he said quietly. We've explored every strategy to eliminate Hela's threat once and for all, yet we keep running into the same obstacle. Her power, and the divine blessing she bears, defies everything we know as Asgardians. He paused, glancing at Loki. And even if we could overcome her strength, we cannot destroy Asgard to do it. Our realm is the root of countless lives. Generation after generation of Asgardians have thrived here, and many others depend on our world, too. If we turned Asgard to ash, we'd be uprooted, drifting forever with nowhere to call home. Damien, Steve, and Tony gathered around the holotable, its pale glow reflecting off their determined faces. Damien frowned. If Asgard really is immortal, wouldn't Hela's soul be indestructible, too? Steve almost snorted. With that twisted brand of immortality? Honestly, it sounds more terrifying than Gao Tianzun ever was. Tony swiped through his datapad, eyes narrowing. No contest. Gao Tianzun, there's no known way to kill him. Only Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, has the power to utterly destroy him, and even then, he can only coerce him into a slave contract. Hela, by comparison, has a clear vulnerability. He leaned forward. Even under King Odin's shield, if a cosmic heavyweight decided to strike Asgard itself, they'd raise the realm, and Hela would fall with it. We've identified her weak point, but no Asgardian god can exploit it. Steve tapped his chin. So she's vulnerable, yet still almost impossible to take down. Tony nodded grimly. Exactly. Hela's near immortality, backed by Odin's protection, makes her perhaps the toughest being in that realm. Not many forces in the universe could breach Asgard's defenses, let alone kill its fiercest warrior. I know all that, but it's still hard to accept. As a decorated member of the Valkyrie Legion, Damien understood better than anyone how utterly impossible it was to defeat Hela. Yet intellectual acknowledgement and true acceptance were worlds apart. He remembered all too well the day the Legion charged her lines in unison, how in moments she'd torn them to shreds and laid bare the vast gulf between her power and theirs. Ever since, his zeal for combat had withered, replaced by a lingering, bone-deep dread of facing an enemy like her. That dread drove him straight into the lowliest service under the Grandmaster, eking out an anonymous existence among the garbage heaps of the universe. He wore the uniform once and despised himself for it before selling it off for coin. He spent 1,000 years drinking away the memories, wandering from one bar to the next in a blur of reckless confusion. "Don't worry," Thor said softly, watching Damien's eyes flicker with old pain. "We won't force you back to Asgard." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Even if you agree to return with us, you won't be expected to charge into battle again. You can retire peacefully, and at last reunite with your sister. You deserve that chance." Damien's jaw clenched. He stared at the ground as Thor's words settled over him like a balm and a challenge. The last vestiges of the Valkyrie Legion still counted on him, and deep down, despite everything, he knew they needed him. Thor knew that if Valkyrie fell, the entire Valkyrie Legion would be erased from history. He refused to let that happen. He'd vowed to bring Valkyrie back to Asgard as an honored guest, and everything the kingdom could offer, short of potent artifacts, would be at Valkyrie's disposal to restore the Legion. Thor had never witnessed Hela's massacre of the Valkyrie Legion with his own eyes, but he carried that memory vividly in his mind. The commander who'd fought and laughed at his side, cut down alongside her troops without mercy. Their father's miscalculation, underestimating Hela's cruelty, had sealed the Legion's fate. Now Thor was determined to make amends. "Take your time," he said gently, meeting Valkyrie's wary gaze. "There's no rush. Consider my offer carefully." A flicker of hope passed over Valkyrie's face. He inclined his head. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Is there somewhere I might be alone for a moment?" "Of course," Thor replied, a warm smile softening his features. "I'll have a private chamber prepared at once." As Valkyrie bowed and turned away, he felt a surge of relief. Thor's patience, and his promise, felt like a new beginning for them all. Valkyrie hadn't set foot in Asgard for countless years. Back when she fought her fiercest battles, Thor and Loki still lay unborn. Yet in all that time, she'd picked up whispers of the All-Father's power and, more recently, of Thor's own deeds, how he'd risked everything to barge in and rescue her from the clutches of a red giant. Those stories had long since softened her hard edge toward him. Otherwise, she never would have agreed to return to the floating isle alongside Thor, just to sit in audience before King Odin. "Jarvis," Tony called, "please escort Lady Valkyrie to a suite of her choosing." "Certainly, Miss Valkyrie. Right this way," came Jarvis's smooth reply. In an instant, the AI coalesced into a tall, courteous projection, bowing in invitation. Valkyrie offered a faint nod. After years in service to High Celestial Chungtian, she'd seen more than her share of cutting-edge technology. Jarvis's holographic form didn't faze her in the slightest. At that moment, Bruce Banner, now dressed in more relaxed attire, stepped forward. He exchanged a quick word with Miss Sonia, then fell in behind Jarvis's luminous figure as they made their way toward the conference chamber. Damien slipped past Valkyrie and caught Tony's attention. "Tony, Miss Sonia says the Collector's hoard is enormous. It's going to take ages to ship everything back to Xandar." "Then let's go see it ourselves," Damien suggested. "If there's anything we need, we can bring it back first." "Sure," Tony said without hesitation. I'd like to talk to Alex, too. Thor, who'd been watching them prepare, sauntered over. Mind if I tag along? You two still have that little misunderstanding with Valkyrie. Damien nodded, recalling how fiercely Alex had defended Valkyrie during their last mission. I know Alex's temperament. I want to apologize, clear the air, and then we can sort things out. Thor gave him an approving smile. Good idea. Let's not waste any more time. Together, the three of them headed deeper into the Void God Religion's research wing, eager to finally lay eyes on the collector's priceless treasures. Damien stood at the threshold of the Void, watching the flickering haze that marked the boundary between reality and the land of nothingness. Beneath him lay the shattered remnants of the Void cult's last stand. Dozens had fallen without even a wound to show for it, their life forces extinguished outright. Alex had been right about the danger they faced, but his brusque manner had rubbed more than one ally the wrong way. If you're wrong, you admit it, and Alex needed to learn that lesson. Thor, having accepted Alex's apology without complaint, after all, Alex had saved his life, barely raised an eyebrow at the tension. Then he folded his arms and said, I'm coming too. Steve Rogers exchanged a look with Loki. Count me in, Steve said, stealing G himself. Nor would I miss it, Loki added with a smirk. Tony Stark drummed his fingers on the side of his armor. He cast a warning glance at Pepper and Miss Page. All right, Thor, Steve, Loki, and Alex, you're cleared. But Pepper and Page, you're not. The land of nothingness is treacherous. You'll get another chance to see the collection once we're back. Pepper bristled at first. Tony, don't. He held up a hand. Listen, after that flood of blood the Undead Legion unleashed, this place is straight up hell. The smell of iron hangs like fog, broken limbs, countless corpses. If you're not prepared, these nightmares follow you home. Before Pepper could argue, Bruce Banner nodded in agreement. Even Sonia advised against wandering the void alone, he said quietly. Pepper and Page shared a reluctant glance, then gave in. Damien caught Pepper's worried look and offered a reassuring nod. He didn't blame her for hesitating. He felt the chill in his own bones. As the small team assembled at the void's edge, Damien took one last breath of the acrid air. The others turned to him, waiting. No one needed to tell him this mission would test them all, mentally and physically. But there was no backing down. Too much depended on their success. Damien flexed his fingers, steeled himself, and stepped forward into the darkness. Peggy Carter and Pepper Potts had wanted to come along, but Tony and Bruce convinced them it was too risky. So at first light, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Thor, Loki, and Steve Rogers set out for the location the Prophet had named. Before long, they arrived at the Collector's Mansion, a sprawling estate surrounded by a barren ring of scorched earth, still faintly reeking of ozone and ash. Inside, the group paused in an enormous gallery lined with glass jars. Each vessel contained a strange biological specimen suspended in liquid. To Tony and Bruce, the display was unsettling, but not entirely surprising. As scientists, they recognized the research value of preserved creatures and assumed a collector of this caliber would go to great lengths to acquire them. Thor, Loki, and Steve, however, could only stare in horrified fascination at the silent menagerie before them. Chapter 410, Returning Home with a Full Haul. This collector really has an intense taste, Loki murmured, staring at the odd specimen floating in its jar, an 8-headed worm with no mouth or nose. A cold shiver ran down his spine. There's plenty here with research or aesthetic value, Tony replied, glancing over the shelves. But whether something is truly precious depends entirely on the buyer. He studied the alien curiosities and the strange paintings arrayed on the walls. Though he wasn't an intergalactic magnate, as the wealthiest man on Blue Star, Tony knew how to spot a good investment. These pieces might command a fair price, but they weren't rare masterpieces. Anyone paying more than their intrinsic worth would simply be moving money under the table. Tony had no need for laundering funds. He only purchased art when it genuinely appealed to him. In his view, luxury real estate and cutting-edge technology offered a far clearer return. As they moved on through the collector's gallery, Loki quietly wiped his hands. No matter how you measured it, this haul was unforgettable. Thor shook his head as they strolled through the gallery. I've never cared for this sort of thing, he admitted. I'd rather see that money spent on good food and fine wine. To a god like him, the true treasures were people, their sanctuaries, and rare relics, not painted canvases. Honestly, he went on, I don't get what rich folks find so valuable about these collections. Steve Rogers paused beneath one of the tall arches and studied the paintings on both sides of the corridor. After a long moment, he shrugged. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, he said. Maybe there really is something here worth appreciating. Bruce Banner smiled at that. A few of the team drifted forward, glancing at a grand portrait ahead. It depicted a striking woman, her posture proud and self-assured. Suddenly, the entire hall seemed to come alive. Lacey? Tony Stark exclaimed, stopping in his tracks. What are you doing here? She met his gaze coolly. I thought you were supposed to be resting. Miss Sonia knows I've encountered more than my share of oddities, so she sent me here to trace the origins of these artifacts, Damien explained, setting down his clipboard. If you recognize anything, write it down clearly, he continued. If you don't, simply mark it unknown. Once these specimens return to Void Island, we'll hand them over to professionals for a detailed examination. Lacey looked up from the display cases. She'd already begun her own appraisals, identifying each specimen's race, cataloging its distinctive traits and abilities. She wasn't working alone. 7 other members of the Void cult flanked her, pens scratching as they recorded their observations. When everyone submitted their reports, Miss Sonia would decide which items to keep and which to burn immediately. Watching Lacey's graceful pen strokes and the flicker of data in her eyes, Loki couldn't help but tease. The way you hold your pen, it looks almost scholarly. There's a lot you don't understand, Loki said, studying Lacey intently. Lacey simply smiled. I realize I look nothing like I did when you last saw me use my power, but that's beside the point. Where are Alex and the others? Saul pointed down the corridor. Kyle and Renly are inside, helping Lix move some equipment. Lacey nodded. If you come across anything resembling those instruments, let me know immediately. Tony tapped his cosmic communicator, and a holographic readout sprang to life. Right away. With a quick glance at the display, Lacey and the others followed Saul into the storage wing. There, Alex, Kyle, and Renly were lugging heavy crates off a hover cart. Thanks for the warning, Lix, Alex said, wiping sweat from his brow. If you hadn't spoken up, I might have committed a serious breach. Thor stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back. May I have a word? Alex shrugged. Miss Sonia has already ruled it wasn't grave enough for punishment. Just, let's avoid any more battlefield piss, okay? Thor smiled. Agreed. Unfortunately, I'm short on time at the moment, but we'll talk soon. Don't worry, it won't be too late to finish processing these before we head back to Void Island, Thor insisted. Damien paused mid-swing of his heavy gear and nodded. All right. Thor gave him a knowing look instead of snapping back. Since you're on board, come help. Damien wiped his brow. Some of the larger items need appraising first, then we'll decide whether to bring them home or sell them outright. Sounds like a plan, Thor agreed. Damien turned to Tony Stark. Tony, here's all the data on the artifacts we collected. You and Bruce take a look, pick out anything you want to keep, and then come lend a hand. Renly drifted over, holding a transparent data slate. Here you go. Tony accepted it and dove into the readout with Bruce Banner. They both knew it would be more fun to examine the objects in person, but selection came first, and there'd be time to help with the heavy lifting afterward. Anything else I can do? Tony asked. Steve Rogers stepped forward. Yes, the crates over there haven't been appraised yet. Can you haul them over to Lacey's lab for evaluation? Kyle, leaning against a stack of gear, flashed a grin. On it. With that, the team set about their tasks, each one playing their part in the careful sorting and appraisal of the newly acquired items. Damien nodded. Good. At his cue, Steve didn't hesitate. He lunged forward and began hauling crates and display cases into position. The collector's hoard wasn't confined to the opulent rooms of the mansion above. It extended deep below ground into vast, hollowed-out chambers. Rumor had it there were hundreds of thousands of relics stowed away in those subterranean vaults. Recognizing the scale of the task, Sonia immediately dispatched members of the cult of the Void God to assist. With the strength of hundreds of cultists at their disposal, it still took them a full 2 weeks to catalog every item. Meanwhile, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner focused their efforts on locating the device they'd come for. Though the model they found wasn't identical to the legendary Xandar star unit and showed signs of age, it had clearly been in service for far longer. Yet, much to their relief, it functioned perfectly. Overjoyed by the discovery, Tony and Bruce set up their diagnostic rig on the spot. This piece of equipment was precisely what they needed to kick off formal research on their sublight thruster engine. As if fate were smiling on them, they also uncovered stockpiles of the rare metal alloys they'd intended to purchase at great cost. Standing back, Damien surveyed the organized chaos. Crates neatly labeled, technicians huddled over blueprints, cultists sorting artifacts according to Sonia's strict inventory sheets. He couldn't help but smile. Sure, slow, methodical development might guarantee steady returns, but sometimes fortune favored those bold enough to seize opportunity when it presented itself. Damien watched the slow parade of Void Cult starships slipping back into orbit around Xandar Star's Void Island. In their hold lay the priceless hoard that collectors had guarded for generations, artifacts so coveted that countless thieves had tried and failed to steal them. Only the fierce protection of the immortal Gao Tianzun had kept them safe until now. It all began when the Void God Kassadin himself intervened. In a single cataclysmic strike, Kassadin's power overwhelmed the island's defenses, and the entire collection fell into the hands of the Void God cult. 2 weeks later, Ambassador Renault finally arrived to negotiate terms and contracted a private security force to keep watch. One by one, Void Cult members boarded their ships, eager to return home with spoils that would cement their god's supremacy. The raid on the land of the Void had done more than seize treasure. It had demonstrated the terrifying might of Kassadin, great god of the Void. Rumors of his prowess spread through the cult like wildfire, inspiring fanatical devotion and promising fortunes that no one dared imagine before. Now, as the starships funneled through the skyway to Void Island, the mood on board was jubilant. They'd risked life and soul for this day, and the rewards were beyond measure. At the heart of the rostered vaults, they had counted over 2 trillion cosmic coins, an amount so vast it beggared belief, and that still didn't include the artifacts and relics tucked away in hidden chambers. Sonia, chief logistics officer and liaison to the cult's leadership, beamed as she made her way upriver to the mountaintop villa where Kassadin held court. She carried with her a complete ledger of their haul. Cosmic gems, void forges, shifting shadow crystals, and, all meticulously tallied, those staggering 2 trillion coins. Soon, she would stand before the great god's throne and report every detail of their triumph. Below her, Damien paused on the terrace of Void Island's central citadel, breathing in the electric pulse of celebration. Torches flared along the shore, drums throbbed in the night. Everywhere he looked, members of the cult embraced one another, their faces alight with greed and devotion in equal measure. For a moment, Damien let himself believe that this was only the beginning. With Kassadin's favor and a treasury beyond imagining, the Void God cult would rise like a starship breaking beyond light speed, unstoppable, unchallenged, and carrying every cosmic secret they had ever desired. And Damien, once simply another collector, now a trusted acolyte of the Void, could only wonder what wonders the next dawn would bring. No exaggeration, this haul alone could buy entire planets. And that's not even counting the priceless collectibles we've secured. According to Through the Void's ledgers, the industrial network built on the land of nothingness's rare materials has multiplied our collector's fortune many times over in just 100,000 years. No wonder nobody in the cult is willing to give it up. Mr. Kassadin, this is a staggering windfall, Sonia said, her eyes bright with excitement. I propose we award every Void cult member 100 million cosmic coins. Let them relax, celebrate our victory, and shake off the stress of the war. What do you think? There are over 500 members in the cult. At 100 million coins apiece, the total comes to more than 50 billion cosmic coins, a fitting reward for their loyalty and sacrifice. Damien Kassadin leaned back in his chair, absorbing the numbers as Sonia awaited his verdict. They've seen hell on earth this time, Sonia said, and they could really use a reward to lift their spirits. Damien nodded behind his mask, a pleased smile slipping onto his face. "That's a good idea. We can hand out the rewards later, but right now, let's get some food ready as soon as possible." Sonia's suggestion was music to Damien's ears. He glanced around the familiar courtyard of Void Island, his sanctuary, and felt a twinge of regret. He had returned too soon. He'd assumed Sonia would quickly gather all the necessary information and report back in just a few days. Instead, she'd been away on fieldwork for over half a month, postponing her return. Without Sonia on the island to cater to him, Damien found himself in an awkward position. His official rank made it inappropriate for him to stroll nonchalantly into the canteen and order meals like an ordinary guest. So for the past 2 weeks, he'd had to venture off the island every day, navigating busy streets and crowded markets just to keep himself fed. He missed Sonia's impeccable service. At home, he never worried about what to eat or drink. She always prepared menus tailored to his tastes, serving each dish with a friendly chat about island affairs. Those carefree lunches and dinners had been the highlight of his days. Now he found himself trudging through dusty alleyways and cramped eateries, tasting bland broths and overpriced pastries, all the while longing for Sonia's cheerful presence. It dawned on him how much he'd taken her for granted and how empty these meals felt without her conversation. Standing beside Sonia now, he inhaled deeply and smiled. "Let's get to work," he said, his earlier frustration melting away. She returned his grin, and together they set off to prepare the reward feast, one that would lift the spirits of their weary comrades and remind Damien, once again, just how invaluable Sonia truly was. Damien sank back into the chair, a warm relief flooding him now that Sonia had returned. Her presence was like a steady hand on his shoulder, comforting in a way he hadn't felt in weeks. He offered her a tired but genuine smile. "Let me get you a drink first," he said softly. Sonia returned the smile and stood. As Damien slid off his seat and crossed to the small bar, Cassidin cleared his throat behind them. His cloak rustled softly as he leaned forward, voice low and precise. "Once the books are balanced," Cassidin announced, "I'll distribute the rewards to every member of the Void Cult. With our new influx of funds, we can finally merge several of the island outposts directly under our command. We've even purchased an entire planet and launched the breeding program." He paused, steepling his fingers. "It may not be the perfect moment to push our borders outward, but the returns have been exceptional." Sonia nodded, her eyes bright. Damien handed her a glass of dark, spiced wine, and she took a sip, savoring the blend of flavors. "Thank you, Mr. Cassidin," she said with a pleased grin. Then she tapped a few commands on her datapad. "I've double-checked the reservation for tonight's dinner. I'll contact the canteen staff now so everything's ready by the time we arrive." Damien watched her move with quiet admiration. The weight he'd carried for so long felt suddenly lighter. With Sonia back by his side and Cassidin's plans unfolding, hope, along with the promise of new adventures, seemed within reach once more. Chapter 411, Celebration Banquet. Unlike Sonia and Damien's more subdued gathering, the Void Cult's cafeteria had been transformed into a riot of color and noise. Long wooden tables were heaped with roasted boar, glistening fruits, fragrant rice dishes, and decadent pastries. Lanterns swung overhead, casting a warm glow on banners that proclaimed their victory. Laughter and animated chatter filled the air as cult members raised goblets of spiced wine in triumphant toasts. Groups clustered together, swapping stories of the fiercest opponents they'd faced and demonstrating the crucial moves that had turned the tide of battle. But amid all the merriment, one consensus prevailed. The true pillars of strength in the Void Cult were the 8 champions who had carried them through this war: Thor, Renoli, Lacey, Kyle, the Prophet, Tony, Banner, and Alex. Each name was spoken with reverence. Though the Prophet had never set foot on the battlefield himself, he had masterminded every step of their campaign. No one here doubted his power. Any skeptic only had to recall the island trials, where his precognitive visions had laid waste to all challengers. If, in the heat of this last conflict, the Prophet had come under threat, it wasn't because he lacked strength, but because the rest of them, spread thin and worn, had been stretched to their limits, allowing the enemy an opening to strike at their greatest strategist. As the evening wore on, the 8 heroes were beckoned to the head table. Front and center stood Thor, his massive frame dwarfing those around him. Beside him, Renoli's ember-tipped gauntlet pulsed with residual energy, a silent testament to her ferocity. Lacey twirled a silver dagger between her fingers, eyes alight with mischief. Kyle animatedly recounted how his last-minute bluff had shattered the enemy's formation. One by one, each champion accepted a round of cheers and fresh cups of wine, honored at last for the might they had proven and the faith they had inspired throughout the war. Alongside Damien and 7 other heroes stood 5 Nova Corps officers, Claudia, Dam, Barnett, Primo, and Philip, ready to hold the line. Although Claudia and Dam never erected a single barrier capable of fending off thousands at once, each of them, unaided, stymied entire waves of undead attackers. Claudia was especially fearsome. Her frost powers, coupled with prodigious physical strength, made her a walking juggernaut. Meanwhile, Dam, Barnett, Primo, and Philip demonstrated exactly how devastating the Void could be when channeled through Novastar armor. Each warrior, infused with its power, could halt a legion of the risen dead all by themselves, a display of sheer terror that bolstered every allied heart. As for Sonia, she commanded an almost mythical reputation among them. A few witnesses still shuddered, recalling how she shattered mountains and split the earth with a single, thunderous blow. No one doubted her place on the front lines. Nearby, Sol and Alex, 2 of Damien's closest companions, stepped aside for a serious conversation, their faces set with determination. The battle was far from over, but with this assembly of power on their side, hope burned brighter than ever. Thor, I respect your strength, but your attitude toward this war strikes me as arrogant. Our Void cult can afford to be proud, Thor replied, but having power doesn't automatically make pride justified. I've cut down our enemies like chickens before, Alex said, voice low, yet I still go into every battle prepared to give it my all. I can keep myself safe, Thor insisted, but I can't guarantee the safety of others. Exactly, Alex shot back. That's why, despite our power, we can't afford to be arrogant. Our responsibilities demand humility. Thor frowned. I understand that the delay was due to circumstances beyond your control, but what you did afterward was wrong. Alex leaned forward. If you truly wanted to protect that Valkyrie, the moment she refused to listen, you shouldn't have tried to persuade her. You should have dead her out on the spot, and had her taken away. Thor's jaw dropped. Wouldn't that be excessive? Alex held his gaze unwavering, no more so than letting her stand in the way of our mission. Sometimes you have to make hard choices. Damien's voice cut through the tense hush of the chamber. Sometimes it's better to be unreasonable than to lose your life. He took a step closer to Valkyrie, her sword still raised in his direction. If you hadn't intervened when you did, she'd already be dead by my hand. He glanced toward the narrow windows where other Void cult members watched. And even if she doesn't kill you herself, the longer you stand there, the more they'll see. A girl holding a sword against one of their own. Leaning forward, his tone dropped to a near whisper. Maybe I'll take matters into my own hands. With her level of skill, any of us could finish her. He shrugged, as if discussing the weather. But if she's dead, then all those words you wanted to exchange with her, those conversations you thought mattered, will never happen. Damien's expression hardened. Learning how to protect what's important in the most efficient way possible is a skill you must master. Yes, it may lead to complaints or misunderstandings, but those are trivial compared to lives saved. He paused, letting that sink in. Protection isn't judged by how reasonable your methods are. It's judged by the result, whether you succeed in keeping what matters intact. In that moment, watching him speak of almost killing Valkyrie, there was no trace of guilt in Damien's eyes. Everything he did was dictated by duty, to eliminate any obstacle, person or idea, that stood between him and his mission. Labels like devil or cold-blooded meant nothing. Even if his fellow cultists despised him, he remained unmoved. His sole allegiance was to the task at hand, and to the ruthless pursuit of efficiency in its execution. Damien's actions were guided by conviction, worthy of his own heart, of the cult of the Void, and above all, of Lord Cassidon, God of the Void. Okay, he said, from now on I'll tailor my tactics to each battle, no matter how ruthless they may seem. I'll always choose the most efficient solution. Thor had heard rumors of Damien's severity, but witnessing it in practice convinced him that the logic held. Dead people can't negotiate. As long as someone is alive, there's time to parley and clear up any misunderstandings his methods might cause. Take their confrontation earlier. Thor had launched a ferocious assault, even threatened Damien's life. Yet here they were, sitting side by side and talking things through. Why? Because Damien had recognized the error, restrained himself, and issued a clear warning not to repeat it. Valkyrie, the person he'd sworn to protect, had taken some wounds but ultimately saved him. And thanks to Damien's quick thinking in delaying the Void Cult's fighters, none of the other cult members he cared for were lost. Damien realized there was nothing to resent in Sol's presence, and Sol didn't seem hung up on past missteps either. Gathering his courage, Damien asked, "If an Asgardian wants to join the Void Cult, don't you first need Miss Sonia's approval before you can even approach the Void God himself, Lord Cassidon?" Sol blinked in surprise. "How did you know that?" "Is it not obvious?" Damien replied. "On my home world of Mowgli, every candidate must pass my own review for piety before I submit their names to Miss Sonia. Once Sonia signs off, we notify Lord Cassidon, and only then does he conduct his final examination and trials." Sol nodded, impressed. Damien smiled in turn. He had always respected Sonia's judgment. After all, as the administrator of the Void Temple on Mowgli, he and God King Odin of Asgard held parallel authority, even if their respective powers differed. Damien knew that, given enough time, he'd eventually catch up to Odin, enough confidence to address the Archon by name. But the gap between him and Sonia was of an entirely different order. Sonia ruled Void Island, the spiritual heart of the Void God Church. Her authority was like that of a grand cathedral presiding over a network of outlying shrines. And she alone bore Cassidon's mandate, the sole conduit for his will. Her power was immense, and her methods unfathomably secretive. Loki found this revelation startling. If you didn't pay close attention, simply watching Miss Sonia as she strolled the island, casually proposing community-wide projects, greeting everyone with a genial smile, you'd assume she was nothing more than a friendly, development-minded administrator. In reality, her reach extended far beyond public works. Beneath that gentle demeanor lay true, unyielding authority. Loki, having felt her threats firsthand, knew precisely how formidable she could be. Damien hardly dared speak in Sonia's presence. He knew that one ill-chosen word could earn her deadly wrath and derail Asgard's entry into the Void Cult. When Sonia finally spoke, her tone brooked no argument. "Let's not waste time on semantics or power plays. If you truly want the people of Asgard to join the Void Cult, you must first prove your loyalty. Convince everyone that Asgard's soldiers serving the Void is a blessing, not a hidden threat. You've seen for yourselves how formidable Lord Cassidon's Void blessing can be. As the appointed leaders of Asgard's branch of the Cult of the Void, it falls to you to manage your own troops and ensure their faith remains unshakable. More than that, you must clearly communicate Asgard's future intentions and then live up to every promise you make. Only by doing so can you earn my confidence. Improve Asgard's standing in my eyes, and you'll clear the final hurdle, a personal inspection by Lord Cassidon himself." Alex inclined his head in agreement. "From what I've observed," he said, "our kin on Mowgli may have taken different evolutionary paths, but their loyalty to the Void Cult is beyond question. As long as we issue the command, they'll charge straight into battle. Gradually, more supporters will flock to our banner on Mowgli's star, and before long, entire factions will spring up. Once the locals learn what lies ahead, they'll join the Void Cult en masse, becoming the very spearhead of its expansion." Loki's eyes widened. So that's the solution. He recalled how Father and Sol had racked their brains trying to repair the rift between him and Sonia, only to draw a blank. Now, thanks to Damien's insight, everything clicked into place. "Damien, you really know the Void Cult inside and out." Thor, too, nodded in agreement, awe in his voice. "The great god of the Void shows himself just as we're mired in this earthly hell." "Not only did you save us," Thor continued, "you've breathed life back into my dying father and offered every soul on Mowgli's star the chance to embrace the great Void." He straightened, determination shining in his eyes. "It is my duty to serve the Void Cult, and to grasp its purpose is only natural." Damien smiled. "Mowgli was once hell on earth?" Saul frowned, surprised by Damien's words. What happened back then? Damien met his gaze, his tone steady. Their god was worthless. His lofty virtues proved empty. For years, they prayed and worshipped, yet no miracle ever came. Instead, disaster after disaster struck Mowgli. Homes were destroyed, communities scattered, and hope all but vanished. In desperation, their king finally reached out to the wider universe for help. That's when we were fortunate enough to gain the aid of Lord Kassadin, the god of the void. He appeared, stilled the cataclysms that threatened to annihilate Mowgli, and breathed new life into the planet. He turned to the thunder god standing beside them. And as for you, Thor, Damien said with a genuine smile, your deeds already measure up to those of a true deity. This chapter is approximately 3,000 words, bringing our total to 10,000. Please vote, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next update. Chapter 412, News Spreads. Thank you for the compliment, Thor replied with an easy smile, unfazed by Damien's cutting remark that, as a void god, Thor's morals were unworthy of his rank. Loki, on the other hand, felt the sting of self-reproach. He dared not speak. The memory of his past blunders was almost too shameful to face. Yet Damien's words had struck home. If Loki hoped to win true trust, he would have to prove his value. Once he returned to Asgard, he resolved he would speak honestly with their mother and commit himself to mastering void magic. Asgard still held untapped resources that could advance the void cult, and in time, the Asgardian legions could be brought into the fold of the void god's faith. Having witnessed Kassadin's overwhelming power, this god of the void who had personally subdued Gao Tianzun, Loki understood that, despite the void sect's youth and relatively modest backing, now was the crucial moment to climb aboard its rising tide. It was an opportunity neither Thor nor Banner could offer. At the banquet that evening, I sat among Tony, Banner, Steve, Pepper, and Paige as they reviewed the state of Blue Star and mapped out our next steps. Steve, Paige, and Pepper had been away from Blue Star for nearly a month. Once this celebration ended, they'd all be heading home. Tony laid out his vision. Within a few years, we could finally leave Blue Star behind and establish ourselves on Void Island. The room fell silent as everyone took in the prospect. I felt a thrill of excitement. Void Island held wonders I'd never imagined, ancient ruins pulsing with hidden power, alien landscapes to explore, and the companionship of fellow Void God cult members. My life there would be brimming with purpose. I'd never have to worry about isolation or a lack of support. We'd have each other to share discoveries and keep our work moving forward. Still, none of us were under any illusions. Blue Star wasn't yet secure enough to be abandoned. Its defenses needed bolstering, and someone had to stand watch. Even though God King Odin was steadily regaining his strength, he would hardly trouble himself with threats on Pietro's level. That responsibility would fall to us, to me, until Blue Star could truly stand on its own. Damien had just taken a bite of roasted boar when every cosmic communicator at the table sprang to life at once. He looked up to see dozens of bewildered and delighted faces as each device displayed the same notification. Sonia of the Void God cult has transferred 100,000 cosmic coins to your account. Thank you all for your contributions to the Void cult. I hope this reward helps ease the burdens left by the war. A wave of stunned silence washed over the feast hall, then exploded into cheers. Damien hadn't realized just how stressed everyone still felt after the conflict. This shock infusion of funds felt like a weight lifting off his shoulders. For many of his comrades, 100 million coins was more than they could hope to earn in an entire year. Only Tony Stark and Alex remained unperturbed. Both were already so wealthy that this sum barely registered. But Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers, and Paige literally jumped in their seats. Pepper Potts covered her mouth in surprise. She oversaw Stark Industries' finances on Blue Star and knew just how rare interstellar credits could be. Even Thor, Loki, Kyle, and Lacey exchanged gleeful high fives. No one doubted Tony's resources on any single planet, but across the limitless expanse of the universe, not even he could muster such an instantaneous payout. Damien leaned back, a grin spreading across his face. Whatever her reasons, Sonia's generosity would be remembered long after the celebration ended. With the cash in hand, Damien could finally buy the things he'd been eyeing without dipping into Tony's pockets. "Tony," he said, "I'll repay you as soon as I can." Not long after Peggy and Steve received their shares, Steve insisted on settling his own debt right away. It's all too easy to keep borrowing, and some people take loans only to stash the money and never pay it back. But Steve wasn't like that. Now that he'd collected his portion, bringing the total repayment to $200 million, he planned to hand it over to Tony immediately. Even afterward, they'd still have $190 million left in the bank, more than enough to fund another trip to Void Island without worrying about money. Tony merely smiled and nodded. "Sounds good." Meanwhile, Sarah and Lalatina had already put their funds into other ventures, earning steady returns with minimal effort. Senior Sonia's generous transfer had only made their collective savings grow that much faster. Even with ample funds, they couldn't simply stop working, so the two of them immediately began exploring new investment opportunities. At the same time, Renoli, Kyle, Lacey, and the Predictor realized that their current wealth was so substantial that they could afford to take an entire year off without worrying about running out of money. Confident in their financial cushion, they turned their attention to planning their own growth and power evolution over the next 12 months. None of the four had ever faced each other in a life-or-death duel, so no one knew who truly had the upper hand. Still, they all agreed on one thing: no one could afford to fall behind. Once you were dropped from the pack, catching up would be nearly impossible. Alex paid little mind to these deliberations, but over on Mowgli Planet, several Void cult members were already plotting their next moves once they returned home. To the Void God cult's leadership, tens of billions of credits were a rounding error, but for ordinary cultists, an immediate payout of 100 million credits apiece would instantly elevate their status, throwing their original life plans into disarray. Officers in the Nova Corps, like Dam, Barnett, Primo, and Philip, were especially pleased. After all, their annual salaries had once peaked at only a few million credits each. With that 100 million in circulation, their plans to save for years, and only then improve their lives, moved forward by decades. After all, everyone knows it's infinitely easier to accomplish anything when you have money. Even Odin and Frigga, half a universe away in Asgard, accepted a share from the community's funds. They, too, understood that the Void God cult's seizure of the Null Realm must have yielded treasures beyond mortal reckoning, and that the cult's growing power could ultimately benefit Asgard. Yet Odin and Frigga had misgivings about some of the Void cult's methods, even as grateful missives arrived by the hundreds. In private council, they agreed to wait until Thor ascended the throne. Once he ruled Asgard, he could channel resources directly into the welfare of its soldiers and citizens. In their theocracy, honor and faith are sacred, but sometimes the simplest, most effective gesture is just to open the coffers. And so Odin decided it was time to open formal trade with the outside worlds. Asgard's coffers were on the cusp of overflowing as never before, making it the perfect moment to raise the realm's standard of living. The welfare reforms were deliberately held back until after Thor's coronation, not merely out of deference to the new king and queen Frigga, but to give Thor uninterrupted momentum as he won the hearts of the Asgardian people. Yet, while Thor prepared to assume full authority, turmoil erupted halfway across the cosmos. The Void Divine cult was in the midst of a grand celebration when Kassadin, the god of the Void and founder of the cult, struck suddenly at the heart of the Void realm. His opponent was the venerable elder Gao Tianzun, who had long guarded those shadowed lands. Their clash was brief but decisive. Gao Tianzun fell to Kassadin's overwhelming power and was forced into a battered retreat, abandoning his centuries-old stewardship. Tragically, the defeat claimed one more victim: Gao Tianzun's younger brother, Tenariel Tifon. A member of the universe's Council of Elders and a collector renowned across 1 billion worlds, Tenariel had ruled the Voidlands for over 100 millennia. With his death, the lands he governed passed irrevocably into the hands of the Void cult, sealing a new era of darkness. Supreme Commander Irani Rel sat rigidly in the command chamber of Xandar's Nova Corps as Intelligence Officer Dana Thrall concluded her briefing. The Void God Kassadin himself overwhelmed Gao Tianzun and marked him as a slave, Dana reported, her voice steady. Irani's brow furrowed in disbelief. All our external sources said Gao Tianzun was defeated and fled to the Saga star system. You're telling me he didn't just retreat, he was enslaved? I saw it with my own eyes, Dana said. The Void Cult didn't expel me, so I was present for the battle. Gao Tianzun stood no chance. He was like malleable clay under Kassadin's power. He nearly perished. She paused, glancing at Irani before continuing. Kassadin rejected even Gao Tianzun's vow of eternal service as mere contract. Instead, he forcibly branded him with the slave's mark. Then he informed the Void Cult that Gao Tianzun had not become a follower of the Void God, but had submitted as a slave. Irani Rail leaned back, absorbing the gravity of the report. You stake your honor on this account? On my life, Commander, Dana replied without hesitation. Every word is true. It's not that I don't trust you, Dana, Irani Rail said, her voice tight with concern. But if everything you've told me is true, we're in deep trouble. Dana Sal met her gaze, her expression grave. In the past, Irani had always approached Kassadin, the Void God and founder of the Void Cult, with the utmost caution. She preferred to overestimate the enemy rather than underestimate him, which was why she'd maintained a friendly stance toward the cult. Now, however, her worst fears were being realized. Kassadin's power had leapt to the very pinnacle of the universe, far outstripping even the advanced technology of the Xandar Star Empire. If the Void Cult had chosen to establish its stronghold within the Kree Empire, Irani might have felt secure. But the cult's base sat squarely on Xandar's home world. That fact alone set her nerves on edge. I warned you, she whispered. Their campaign to conquer the land of nothingness is only the beginning. Once they've secured that realm, Xandar Star will be next, and it will fall easily. Dana nodded solemnly. Their forces grow by the day. Recruitment into the Void Cult has never been higher. Irani closed her eyes for a moment, steeling herself. Then we must prepare. If the Void God's ambitions aren't checked here, they'll sweep across every star system in their path. Chapter 7. A Fragile Balance. Damien stood before the hollow map of the Milky Way, watching the pale swirls of distant star systems drift across the projection. He traced the trajectory of the Void Cult's emissaries with a restless finger, weighing every possibility. If the cult were allowed into the fold of the Nova Empire, formerly known as the Xandar Empire, could the Legion still safeguard the galaxy? Or would their alliance tip the scales toward chaos? Millennia ago, the Kree Empire ravaged planet after planet. Entire civilizations vanished under their relentless onslaught of conquest. The Xandarians could not stand by. For 10,000 years, they waged a brutal war of attrition against the Kree, their fleets locked in unending combat amid the stars. Only in the last few centuries did a fragile peace take hold, when both sides, bloodied and worn, signed a treaty that finally loosened the galaxy's long nightmare of war. Yet the Nova Empire, as Xandar rebranded itself, has never claimed dominion beyond the Milky Way. The Nova Legion's might can protect our spiral arm, but it cannot govern the universe. That limitation weighs heavily on every council member. Progress depends on the free exchange of knowledge among countless races. If only one species remains, technological advancement stalls, and in time, that lone civilization withers away. History has proven it again and again, from the first sparks of life to the cold expanse we see today. Beyond the empires, and their armies, only a handful of ancient gods endure, drifting through the cosmos, and a select few mortals within the Universal Presbyterian Church wield power that rivals divine will. They sit apart from politics, guardians of mysteries no empire dares challenge. Damien's gaze hardened. We cannot afford another war, he said, voice low but firm. Nor can we ignore the Void Cult's potential. They offer knowledge the Nova Legion has never possessed, but at what cost? If we embrace them, do we betray centuries of sacrifice? And if we refuse, if we crush them now, will we condemn ourselves to stagnation? The chamber fell silent. Outside, the distant pulse of starships hummed, a reminder of both the Empire's strength and its vulnerability. Damien knew the question he posed had no easy answer. All he could do was stand at the fulcrum of fate and choose the path that preserved the galaxy's fragile balance. Above him, the stars waited, and so did the Void Cult. Damien stared at the holoscreen, absorbing the centuries of data that streaked across its depths. He couldn't shake the unsettling pattern. Most civilizations, no matter how advanced, survive for only tens of thousands of years. Only a handful endure for hundreds of thousands, and almost none make it to the half-million-year mark. Some are wiped out by external forces, cosmic disasters, hostile neighbors, the sort of cataclysmic events no one sees coming. Others crumble from within, victims of their own technological stagnation or social decay. Once a civilization collapses, its species vanishes from the grand tapestry of time, erased forever. Internal breakdowns are impossible to predict or prevent, but external threats can, in theory, be managed. That was the core of the Xandar Empire's doctrine. By intervening on behalf of vulnerable worlds, the Empire could shield fledgling civilizations from annihilation, giving them the breathing room they needed to mature. In return, Xandar not only earned moral justification for its interventions, but also enriched its own culture and technology, weaving new discoveries into the fabric of its society and bolstering its own long-term survival. As Damien watched the hollow charts flicker, he realized just how delicate every spark of civilization truly was, and how pivotal the Xandar Empire's role might be in preserving them. Whether this marks the start of real trouble hinges on how the Void God Faith decides to govern the land of nothingness, Irani Rael cautioned, her brow furrowing as she consulted the luminescent holomap before them. Danner Sal nodded, pacing beside the projection. If the Void Cult merely asserts control without rewriting the fundamental laws of that realm, if they respect the land's existing ecology and civilizations, then their expansion could proceed without obliterating everything in their path. In that scenario, even if the Nova Corps is eventually compelled to submit, we might still retain a measure of autonomy. Rael tapped a finger against her chin. And if the Void Cult does reshape the land's very nature? Sal's expression darkened. Then we have two choices. We adapt, embrace the Void Doctrine and learn its new rules, or we abandon the land altogether and seek refuge among the stars. We could relocate our entire civilization to a more distant galaxy, one beyond the Void's immediate reach. Irani drew a steady breath. The Xandarian Empire certainly possesses the technology to relocate star systems, but Xandar is our cradle world. Leaving it would be unthinkable unless no alternative remains. Across the briefing room, Damien leaned forward. Though he had listened in silence until now, the weight of their options drove him to speak. We must prepare on both fronts. Strengthen our diplomats to negotiate with the Void Cult, and simultaneously accelerate research on intergalactic migration. If the land of nothingness falls or transforms beyond recognition, we'll need a backup plan ready. Sal looked to Rael, then back at Damien. Agreed. We'll send envoys first, to gauge the Void Cult's intentions and, if possible, secure non-interference agreements. At the same time, we'll commission a fleet of world ships. Let's hope it doesn't come to evacuation. But if it does, Xandar's future depends on our foresight today. Commander Irani Rael surveyed the conference table with steely calm. At this point, we have no choice but to wait and see. Dana Sal leaned forward, concern creasing her brow. How many people know that Gao Tianzun has surrendered to the Void Divine Religion? Rael locked eyes with her. The Void Cult certainly knows. Our Nova Corps officers do as well, and so do the Star Lords of the Guardians who filed the original report. And they were all on the front lines during the battle between the Void Cult and the Land of Nothingness, Dana pointed out. Is that going to be a problem? Only if the Void Divine Sect decides to make it public, Rael replied, folding his arms. If they remain silent, we will too. For now, there's no reason to alter our current operations. Keep your teams on their existing assignments. Dana frowned thoughtfully. There's bound to be fallout eventually. There may be, Rael agreed. But until we see how the Void Divine Religion chooses to spin this, stirring up panic is premature. Let the rumors swirl, you know how they do, but don't add fuel to the fire. He paused, letting his words sink in. Rumors were already circulating that Gao Tianzun had been driven back, not that the public knew the full story yet. Clearly, the Void Divine Sect had not officially broken the silence. Rael's gaze flicked between Dana and the other officers in the room. Stay alert. We'll reconvene as soon as there's a definitive move, by them or by us. With that, he rose, signaling the end of the meeting. Each officer left the chamber deep in thought, fully aware that in the delicate balance between secrecy and disclosure, patience would be their most valuable asset. Chapter 1: Eclipse of Allegiance. Damien slipped through the towering gates of the celestial citadel just as dusk painted the sky in bruised purples. The great hall, once humming with triumphant hymns, lay unnervingly still. At its center knelt Gao Tianzun, once a paragon of celestial virtue, now broken before the altar of the Void God sect. Damien remembered the stories. Tianzun's fiery denunciations of Void God heresy, his passionate speeches rallying the faithful. He had loathed the Void God sect with every fiber of his being. His revulsion was legendary. Yet now, stripped of armor and pride, he offered his submission. Repulsion and surrender were two entirely different betrayals, and the latter cut far deeper. A tense hush fell over the gathered dignitaries. Whispers fluttered like trapped birds. If news of Gao Tianzun's capitulation reached the outer realms, the shockwave would dwarf even his earlier defiance. Empires would tremble. Cosmic warlords and immortal lords would scramble to reassess their alliances. The balance of power, once thought immutable, teetered on a knife's edge. Across the chamber, the Void God sect's banners fluttered, their black and violet emblems glowing with unholy promise. Their archpriestess stepped forward, voice echoing off marble columns. "By the authority of the Void, we accept your oath, Master Tianzun." Tianzun's head remained bowed, but Damien saw the spark of inner turmoil in his clenched fists. This was no quiet resignation. It was the opening move in a conflict that would engulf the universe. And as the first stars of night blinked into view, Damien realized the true war was only beginning. Chapter 4:13: Thanos' Frustration. On distant Titan, Thanos' brow darkened the moment he learned that the Void Cult had claimed the land of the Void. He stared into the distance as if his very soul had chilled. The Collector of Nothingness had always been a weakling, but his brother, Gao Tianzun, was a wholly different matter. Even Thanos, wielding the Infinity Stones, would think twice before challenging a being who had actually faced down the Celestial God clan in ages past. Yet Kassadin, the god of the Void, had not only harassed the Collector, he'd slain him outright and seized the land of the Void for himself. Had Thanos secured the Power Stone, he would have laid claim to the Collector's lifetime hoard, using it to strengthen his own legions. Now, blocked from that prize, he was left helpless to watch Kassadin march in and snatch the spoils he had coveted for so long. Strangely, that helplessness set his mind alight. He could not simply sit back and await his doom. The game had changed, and so would he. Chapter 7: Fragments of Power. Damien pressed his palm against the cold surface of the holomap, tracing the glowing sigils that represented each Infinity Stone. To bolster his strength, he needed the Power Gem, but it was already claimed by Kassadin, the feared god of the Void. Even Gao Tianzun's infamous warrior brother had fallen before Kassadin's might, and no one who dared approach him ever walked away alive. 3 more stones lay beyond Damien's reach. The Reality, Mind, and Space Stones were all in Odin's possession. The All-Father's immortality and mastery of those artifacts made any direct assault a certain death sentence. Without at least one of them in hand, Damien would stand no chance in a head-to-head confrontation. And then there was the Time Gem, capable of rewriting past and future. That relic was guarded by the supreme sorcerer known only as the Ancient One, whose mystical prowess was matched by few in all creation. Of the 6 legendary stones, only the Soul Gem remained unaccounted for, its power to command life and death cloaked in mystery. Rumors whispered it commanded armies of the undead, but its current keeper and resting place were completely unknown. Not even Thanos, the mad titan whose ambition matched Damien's own, had managed to locate it. Damien exhaled slowly. Every thread of his plan to assemble the stones, to claim their unimaginable power, hinged on retrieving that one last gem. Yet the most pivotal element of his quest had already fallen into other hands, leaving him with nothing but a gathering storm of impossible odds. Only the Power Stone can unlock the full potential of the other Infinity Stones. As long as you hold the Power Stone as your core, every new stone you collect immediately amplifies your might to the next level. Without it, you must rely on convoluted techniques just to activate the others, and even then, you'll never use them to their fullest. It's no exaggeration to say that, without the Power Stone, He could have gathered the other 5 stones and still failed to overcome Kassadin, the god of the void, who now wields it. After all, the moment Kassadin claimed the Power Stone, even Gao Tianzun had to yield before him. Thanos seethes with rage. He wants nothing more than to drag that blundering Ronin straight out of the underworld and make him pay. If Ronin hadn't been such an idiot, Thanos would have dispatched the Power Stone directly to the Void Cult's stronghold on Xandar, and already set the next phase of his scheme in motion. Standing before their lord, the 5 Obsidian generals dared not so much as draw a breath as Thanos' terrifying aura pulsed through the chamber. No one would risk drawing his ire, especially not after the Power Stone slipped through their grasp. I've stood shoulder to shoulder with Thanos' followers for years, all of us equally committed to his vision of cosmic balance. Secretly, we've scoured the galaxy for the Infinity Stones, but every time I managed to track one down, its keeper proved too powerful to overcome. The only gem we nearly recovered, the Power Stone, slipped from our grasp when Ronin's reckless tactics handed it straight into the hands of an even deadlier warlord. Thanos' plan, to eliminate half of all life and restore harmony to the universe, can succeed only in secrecy, striking without warning and avoiding open conflict with any civilization or champion. No one is surprised by his growing impatience. Under the weight of that merciless pressure, with each failed attempt making the goal seem more distant, even General Deathblade has begun to talk of retreat. Once he admired Thanos' iron resolve and flawless strategy, qualities that earned us victory after victory. Now, as fewer and fewer worlds allow us to carry out the cull, it's clear that the Titan's grand design teeters on the brink of impossibility. Thanos' temper had turned darker than ever after his grand design collapsed. His very aura grew heavy with cruelty and rage. In days past, he'd tolerated minor setbacks so long as the ultimate goal was achieved, but this time, failure had driven him to seclusion on Titan, brooding in impotent fury and taking out his frustrations on any subordinate who crossed his path. Among his inner circle stood the Dead Blade General, one of the 5 commanders of the Obsidian Legion. So far, he'd weathered Thanos' wrath unscathed, but with the Mad Titan's ambitions in ruins, disaster loomed over every lieutenant. The Blade General knew it was only a matter of time before he, too, fell. Desperate to save himself, he began silently plotting his escape, fully aware that surviving a clean break from Thanos would demand a flawless opportunity. Far across the cosmos, on the mystical blue star in the floating city of Kamataj, the supreme mage known as the Ancient One learned of Thanos' staggering defeat. She scarcely had time to weigh its implications before the enigmatic void god, Kassadin, struck. Pouring his power into the rift between worlds, he forced the warrior Gao Tianzun backward through the shifting void. No witnesses remained to attest to his presence, nor was any lingering trace of his power found. But somehow, Gao Tianzun emerged unhurt, her survival defying the death she had once foreseen. Since Kassadin, the god of the void, a demon from an unknowable dimension, has crossed into our universe, the future has slipped entirely from Damien's control. Even he, bearer of the Time Stone, finds himself trembling before Kassadin's might. Damien can anchor himself to any moment, rewind the flow of time endlessly to cheat death, but he still cannot be sure he'd win in a head-on clash with Kassadin. After all, Kassadin already wields one of the Infinity Stones himself, the Power Stone. To add that gem's raw, universe-shattering energy to his arsenal, it's unthinkable. If anyone can stop Kassadin's ambition, it will have to be the ancient gods. Short of their intervention, nothing in existence could bar him from acting on his darkest impulses. And therein lies the terror. If Kassadin's heart remains kind, perhaps the universe might yet hold together. But if cruelty takes hold, the annihilation of every civilization will be only a matter of time. Damien feels the weight of that possibility crushing him. All he longs for now is to hand this burden over to Stephen Strange and trust that the Sorcerer Supreme can find a way to save them all. That way, he wouldn't have to shoulder these worries. Even though his souls still lingered, he could no longer meddle in reality. His entire people were gone, and it wasn't his burden to remake the world in their absence. Still, Damien knew better than anyone how stubborn the future could be. If he tried to contact Stephen Strange now, it would be pointless. Stephen was too materialistic, too proud, to even consider magic. And even if Strange somehow chose to learn, he'd never experienced the terror of his hands failing him, his spirit utterly unrefined, so he might follow a path Damien couldn't foresee. It's already 2015, he reminded himself, eyes fixed on the swirling void storm ahead. A whole year remains, all damn. Ian could do was hope that nothing catastrophic befell Blue Star before then. After the last shockwave, Kassadin, the god of the void, had become a household name across the cosmos. But there was no chance Damien could go toe-to-toe with a deity of the void. His one and only duty was to protect Blue Star, and Blue Star alone. On Blue Star, she refused to intervene in any conflict or broader cosmic event within the 9 realms that posed no direct threat to her world. If it were possible to glimpse visions of Kassadin's future, the void god's next move, she would weigh whether to step in. But no matter how hard she tried, Kassadin's fate remained shrouded. She couldn't afford to act on speculation alone. One wrong decision might doom Comitage, or even destroy Blue Star itself. With retirement less than a year away, she had no desire to court disaster at the 11th hour. Meanwhile, on Mount Olympus, the gods had fallen silent. Tidings of Kassadin's recent deeds in the Null Lands had reached their divine banquet, and the revelry abruptly lost its appeal. Even Zeus set aside his ambrosia and wine. He had intended to witness Kassadin's power for himself, but now he found the void god's reputation, and the tremors it sent through the Elder Council of the universe, far more unsettling than he had imagined. The sudden emergence of a cosmic powerhouse spells disaster for the gods. Kassadin, the god of the void, now threatens to annihilate the void realm, and even Olympus trembles before his wrath. Gao Tianzun's power may not quite reach the absolute pinnacle of the universe, but it is formidable nonetheless. Only Zeus dares to meet him in direct combat. For every other deity, confronting Gao Tianzun is like a child challenging a titan. Yet when Kassadin himself struck, even Gao Tianzun was forced to fall back. In a single, devastating blow, the void god slew the Collector, Gao Tianzun's brother and comrade of over 1 billion years. No member of the fully grown celestial clan would dare such audacity. After all, Gao Tianzun's near immortality and command of cosmic energy render him virtually invincible. Only one who is utterly certain of victory would risk pushing him to the brink. Not all members of the celestial clan were warriors. Many lacked the strength or skill to confront Gao Tianzun directly, and so none among them could truly subdue him. If they had ever dared to slaughter his younger brother, Gao Tianzun would have retaliated in kind, hunting down any of their weaker deities in revenge. After all, creating a single celestial being demands immense effort and sacrifice. A full-scale clash would bleed both sides dry, leaving no victor. For a time, the conflict between Gao Tianzun and the Celestial Clan reached an uneasy stalemate. Neither dared to strike decisively, and neither could gain the upper hand. Gradually, this tense standoff gave way to negotiation. Under the terms they hammered out, both parties agreed to a strict non-interference pact. Gao Tianzun would cease all provocations against the celestial gods, and in return, the Celestial Clan would renounce any designs on his territory. This fragile accord, and Gao Tianzun's display of resolve, set the stage for his later campaigns to drive the Celestial Clan back from his borders. Though peace held for now, both sides remained wary, knowing that any misstep could reignite the old war. End of the second 3,000-word update. Chapter 414. Odin teases Zeus. Once Kassadin, the god of the void, claimed the Infinity Stones, everyone expected him to gain unmatched power, but not enough to break the deadlock with Gao Tianzun. Ordinarily, the two would fight to a standstill, then negotiate. The Collector might part with some of his treasures to persuade Kassadin to withdraw. What actually happened defied every expectation. Instead of a protracted stalemate, Kassadin pressed his advantage relentlessly. He drove Gao Tianzun back, slaughtered his younger brother, the hapless Collector, and laid claim to the fabled Land of Nothingness, the universe's greatest prize. A dreadful question rippled through the ranks of the gods. Had Gao Tianzun been so completely outmatched that he never stood a chance? The truth was brutal. On that battlefield, Gao Tianzun came within an inch of annihilation. Forced into a desperate retreat, he fled before he could save his brother, let alone protect the Collector's life or his treasures. Now the gods whisper in fear and awe. Cassidon's supremacy over the Void cult, once a matter of speculation, is suddenly undeniable. The revelation that Cassidon, the dreaded god of the Void, towered in power above even the Celestials sent shockwaves through the divine realms. For millennia, the Celestials had enjoyed near absolute authority. Now, that dominance lay shattered at Cassidon's feet. Though each god felt a prickle of foreboding in their hearts, none dared admit it aloud. A new and infinitely more terrifying overlord had arrived. From his polished marble throne in Olympus, Zeus finally broke the uneasy silence. "Dispatch envoys to the land of nothingness," he commanded. "I want every detail, its fortifications, its gateways, even the creatures that slither within that void. Leave no stone unturned." He paused, eyes narrowing. "And I want a full account of the battle between Cassidon and High Celestial Gao Tianzun, everything you can learn about their clash." Even as the decree fell, Zeus bristled at the weight of responsibility. His face clouded, and without another word, he abandoned the grand banquet of the gods. Whispers followed his retreat as he strode back to his private chambers, mind aflame with worry. Hours later, with heavy resolve, he crafted a summons to Odin of Asgard, hoping the All-Father might shed light on Cassidon's true intent, or perhaps lend his own ancient might to the coming struggle. But when he attempted the divine communication, nothing but silence answered him. The magical link sputtered and died, Odin's gates remaining firmly closed. No greeting, no counsel, just cold refusal. A mighty god denied. Olympus had never known such an affront. And somewhere in the void, Cassidon's power only grew. "Odin, you idiot!" Zeus's booming voice crackled through the celestial link. "I summoned you personally. How dare you hang up on me?" Odin frowned as the connection snapped off. Muttering a curse, he turned to Queen Frigga, who was overseeing diplomatic dispatches. "Who was that?" she asked, arching an eyebrow as Odin ended the call without so much as a name. He offered a wry smile. "Just that arrogant scoundrel with no sense of manners." "Zeus?" Frigga guessed. Odin nodded. "He's probably heard whispers of the land of nothingness and expects me to explain." Frigga sighed warily. "Your schedule is already overloaded. You really can't afford the courtesy visit he's demanding." In his younger days, Odin maintained a close alliance with Zeus. But after founding Asgard and dedicating himself to its rise, he'd long since abandoned the endless banquets of Olympus. Zeus took offense, yet as long as Asgard stood strong, he dared not sever the ties entirely. Odin rose from his throne. "I'll send a formal reply tomorrow. For tonight, we have more pressing matters." Frigga inclined her head, and together they turned back to the affairs that truly threatened the Nine Realms. Ever since Damien had shattered the Valkyrie Legion and exiled Hela, his power had grown by leaps and bounds. But the more potent he became, the harder he was to control. As Asgard's strength steadily declined, the alliance with Olympus unraveled, and even Zeus, once his staunch ally, began to distance himself. Not long after Damien tapped into the power of the Void, he informed Zeus of his triumph. He made it clear that he cared little whether Olympus ever joined the fledgling Void God cult. No recommendation from him would ever secure their membership. In Damien's eyes, the decadent gods of Olympus, those pampered immortals steeped in luxury, weren't fit to stand alongside Void's true champions. Warriors of tremendous might, like Gao Tianzun, weren't offered a place among the initiated. They were simply broken and bound as slaves, denied any genuine communion with Void-born divinity. Odin had seen something in Damien's offer. He was willing to give every being a chance to embrace the Void, but generosity did not equate to automatic acceptance. Frigga, who held little fondness for Zeus and even less faith in his motives, refused to plead his cause. Instead, she pressed Odin to settle the matter himself, knowing that only the All-Father's judgment could bridge the widening rift between Olympus and Asgard. In the cosmic hierarchy, most gods who rush to accept Zeus's banquet invitation are simply sycophants, eager to be seen with Olympus's power brokers, or weaklings with no other choice but to curry favor. A few vain deities hope that rubbing shoulders with Zeus will validate their own divine status. The Asgardians, by contrast, answer to no one. Their standing is equal to any other pantheon, and they owe Zeus nothing. Back when Odin lay weakened and near death, Thor and Loki might have felt obliged to attend Olympus's festivities. to keep diplomatic channels open or to spare their father any embarrassment. But now that Odin has returned to full strength, only the oldest of the ancient gods, or the Void God and his cult, could dream of earning Asgard's respect. Before Odin could formulate a reply, the communication link sparked to life again. Queen Frigga glanced at the message console. Odin met her eyes and knew that if he didn't respond promptly, Zeus might decide to come to Asgard uninvited, and that would be far more troublesome. Odin knew that if he didn't act now, word of his restored youth would spread. With that in mind, he opened a private channel. "Zeus," he said the moment the connection clicked on, "why did you hang up on me just now?" On the other end of the line, Zeus laughed. "My dear Odin, just because I'm ancient doesn't mean I don't still crave reinvigoration." Odin's brow furrowed. "You didn't even apologize for interrupting me, and now you have the nerve to question my motives? Do I look too decrepit to manage my own affairs?" Zeus retorted, amusement in his voice. Beside Odin, Frigga rolled her eyes so hard he could almost hear them. Odin shot her a quick, embarrassed glance before clearing his throat and returning to the call. "I reached out because there's something serious I need to discuss," he said. "Have you heard anything about Kassadin, the newly risen god of the void?" Zeus's tone shifted at once. "I've caught the rumors, but frankly, it's not within my jurisdiction." Frigga stepped forward, her voice low but urgent. "You know as well as we do that I'm dying." There was a pause on Zeus's end. When he spoke again, his voice was grave. "Unless Kassadin actually steps into the Nine Realms, there's nothing I can legally do." Odin exchanged a troubled look with Frigga. "I feared as much," he admitted softly. "Are you really refusing to discuss this?" Zeus's voice was calm, but there was steel behind it. Odin met his gaze without flinching. Of course, Zeus knew the All-Father's time was short. Hadn't he spent years forging ties with Asgard, all to prepare for this moment? Odin's divine essence pulsed through the Nine Realms, powerful enough that any full-strength assault would shake the universe to its core. But every display of that power brought Odin one step closer to death. Zeus rose from his throne, pacing the gilt floor. "If you wait, you might have a few more years left. If you act now, I'd give you less than one." A faint, wry smile curved Odin's lips, though his eyes burned with disappointment. "He never struck me on Asgard's soil," he said softly. "Is that what you want? To finish me off sooner?" For a moment the hall fell silent, the anger and regret in Odin's words hanging heavy in the air. Zeus's voice echoed through the silent hall. "Kassadin, the god of the void, threatens not just our realms, but the very fabric of the universe, and even us, the gods." Odin regarded him coolly. "I know you're concerned, Zeus. You flatter me by calling Asgard's defenders among the greatest of the gods. But think," Zeus pressed on, "is it not better to die on the battlefield than to linger in Asgard, eroded by time until you're but a memory?" Odin's gaze hardened. "Spare me the speeches. You know full well that Asgard remains vulnerable, and that Hela still lurks in the shadows. My son, Damien, is far too young to face such perils alone." Zeus stepped closer, his tone urgent. "Then let me handle it. You owe me. Our old oaths bind us. Together, we can test Kassadin's strength before he unleashes the void upon all creation." "Is that what this is?" Odin's voice was low but fierce. "You'd use Asgard's warriors and my own people to pave the way for your ambitions. Our friendship from centuries past means nothing to you but a means to an end." He turned away, anger flaring in his heart. Zeus had never cared for their bond. He merely sought to harness Kassadin's power for himself. And Odin knew, with a sorrowful certainty, that this betrayal would cost them all more dearly than any battlefield. Odin's voice was cold and measured as he stood before Zeus. "I'm well aware of Hela's looming threat. That's why I've come to you. When I'm gone, my two sons won't be strong enough to defend Asgard, but you can help keep our realm safe." Zeus's lips curled in a half-smile. He'd expected Odin to be furious, yet here he was, bargaining for divine reinforcements. "How noble of you," Zeus drawled. "You're so protective of your precious Asgard, but don't think I've forgotten your weaknesses. You've spent centuries drowning yourself in drink and carnal pleasures. Most of your strength and your courage have slipped right through your fingers." He sighed theatrically. "You want me to raise Asgard's enemies, assassinate your daughter, and leave nothing but smoldering ruin behind so you can claim sanctuary? No thanks. I have no interest in that sort of protection. Do the gods need an extra father watching over them? Spare me your theatrics. Odin's eyes flashed with anger. I came here in good faith to discuss a real alliance. So you say, Zeus replied coolly. If you won't negotiate, then enjoy your twilight years in Asgard. With that, he turned away, leaving Odin standing in the gloom of his own palace, furious but unwilling to press the matter further. With Odin teetering on the brink of death, now was hardly the moment to risk enraging him. If he lost control and stormed off to Olympus to make a scene, the backlash would fall squarely on us. I already know what's at stake, Frigga said quietly. I'm prepared to spend my remaining years in peace. Odin's reply was curt, and then the comlink went dead. Frigga had expected fury. Instead, she found herself smiling once the line clicked off. Are you sure we're safe if Zeus discovers he's been deceived? She asked, reaching to rub his tight shoulders. Odin's lips twitched into a confident grin. My concern isn't Zeus, he said. It's Kassadin. Frigga tilted her head. But we've bound Asgard to the Void Cult, and I'm moments away from reclaiming my throne. Exactly, Odin replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. Even if they realize they've been tricked, no one will dare challenge us. Chapter 4:15, The Divide Between Strength and Weakness. Odin had already heard the news of Gao Tianzun's capture. Despite his near immortality, Gao Tianzun ultimately fell to Kassadin's stratagems and was bound in servitude. His power was beyond comprehension. He could crush a meteor hundreds of meters across in his hand, hurling the fragments like artillery shells to shatter comets in mid-flight. Had he not met an adversary as cunning as Kassadin, who knows how far he might have gone. At full throttle, Gao Tianzun's strength could vaporize entire civilizations. Even ordinary gods would be torn apart by the shockwave. Only a handful of primordial deities from the celestial clan, beings who'd existed since the birth of the universe, could stand toe-to-toe with him. But perhaps the most terrifying facet of his power was his mastery over life and death. Gao Tianzun could resurrect the fallen and grant immortality. Though Odin did not know the precise limits of this ability, it clearly wasn't insignificant. Tens of thousands had already been raised, their lifespans extended indefinitely. With such forces at his command, he had repelled countless incursions by the Void Cult, until now. Damien sat quietly in the War Council's chamber, watching the holoprojector flicker to life. Across its crystal surface, the twisted horizon of the land of nothingness stretched endlessly, an uncanny wasteland where death had claimed yet another legion of Void Cult acolytes without warning. No alarm bells sounded. No omens appeared. One moment they stood victorious. The next they were gone, erased in an instant. It was a gruesome testament to Gao Tianzun's inhuman power. He'd been right to counsel patience. Had Asgard's legions struck the Void Realm at full force earlier, they might have overcome Gao Tianzun in a head-to-head clash, but only at devastating cost. Even if they'd wounded him, they couldn't guarantee his final defeat. So long as Gao Tianzun survived, his cursed bloodline would poison Asgard's future, and Odin's realm would suffer irreparable harm. With each indiscriminate slaughter in the void, Damien felt ever more certain that restraint had been the only prudent choice. Gao Tianzun himself was a slave of the cult of the Void God, bound by oath, stripped of autonomy. Asgard's relationship, by contrast, was that of a voluntary member. So long as the gods and their warriors upheld the cult's precepts and avoided acts that threatened its stability, the Void God cult neither commanded their every move nor seized their treasures. When news arrived that war was stirring within the Void Land, the summons went out primarily to members like Asgard, not to slaves like Gao. And yet, when Odin learned that the opposing force posed no grave challenge, he declined to lead the expedition himself. Instead, he dispatched Thor and Loki to carry his standard. Damien recognized the subtle distinction. A true member, or for that matter, a god, could choose his level of involvement. A slave had no such luxury. Even the proclamations of Kassadin, the cult's high summoner, rarely amounted to binding decrees. They were exhortations, guiding lights for those loyal to the Void God's cause. As long as Asgard remained in good standing, each warrior could weigh the risks and decide whether to take the field. In the end, it was freedom of choice, something no slave could ever claim. Damien had no choice but to obey when Kassadin spoke. As a bound servant of the Void God, he and Frigga alongside him could refuse nothing. Their master's orders were clear: accelerate the alliance between Asgard and the Void Cult at any cost. Asgard's greatest prizes were already at Kassadin's disposal: the Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge that could span worlds in an instant, and the legendary mastery of forging enchanted artifacts. Once these two technologies transferred to the Void Cult, their value would be immeasurable. In return, Damien and Frigga would be granted safe retirement, free from further service, leaving Thor and Loki to rule an Asgard that had prospered under their cover. Guidance. Kassadin's arrival, the herald of the Void God, signified that the Void had already begun its silent conquest of the cosmos. Most beings still slept soundly, unaware of the threat taking root behind the scenes. By the time the universe's greatest champions awakened to the danger, Asgard's influence within the Void Cult would be unassailable, and its spoils already claimed. Meanwhile, Odin's transformation continued at a dizzying pace. He had evolved dozens of times, each iteration restoring more of his vigor, until he strode the halls of Valhalla with strength nearly rivaling his youth. Frigga, too, found her beauty and vitality renewed, as though time itself had bowed to their will. Yet even gods, bound by the laws of existence, could not escape the eventual decline that comes with age. For now, though, their destinies, and the fate of countless worlds, hung in the balance, resting on Damien and Frigga's success in forging the deadliest alliance the universe had ever seen. As the end draws near, any remaining responsibilities or concerns in the world only deepen one's sense of hesitation and nostalgia. Yet now, those long-held worries can finally be addressed, and the sentimental ache that has settled over Odin's heart for countless years is stirring back to life. He is already laying plans to reshape Asgard and revive its long-dormant technologies. When immortal beings wield their own extraordinary powers, there is almost no limit to what they can accomplish. Meanwhile, news of the cataclysmic clash between the Void God cult and the Universal Presbyterian Church has sent shockwaves through countless civilizations, empires, and the far-flung communities of bounty hunters, outlaws, and marauding predators. The Void Cult's previous annihilation of the Kree Empire's interstellar fleet, and even the destruction of Ronan, proved its deadly might. Yet even that legendary feat pales beside what they've just accomplished. Compared to the combined might of the Kree Empire and the Council of Universal Elders, the cult was always at a disadvantage. And in war, disparity can be fatal. This time, even the Keeper of Collections, who had hidden beneath the crust of a dying world for billions of years, did not survive. The sudden collapse of the old order has drastically narrowed the universe's money-making prospects. Bounty hunters and the Predator Army's mercenaries alike can sense the shift. Opportunities that once seemed endless have evaporated overnight. Nowhere is this change felt more keenly than among the entrepreneurs of the collectible trade. Their livelihood depends on catering to a small but voracious clientele, collectors who will pay top credit for anything bizarre or exotic. Under the old regime, rare artifacts could be sent straight to auction for a big payday, or failing that, flipped privately for a tidy profit. But with that final safety net gone, dealers must scramble to forge new sales channels or watch their businesses collapse. A week later, the euphoria that had swept through the Void God cult after the war finally began to die down. One by one, cultists slipped away from Void Island, each pursuing their own agenda in the newly unstable galaxy. Steve Rogers, Pepper Potts, and Paige rallied aboard a star battleship bound for their home planet, Blue Star. Thor and Loki, having received no summons from Odin or Frigga, opted to remain behind for the time being. Meanwhile, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner turned their full attention to developing a next-generation sublight propulsion engine, hoping to unlock faster, safer travel between the stars. All the theoretical groundwork was done, and the equipment was finally in place. Now it was just a matter of manufacturing and continual testing. After their mission on Blue Star wrapped up, Steve and the others prepared to head home. Pepper waved them off at the docking bay, and then returned to Stark Manor to sift through over a month's worth of piled-up reports. Meanwhile, Steve piloted the space battleship back to the private island. As the ship touched down, Pietro and Wanda came out to greet them. When they spotted Steve and Paige, each lugging a massive metal slab, roughly 5 meters tall and far heavier than anything they'd ever handled, Pietro's eyes widened in surprise. "Mr. Rogers, Miss Barnes," Pietro called, rushing over to within 10 meters of Steve's side. "Do you need any help with those?" Steve glanced at the slabs, then shook his head. "Thanks, Pietro, but not right now." He paused, looking back toward the island's shoreline. "We can't just drop these from the ship. Hundreds of tons crashing down would do serious damage." With that, he and Paige carefully continued unloading their unwieldy cargo, making sure every piece was set down safely. Pietro and Wanda hovered at the edge of the clearing, neither stepping forward without permission, but watching intently as Steve and Peggy methodically unpacked their gear. Over the next hour, they carried crate after crate onto the private island shore, arranging strange metallic cylinders and plates of varying sizes across the sand. By the time they finished, Steve wiped the sweat from his brow and gave a relieved exhale. Pietro raised an eyebrow. "All right, Captain. What exactly are these things?" Steve let out a small laugh and gestured toward the array of devices. They're vibrometal modules we picked up in our last jump through the void. Think of them as universal training tools. They generate focused shockwaves, ideal for sparring, endurance drills, even teaching someone to hold their ground under pressure." Wanda stepped closer and ran a finger along the edge of a curved silver disc. "So you're saying they actually vibrate? Like seismic plates?" "Exactly," Peggy said, slipping into her tactical tone. "You set them at different frequencies, and they simulate everything from localized tremors to wide-area blasts. Helps you develop balance, reflexes, even your fighting spirit." Steve nodded. "After everything we saw out there in the universe, Peggy and I realized how small our world really is, and how much pride can blind you. On Earth, I'm often the strongest guy in the room, but among those cosmic powerhouses, I'm just cannon fodder at best." His gaze drifted to the horizon. "Remember the land of nothingness? There were beings there who could take on armies single-handedly. 10,000 opponents, gone with a flick of the wrist. They didn't need fancy weapons. High-tech gear barely ranked on their radar." Pietro whistled low. "That's intimidating." "Which is exactly why we're here," Steve replied. "We train hard, harder than we ever have, so when we face something like that again, we won't be caught off guard. These modules will push us to our limits, and if we can bend steel and weather explosions in practice, we might just stand a chance out in the void." Wanda tapped her chin thoughtfully. "All right, Captain, let's get to work." As the twins spread out to calibrate the vibrometals, Steve and Peggy exchanged a determined look. Out here, on their own secret island, they would trade complacency for constant challenge, and forge themselves into fighters worthy of the stars. Damien studied the row of towering metal columns stretching 7 or 8 meters into the air. These shock metals were the Void God religion's latest training apparatus. If he could master them now, he'd stand a real chance of catching up with the sect's top cultivators down the road. "How do you train with these?" he asked Steve. Steve smiled and tapped one of the columns. "It's simple. You just need to strike the metals, by any means necessary, and keep them vibrating. Different columns have different weights and frequencies, so the tougher you make it ring, the more your foundation strengthens." "Any means?" Damien frowned in curiosity. "Even weapons, or superpowers?" "As long as it makes them vibrate, go for it," Steve replied. "Just don't bring out mushroom bombs or missiles." He shook his head. "Over time, you'd learn nothing. There's no skill in blowing things to bits." Damien chuckled. "Understood. Can I try one now?" Eve grinned. "Be my guest, but if you break it, don't come complaining to me about repair costs." Damien's eyes glittered. "Deal." With that, he adopted a ready stance and prepared to bring the nearest column to life. Damien squared his shoulders and met Steve's eyes. "Fine," he said. "If I can't break it, the worst you can do is send it back to Void Island, then haul it here yourself." Steve laughed. "Go ahead, give it your best shot." Without another word, Damien focused his energy and vanished in a blur, reappearing before the towering pillar of concussive metal. It stood fully 5 meters tall, a solid column reputed to weigh over 200 tons. Damien drew back his fist and struck it with every ounce of strength he had. Krang! The metal didn't move an inch. If anything, it seemed to push back against him. A brutal shockwave exploded through Damien's arm. He screamed, staggered backward, and crumpled to the ground, clutching his right wrist as pain lanced through his hand. Nearby trees cracked and splintered under the residual force. Steve strolled over, a faint smile on his lips as he looked down at the collapsed youth. "Wow," he said, "going straight for 200 tons of shock metal. Ambitious. You've got guts, I'll give you that." In truth, Steve hadn't even reached the Void cult's average power level yet, a relatively low-ranking member by their standards. But on Blue Star, he'd finally found someone weaker than himself. He extended a hand to help Damien up, already plotting how to push this new recruit further than he'd ever gone before. Damien watched Pietro crumple to his knees, his right hand pressed against his ribs, as if every breath sent shocks of pain through his arm. For a single wicked moment, Damien felt a surge of triumph, until he met Pietro's wounded glare. Worse, he caught Tony Stark and Bruce Banner in the corner of the room, exchanging amused smirks. The look of condescension on their faces made Damien's stomach twist. "Damien, seriously?" Pietro ground out, his voice tight with pain. "You set me up." Damien shook his head. "I didn't mean to trick you. We only had a few minutes to run through that counter." "A few minutes?" Pietro interrupted, pushing himself to his feet. His injured arm drooped at an awkward angle. "You made it sound like a light drill, not a fight to the finish." Damien took a step closer, lowering his voice. "You said you wanted to train, test your limits." He struggled to keep his tone calm. All he'd wanted was an honest spar. He hadn't anticipated Pietro would really go for broke. Pietro glared. "And you didn't warn me you'd push me this hard?" He winced as pain flared across his fractured bones. "I could've and should've said no." Damien ran a hand through his hair, feeling the weight of every pair of eyes on him. "Look, I joined late. I don't have your head start. No secret serum, no decades of experience. My baseline strength is still catching up to yours." He met Pietro's gaze, then glanced at Tony and Bruce, who were now watching silently. "But I'm not here to coast on half measures." Pietro's breath caught. He straightened, absorbing Damien's words even as his injured arm trembled. "So what?" he began, but paused. Damien squared his shoulders, drawing in a firm breath. "Until I'm as strong as you, I'll keep training harder than ever. And if there are people weaker than me, that just means there's room to grow. I can close the gap. One lesson, one bruise, one broken bone at a time." A hush fell over the training room. Pietro's lips twitched into the barest of smiles, pained but genuine. Bruce turned away first, his arms unfolding in reluctant approval. Then Tony stepped forward and rapped Damien on the shoulder with more force than necessary, as if to say, "Welcome to the team." Damien let the moment settle around him. There were bigger challenges ahead, but for the first time he felt sure he wasn't alone in facing them. Damien stared at the rigid training rod in his hands. "This thing is so stiff. Can I really practice with it?" Steve leaned against the far wall of the training bay, arms folded. He gave Damien an encouraging smile. "Yes, this concussive metal is perfect for building a solid foundation in combat." Damien glanced at the bar, then back at Steve. "But my super speed already gives me enormous strength. Why focus on brute force?" Steve shook his head. "Raw power and precise control are two different things. You need something durable, something that forces you to modulate your strength on every strike. That's what this metal does." "So you want me to use a weapon?" Damien sounded doubtful. "Exactly." Steve tapped the rod against his palm. "This vibranium alloy bar can be attached to or simply represent any weapon. A staff, a sword, a dagger. The point is to test your strike force and teach you control. Even if you never carry a blade in battle, learning weapon discipline will sharpen your combat instincts." "But swinging a weapon will slow me down," Damien muttered. He paced along the rack of training arms lining the wall. "And what if I slip and cut myself?" "Start simple," Steve advised. "Pick a short, blunt weapon first, maybe a weighted cudgel or a practice dagger with no sharp edge. You'll learn to channel your speed into focused strikes without reckless overkill." Damien's shoulders relaxed as he considered the offerings. He remembered his last spar with Tony Stark, lightning-fast movements, but no real stopping power. A reliable weapon at his side could change the game. With a determined nod, he reached for a steel practice dagger. "All right, let's do this." Steve returned his nod. "Good choice. Now keep your guard up. feet balanced, and let's see what you've got. Together, they moved to the center of the bay. As Damien raised the dagger, the concussive metal gleaming under the lights, he felt ready to turn raw speed into a formidable fighting skill. Damien's first time pushing himself to super speed was anything but graceful. The moment he surged forward, a strange imbalance seized him. Ike brakes threatened to rip his limbs apart, and more than once, he nearly wrecked himself trying to stop on a dime. Steve observed him with a frown. "Listen up," he said, voice low. "The Void Cult's top operative. He moves faster than sound. His weapon is a razor-edged longsword. Even the massive space cruisers anchored just offshore, they'd tear apart like tissue paper under his blade." Damien swallowed hard. He'd been hoping to integrate a weapon into his new abilities, but Steve shook his head. "Not yet. You're not skilled enough to fight while you're running at that speed. Slow it down. Master your bursts first." He glanced over at Wanda, standing off to the side. "And as for you," he added, "your magic is beyond my teaching. Pietro's powers are raw and unpredictable, and yours are pure sorcery. Training's different for each of you." Damien stared out at the sleek warships moored just past the reef. Imagining any one of them shredded by a single blow seemed impossible. He shook his head. "Are there really fighters that powerful in the universe?" "I've seen it with my own eyes," Steve replied. His tone was serious enough to leave Damien in no doubt. The Void Cult's ace was every bit as fearsome as rumor claimed. "Did I ever lie to you?" Damien stared at Steve, unconvinced. Steve shook his head. "You haven't been blessed by the Void God sect, so you're not going to reach their tier overnight. But once you master supersonic techniques, you'll be unrivaled here on Blue Star. There simply won't be many opponents left for you." He paused, studying Damien's face. "So train hard, and don't let pride blind you. There are always greater challenges beyond your horizon, and a higher sky beyond your world." Steve's words carried the weight of hard-won experience. It wasn't until he had journeyed to Void Island, the very heart of the Void God sect, that he truly understood how vast the universe is, and how many heights still lay unconquered. Author's note: this marks the beginning of daily updates of approximately 4,000 words each. Chapter 416, Disposal of the Land of Nothingness. "It seems you've changed a lot, Damien," Pietro said thoughtfully as he studied his friend. Before today, Damien had always exuded a brash confidence in his own strength. He was the first to charge into any fight, convinced he couldn't be bested. Yet since returning from the cosmos, while he still carried the air of a seasoned fighter, there was something different in his eyes, a quiet humility, a willingness to admit his own limits. "As we learn more, we naturally grow," Pietro continued. "If you ever venture back into the universe, you'll see just how much more there is to understand." Damien offered a wry smile. "You really think I'll get the chance to travel the stars in my lifetime?" Pietro nodded, then shook his head almost immediately. "I'd love to believe it, but humanity's technology is nowhere near ready. Even here on Blue Star, we've made astonishing advances, but true interstellar travel, let alone reaching the so-called upper universe, is still pure speculation. For most of us, it might remain a dream." Damien fell silent, staring off at the distant horizon. The promise of the universe, its infinite possibilities, called to him more strongly than ever. But for now, they would have to be content with what they could accomplish here on Blue Star. Steve leaned back, a confident smile on his face. "Blue Star's technology is already impressive," he began. "But it's hard to say exactly how long it will take to reach the stars. With Tony Stark and Bruce Banner here, though, it won't be long before we reconnect Blue Star with the wider universe. It'll require some patience, but in our lifetimes, we'll usher in the interstellar age." He paused, gathering his thoughts. Right now, Tony and Bruce are just one final breakthrough away from independently designing and building space battleships. Once they clear that hurdle, we'll be ready. Steve's expression grew serious. "I don't know if Pietro and Wanda will join the Void Cult, but regardless, Blue Star is destined to join the galactic community. Even if we only make contact at the very beginning of our interstellar journey, the rest of the technology tree will unfold naturally. And with Asgard's protection, and ours, Blue Star will stand firm among the stars." "Build an interstellar battleship, all on your own?" Damien stared at Steve, astonished. Steve nodded, leaning against the railing. Their technology is decades ahead of ours on Blue Star. They simply don't have the time or spare resources to stay here. A wry smile played across Steve's lips. So it falls to ordinary guys like me, no super genius, just a bit of muscle, to guard our world. At Steve's mention of Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, true prodigies whose brilliance dwarfs every ordinary mind, Damien felt a fierce excitement welling up inside him. For most people, circumnavigating Blue Star would be a once-in-a-lifetime dream, but with his abilities, even that grand journey would be effortless. And now, knowing humanity wasn't the universe's only intelligent life, Damien's longing to explore the stars burned brighter than ever. Damien, leaned against the railing and watched the banter between Steve and Pietro. Unless a man's rough edges are softened by outside influences, he'll never lose that hunger for adventure. "Don't worry," Steve said with a grin. "Your moment in the sun won't be far off." Then he turned to Pietro. "By the way, ever since Paige and I left a month ago, you and Wanda haven't been up to any trouble, have you?" Pietro's face lit up. When Steve caught that eager look, he pressed on. "I mean, no mischief, right?" "Not a bit," Pietro replied. "Wanda and I spent Christmas right here on the island. We did step out a couple of times, just to pick up a few things we'd been wanting. We didn't use our powers at all, and we made sure to visit the relatives who once took care of us, brought them small gifts." I listened closely as Pietro outlined their itinerary. Word had spread that they'd shown up with presents, and people were naturally curious where the money came from. Pietro hadn't hesitated. They were on the payroll at Stark Industries. Technically, Steve was fronting the cash, but in Tony Stark's books, Wanda and Pietro were employees, and of course their home remained Tony's private island. Damien let out a small sigh of relief. "Good, no complications so far." "You mentioned you'd like to work at Stark Industries," Pietro reminded him. "I did. Don't worry, I'll contact Miss Pepper Potts myself and smooth out your paperwork. Before long, you and Wanda will both be on the payroll. Everything will look seamless." Damien had taken Pietro and Wanda under his wing as soon as he learned they were struggling to rebuild their lives. He cared deeply for his newfound relatives, but he knew their cover still had vulnerabilities. If any old acquaintances checked Stark's records and found no trace of them, questions would arise. Luckily, Pepper had the pull to get them officially listed in an appropriate department. No one would ever suspect a thing. "Damien, dinner's ready," Paige called from the villa's dining room. "Coming," he replied, turning to Pietro. "Let's head back. Once we've eaten, I'll teach you and Wanda how to conduct yourselves at Blue Star events. No more drawing undue attention or leaning on powers you haven't earned. We'll take it one step at a time." Pietro nodded. He'd been through so much in the past few weeks that a structured routine and a bit of guidance sounded like a welcome relief. 1 week later, deep within the Void Divine Sect's hidden sanctuary, Sonia surveyed her followers. "All right," she announced. "Those of you who remained on the island, begin transferring the artifacts from the Land of Nothingness back to our main vault. Handle everything with care. These relics are more valuable than you realize." Her devotees bowed and set to work, carrying crates of ancient, rune-etched relics into the cavernous chamber beyond. As the sect stirred back to life, no one suspected that far away, in the gleaming halls of Stark Industries, a new chapter was unfolding. For Pietro, Wanda, and the man who would guide them, Damien. Damien leaned over Sonia's workstation and asked, "Everything all right?" Sonia didn't look up. Her brow was furrowed as she tapped through the holographic data floating before her. "It's fantastic that we've secured so many trophies," she admitted, "but there's a bigger issue. Who's going to govern the Land of Nothingness?" Damien studied the map. "Isn't that territory just beyond Xandar?" "Exactly," Sonia said, gesturing at the shifting topography on the holoscreen. "But it's a cauldron of disorder. Whoever takes charge must possess iron willpower and absolute loyalty. One misstep and they'll be swallowed by the abyss of desire." "Could we assign someone from the Void Cult?" Damien suggested. "They'd need to be unbreakable," Sonia replied. "Mr. Rix fits the bill. He's both powerful and devoted, but he's already departed for the monster planet to further hone his strength. He won't have the time or focus to manage the Void." Damien frowned. "Then who else is qualified?" Sonia rubbed her temples. "That's the problem. The Void God religion is still very new. We simply don't have enough seasoned, trustworthy leaders. I'm reluctant to expand our territory until we've solidified what we already control. There's still so much development and infrastructure work to be done. Damien considered her words. Understood. We'll concentrate on cultivating capable governors first. It makes no sense to stretch ourselves thinner when our foundation isn't secure. Sonia finally allowed herself a small, relieved smile. Exactly. We'll grow, carefully, and only when we're ready. Though the Void God cult's coffers have never been healthier, Sonia knows that wealth alone won't secure their future. She still needs Mr. Odin to finalize the transfer of power and to grant her access to Asgard's advanced technologies. When her domain was limited to Void Island, handling finances and logistics fell easily within her abilities. Now however, the recently acquired Land of Nothingness, rich in untapped resources but rife with chaos, demands equal attention. Even though it sits only a short distance from Void Island, its scale is overwhelming. Sonia recognizes she can't manage both territories alone. She must recruit capable allies to shoulder the growing burden. Damien leaned forward, his expression serious. The Void has always been one of the universe's most chaotic regions, he said. If we attempt to overhaul it completely, all those people with nowhere else to turn will be left stranded. Sonia nodded. Exactly. That's why, in addition to banning human trafficking in the Land of Nothingness, we should keep the existing rules intact. Damien tapped his fingers on the table. But who could manage it? We both know that none of the Void Cult's members can remain there for long without losing themselves. Then we appoint a puppet ruler, Sonia suggested, and we designate someone we trust to serve as a liaison, someone who understands every nuance of the Land of Nothingness and can report back to us. That would streamline things, Damien agreed. We'd only have one point of contact. It adds work, but it isn't unmanageable. Sonia exhaled, relief softening her features. I was worried there wasn't anyone else I could trust, apart from Alex, to oversee the Land of Nothingness. In the entire Void Cult, he's the only one. Damien smiled, admiration in his eyes. As always, brilliant reasoning, Mr. Cassadin. Although the Mowgli settlers are zealous believers, entrusting them with leadership unguarded would only breed more problems. The other members of the Void Cult, Kyle and the rest, are both competent and loyal, but the chaotic energies of the Land of Nothingness readily seep into any stronghold. Even they can't entirely put Sonia's mind at ease. That nagging doubt shadowed her thoughts, until Damien spoke, and everything suddenly clicked. Well, if this plan solves your concerns... Damien watched as Sonia's eyes lit up with relief, and a surprising note of admiration. In truth, the idea wasn't his own. Earlier, Odin, Tony, and Lacey had argued over who should govern the Voidland once it was secured. Damien had simply echoed their suggestion at the right moment. That really does help a lot, Sonia admitted. All right, Damien said, let's figure out who's the best candidate. Then it's up to you, Damien, Sonia replied with a bright smile. Choose someone you trust. Sonia nodded, pleased at how neatly logic had fallen into place. Appoint a reliable proxy to rule the territory and keep the true leadership safely beyond the reach of its chaotic influence. Sonia didn't hesitate. Mr. Cassadine, what do you make of Miss Lacey's proposal? Cassadine paused, then nodded. She knows the black market inside and out. Her skills and loyalty aren't in question. Sonia leaned forward. Exactly. So why not send Sarah and Lalatina on this run? With their experience, they'll have an easier time coordinating with you. Damien Cassadine raised an eyebrow, mulling it over. He saw Sonia's point. Sarah and Lalatina would indeed streamline the handoff, but something about the suggestion gave him pause. That could work, he admitted, but why specifically them? Counselor Hargrave leaned forward, tapping a finger on the polished table. Sarah and Lalatina are both capable and knowledgeable. Passing the handover to them would be smooth, he finished, his gaze steady. Counselor Rains shook his head. True, but they've only ever worked in the light. Everything you know is light until you've stared into darkness. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Sarah and Lalatina may have sworn allegiance to the Void Cult, but they've never truly fought, never confronted the real shadows. The Land of Nothingness is a lawless expanse, a chaotic region that belongs to the Dark Zone. It demands leadership forged in adversity. Someone who's faced that darkness firsthand. Counselor Hargrave nodded slowly. Then we should choose someone with experience, someone who has seen what lurks beyond the light. Miss Lacey, Rains concluded. She meets every requirement. A moment of silence passed before Sonia, seated at the far end of the table, cleared her throat. I agree with Counselor Rains, but if we assign Lacey to this task, we must ensure she has full authority and the resources she needs to bring order to the nothingness. Across town, in his modest study, Damien pressed send on his latest dispatch. His second report, 3,000 words detailing every encounter with the Void Cult's darker fringes, slid into the Council's inbox. Now they had no choice but to read what he had seen. Chapter 417, Subtle Terror. Sonia sat at the head of the obsidian war table, its surface etched with ancient runes that pulsed with a faint, eerie light. Across from her stood Damien, his dark cloak brushing the floor as he surveyed the gathered maps and tactical reports. The war room of the Void Cult was silent, save for the soft hum of arcane energy. Sarah and Lalatina have never truly faced darkness, Sonia began, her voice low and precise. They lack the experience to understand the shadows we're dealing with. Damien tapped the map with a slender finger, tracing the swirling gray blot where the darkness had first appeared. That's a fair point, he agreed, but I'm not sure you've considered all the political angles. Sonia nodded. Which brings us to Lacey, Renoli, Kyle, and the Predictor. They form our primary strike team, what you could call a quartet of battlefield prophets. The prophets themselves have been steering the campaign from behind the front lines. They rarely intervene directly. Yet the rivalry among those four has been simmering for months. Damien lifted his gaze. Sarah and Lalatina lack the drive for leadership. If we ask them to assume command, they'll comply without question, but compliance isn't necessarily competence. Lacey, on the other hand, hungers for power. She might see this as her moment, or she might flat out refuse if it doesn't suit her ambitions. Sonia folded her hands. And that's precisely why I want your counsel. You're second only to me in the Void Cult hierarchy. Your word carries weight. Still, willing followership is never guaranteed, even under your command. He leaned forward, his eyes glinting at the rune-lit table. Then we approach Lacey first. Gauge her willingness to lead. If she balks, we'll need a contingency plan. Perhaps Kyle or Renali, who have enough ambition to get the job done, but not so much that they'll undermine our authority. Agreed, Sonia said. Once we have Lacey's answer, we'll reassign responsibilities and finalize the chain of command. Time is of the essence. This darkness spreads with every passing hour. A hush fell over them as the arcane glow intensified, casting long, wavering shadows across the room. Outside, the air trembled with unseen forces pressing against the fortress walls. Neither Sonia nor Damien spoke for a moment. They both felt it, the subtle terror lurking just beyond their defenses. Damien straightened, his expression resolute. I'll speak with Lacey tonight. If she refuses, we move on to our next candidate immediately. No more delays. Sonia allowed herself a small nod of approval. Very well. Do not underestimate how crucial this choice is. The fate of the Void Cult, and perhaps the world, hangs in the balance. As Damien turned to leave, the runes on the table dimmed, but their silent warning lingered in the air. In the coming hours, every decision would matter, and one wrong move could unleash a darkness none of them were truly prepared to face. Lacey had cut her teeth at the Bounty Hunter Tavern, witnessing both the bright and the brutal sides of the world. In Damien's eyes, she was the ideal choice for the task ahead, but true to the precepts of the Void God faith, her consent was non-negotiable. On the road to ever-growing power, Lacey alone had to decide whether she was willing to put her own advancement on hold. And if she chose to refuse, Damien would bear her no ill will. After all, she'd honed her strength to safeguard their faith's honor against any threat. He studied her for a long moment, then spoke quietly. There's no one more suited to this mission, Lacey, but it must be your decision. I understand if you turn it down. The room fell silent. Then Lacey lifted her chin and met his gaze. Yes, she said. Nearby, Sonia stiffened as Mr. Cassidy's low voice reached her. He leaned close and murmured, Be careful. Being admired and pursued has a way of clouding judgment. You have the authority to strong-arm Lacey into accepting this responsibility. Before long, you might find yourself ignoring everyone else's feelings. Sonia's throat tightened. I know, it can happen to any of us, she whispered. Cassidy's eyes were grave. I'm not blaming you. Just remember what I warned you. You can gain tremendous power by joining the Void, Damien said softly, but you'll also have to battle your own desires in the life ahead. He paused, letting the words settle. Once you take those subtle forks in the road, there's no turning back. Sonia's eyes widened. Damien offered her a reassuring smile. He understood better than anyone how wielding immense power could test one's character, and he knew Sonia would face that trial sooner or later. As the cult of the Void grew, so would Sonia's influence and the admiration she received. If she could resist the temptations that come so easily to the ambitious, they might walk this path together for countless years. But if she let power warp her true self, if she lost sight of who she was amid the praise, she would surely be left behind. A tremor ran through Sonia at the thought. She met Damien's gaze, voice barely above a whisper. I understand. You don't have to be so afraid, Damien said softly, watching the tension in Sonia's eyes. Desire is invisible and easy to miss. No one can promise they'll never slip. If you ever notice my behavior changing, if I start straying from my principles, remind me immediately. Other people's opinions might not register with me, but I will always consider yours. I'll keep an eye on you, and you on me. Tell me the moment I go off course. This wasn't just a test for Sonia, it was one for Damien as well. As his power grew, could he truly hold fast to his own standards? He had no absolute certainty. He needed Sonia beside him, ready to sound the alarm. Her fear melted away at the weight of his words. With newfound resolve, she lifted her chin and nodded. I promise, she said firmly. If you ever lose your way, I'll be the first to remind you. If Sonia truly intended to keep her promise, she had to stay focused, never again letting herself be swayed by hidden temptations. She looked up at Damien and said softly, I believe in you. His face lit with determination. Then let's get to work. I'll contact Miss Lacey first. If she's unavailable, I'll reach out to Sarah or Lalatina. Sonia felt her spirits lift. With Mr. Cassidy standing beside her, she finally felt secure. Left alone to guard Void Island, she knew she might have drifted, her principles quietly eroded by unseen desires until there was no turning back. But Damien's steady presence was her safeguard. If ever her resolve wavered, he would be there to guide her back to the path she had promised to follow. Afternoon sun filtered through the woven canopy in the central courtyard of Void Island, where a small circle of friends had gathered for tea. Lacey sat with Damien, Sarah, Kyle, Renely, the Predictor, and a few others at a low stone table strewn with delicate porcelain cups and platters of sweet pastries. Conversation drifted lazily from light gossip to the latest discoveries in the land of Void. Most of the newcomers had relocated there, but Lacey and her circle had already made a name for themselves and saw no need to uproot. Just as Sarah lifted her cup for a toast, Lacey's cosmic communicator quietly chimed. The Predictor's brow puckered. For some reason, his visions of future events had gone dark, and he recognized that signal at once. Miss Sonia's calling, he murmured, curiosity sharpening his tone. Sarah leaned forward, peering at the holoscreen. Is it really her? Lacey touched the communicator, and the projected name glowed. Senior Sonia. Only 5 calls from her since I arrived, Lacey said, setting her cup down. Every time she rings, it's something important. She'll probably want me to come see her in person. Let's find out, Damien suggested, rising as Lacey tapped the link. The soft hum of interspace connection filled the courtyard, and Lacey squared her shoulders, preparing for whatever urgent message Sonia might have at this hour. Lacey tapped the intercom. Good afternoon, Miss Sonia. How may I assist you? In response, Sonia's holographic projection shimmered into view before the gathered team. She offered them a warm smile. Good afternoon, Lacey. Mr. Renely, Mr. Kyle, Mr. Predictor, and Sarah. Good afternoon, Miss Sonia, they chorused, voices polite and measured. Sonia inclined her head in acknowledgement, then let her gaze settle on Lacey. Sonia waited until they were alone before she spoke, her tone gentle but earnest. Lacey, I asked to meet because I'd like to talk about the land of nothingness. As you know, it technically belongs to the Void God cult, but at the moment, it's entirely ungoverned. After weighing our options, I've concluded that rather than assigning one of the cult's members to administer it directly, it would serve us better to install a loyal proxy who can oversee the region on our behalf, and ultimately answer to me. Finding the right person to place there is crucial, and I believe you are the ideal candidate. Given your ambition to grow stronger, I'd like to propose that you take on this responsibility. Of course, this is entirely up to you. If you have other plans or simply don't wish to be involved, I will gladly consider other prospects. Her manner was never pushy. Every suggestion felt like a shared inquiry rather than an order. Renly, Kyle, and the Predictor exchanged astonished looks. None of them had expected Sonia to offer the position, and to Lacey of all people. Everyone in the room realized that Damien was about to embark on a public career, very much like Sarah's. Although Miss Sonia hadn't yet gone over compensation or perks, the Void Cult was known for generously rewarding its members. Renly, Kyle, and the Predictor all exchanged knowing glances and quietly encouraged Damien to give his answer right away. After all, these coveted roles didn't come along every day. Damien bowed politely. I'm deeply honored by your confidence in me, Miss Sonia. But may I ask why you selected me for this assignment? He added, voice calm but curious. And what will my responsibilities be? Will this position significantly affect my routine, my training, my daily progress? He was thrilled to have his talents recognized, yet he couldn't help wondering whether the added duties might slow his advancement. He resolved to make his decision once he fully understood what was expected of him. Chapter 7. The Offer. Sonia stood in the plush drawing room, sunlight filtering through the tall windows and painting the Persian rugs in warm golds and reds. Across from her, Damien, Cassadine, and Miss Lacey awaited her explanation. The air hummed with tension and opportunity. Miss Lacey, Sonia began, smoothing the lapels of her tailored jacket, please feel free to ask any questions. I want you to understand exactly what this entails. Lacey studied the elegant room, eyelids flickering with cautious curiosity. Mr. Cassadine told me this mission might conflict with my current duties. How much time will I really need to commit? And what kind of risks are we talking about? Sonia offered a reassuring smile. Rest assured, the commitment is manageable. Your primary task will be to establish the link between the Void-supported puppet and my control interface. Once that's set up, you won't have to remain in the Voidland continuously. You can operate from Void Island or return here, checking in on a predefined schedule. There's no need for daily oversight, just periodic maintenance, and should the need arise, direct intervention. Leaning casually against the marble fireplace, Damien Cassadine interjected. Lacey, you've worked at the Bounty Bar. You've confronted some of the Void Cult's most formidable figures, negotiated with the lawless, and survived the Predator Legion. You've seen the darkness of the Void and come out the other side unshaken. If anything goes wrong in the land of nothingness, you're precisely the person equipped to handle it. Sonia nodded. In short, you have the experience and the strength. You know how to navigate shadowy politics and dangerous contracts. That's why, more than anyone, I believe you're the best candidate for this assignment. Lacey crossed her arms, her expression thoughtful. What about my regular activities? Business at the Bounty Bar, my other contracts, will they suffer? There will be some impact, Sonia admitted, but it won't be drastic. We'll coordinate your schedule so that you can fulfill your existing obligations. The key point is that the core task, setting up and overseeing the Void Puppet connection, isn't as time-consuming as it sounds. We simply need you to initiate the conduit, ensure its stability, and step in only when complications arise. Damien gave a slight nod of encouragement. This isn't just another freelance job, Miss Lacey. It's a chance to influence the balance of power within the Void. And you'll have our full support, Sonia's resources, and my strategic oversight. Silence fell for a moment as Lacey weighed the proposition. Finally, she exhaled and met their gazes. All right, I'll do it, on those terms. Sonia's face brightened, relief and excitement mingling in her eyes. Excellent. I'll draw up the schedule and the access protocols immediately. Damien stepped forward, extending his hand. Welcome aboard, Miss Lacey. Together, we'll make sure nothing in the Void stays hidden for long. Lacey stood, shook his hand, and allowed herself a small, confident smile. The deal was sealed, and the game was truly underway. I'd be happy to help polish the chapter. Could you please paste the full text you'd like me to rewrite? Once I have the chapter, I'll revise it into clear, idiomatic English with Damien as our male protagonist. Chapter 418, Life Takes on a New Rhythm. Damien leaned forward as Lacey weighed the details of her new assignment. She tapped her lip thoughtfully and asked Sonia, "What would you say is a reasonable reporting cycle?" Sonia returned her look with a reassuring smile. "If you're stationed here on Void Island, a monthly check-in is standard. If you're sent off-world on a mission or assigned to extended training, you can report as infrequently as once every quarter, or even twice a year. We're not altering any of the Void's regulations except for the human transfer protocols. Your primary responsibility is to keep the Void stable. As long as the Land of Nothingness remains calm, you won't need to travel there at all." Lacey's eyes brightened. "So in practice, I'd only have to make a handful of trips each year? That's far more manageable." "Exactly," Sonia said. "You'll have the flexibility to pursue your other projects without being tied down by constant inspections." Hearing that she wouldn't be obliged to make frequent voyages, and knowing how demanding it could be to juggle multiple official duties on Void Island, Lacey nodded in relief. This appointment fit neatly alongside her existing plans, and it came with a steady stipend. Even if she decided to step away from bounty hunting down the road, she'd still have a reliable income. Damien allowed himself a small smile. Life was about to change, but this change felt more like an open door than a burden. Sarah watched with envy as Lacey accepted her new duties. Unlike most of them, Sarah spent her days in comfort on the island, never worrying about money or where it would come from. It truly was the most enviable life. "You'll need to choose someone to act as your puppet," Sonia said, once Lacey had given her consent. "After that, we'll discuss the handover's finer points." Lacey nodded. "Understood. I'll finish lunch now and then set out for the Land of Nothingness." "Good," Sonia replied. "Let's get everything wrapped up as quickly as possible." With a warm smile, she ended the transmission and the holographic projection winked out. As the virtual display faded, Sarah clapped her hands softly. "Congratulations, Lady Lacey. From this moment on, you can stay on the island just like I do. You don't need to leave ever again." Renali stepped forward, offering her own congratulations. "And you've even inherited the Land of Nothingness itself. That's quite the public post." Lacey returned their smiles, excitement and responsibility shining in her eyes. She was officially in charge. Her territory lay before her, waiting. Damien listened intently to Miss Sonia. Every carefully chosen word of hers bore the unmistakable stamp of Lord Cassidin's endorsement, the highest honor one could earn in the service of the Void God. To be singled out by Cassidin himself was the greatest affirmation imaginable. "I've been wondering," Damien said, breaking the hush, "when exactly we'll all take up our official posts together." Kyle let out a low laugh, tinged with envy. "Funny, I never thought your gaps in experience would let you step into the spotlight before the rest of us." Around the long oaken table, the other champions murmured agreement. Each of them was a seasoned warrior in the faith of the Void, ready to hurl themselves into any battle that threatened their creed. Naturally, the conversation turned to the roles they might one day assume. "The Prophet's office is already clear," another voice chimed in. "He's destined to serve as supreme commander in any major conflict the cult undertakes." Silence fell for a moment. Their faith remained secure and their borders unchallenged, yet none doubted that in time their order would press outward, spreading the Void's influence. When that hour came, the Prophet would marshal the armies into new lands. Kyle leaned forward, eyes bright with anticipation. "I want to fight on the front lines," he declared. "I'm fine cutting down enemies myself, but staying behind a desk, running the bureaucracy? That's not me." A few heads nod. Administration held the cult together, true, but it also bound its servants to endless reports and logistics. For a warrior, it was a cage. As their voices wove back and forth, speculating on future ranks and duties, Damien recognized something profound. The Void God's design was already unfolding, and these young champions were poised to play their parts. The real question wasn't who would earn which title. It was what Cassidin alone, had in store for them all. Damien settled into his seat at the round table, listening as the prophets exchanged thoughts on their new mandate. "This is a good thing," one of them said. "The land of nothingness truly needs careful oversight. You only find certain rare goods on the black market, things you'll never see in the official bazaars," another added. "And once you start dealing there, you tap into immense power and far-reaching connections," a third observed. Kyle turned to Lacey with an easy grin. "Now that you've taken over the administration, you'll be busy for a while, but once you've put your plans in place, you should have a lot more freedom." The prophets all smiled, some with genuine pride, others with the faintest edge of envy. They were delighted that Lacey's talents had finally been recognized, and they trusted that in time their own efforts would be rewarded as well. Lacey leaned forward. "All right, everyone, come with me. It's time to discuss how we'll back our puppet candidate." Damien shifted in his chair. "I haven't handled anything like this before. I'm not even sure what kind of person would make the right figurehead." Lacey laughed softly. "No worries. Even if you don't know yet, you'll learn. Watch and see. There's plenty of excitement ahead." Kyle's grin widened, showing off his perfect teeth as they all rose and followed Lacey out of the chamber. Renoli leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "If I'm to govern the land of nothingness on your behalf, there are a few non-negotiables." Sarah raised an eyebrow. "Such as?" He smiled wanly. "First, you need real power, physical, magical, whatever it takes. Second, you must be adaptable, possess sound leadership skills, and already be familiar with every shadowy corner of the dark world. Third, you must be capable of handling minor troubles on your own, so that I'm not forced to plunge into the void every time a disturbance pops up." Sarah frowned thoughtfully. "There are plenty of candidates like that within the Void God cult, aren't there? Why look elsewhere?" "Within our own ranks, it's easy enough," Renoli agreed. "But if I appoint someone from outside, I run the risk of losing control. The moment their awareness of their duties in the Void begins to slip, they could forget where their true loyalties lie. When that happens, whoever controls the land of nothingness might change by default, even if I, or the cult, remains the real power behind the scenes." Sarah hummed, absorbing his words, then asked with genuine curiosity, "All right, but just how dark is this dark world you speak of?" Kyle cut straight to the point when he noticed Sarah's curious expression. "Don't go poking around in things you don't understand," he said. "Really, Sonia should have trusted you and Lalatina to take charge of the land of nothingness from the start. You two lack ambition, so living on the island wouldn't have tempted you. Instead, she placed you both second in line and asked Lacey first." He paused, gauging their reactions. "Most of the Void Cult's members here have already bled in battle. They've seen the undead legions and survived the warp of that darkness. They know exactly what they're up against. Things without bottom lines, horrors that would rot your soul. But you and Lalatina, you've never truly taken a life. If you step into that lawless realm, it will shatter your worldview, test every boundary you hold dear, and change you forever." Damien, who had been listening in silence, nodded in agreement. He understood all too well the weight that darkness carried. Crossing that threshold wasn't a simple mission. It was a transformation, one that few ever returned from unchanged. Intelligent creatures really do have no fixed bottom rung, and among those who wield power, the floor can slip even lower, again and again. Once that baseline drops, it's almost impossible to raise it back up. After all, our surroundings are the easiest way to reshape someone's entire worldview. Damien understood that clearly, when Miss Sonia had warned him that, should he refuse, she'd simply move on to another candidate. She wasn't bluffing. True, there were plenty of alternatives. Sarah and Lalatina were her next best prospects. Both were Sonia's juniors, had worked with her before, and apart from minor differences in raw strength, neither's skills nor knowledge were in doubt. Collectors treated odd, sapient creatures like museum specimens, and Egg had long since blurred the line between predator and prey. No one could say how cruel a cunning, powerful individual might become. That was why Sonia had come to Damien. Lacey had spent years hearing and witnessing things so dark they had no bottom, and subjects that outsiders must never learn. Those experiences taught her that weakness is the original sin, and only the strong can seize their own destiny. Yet having stared into darkness, didn't mean Lacey wanted to drag others down with her. She believed there was no greater joy than walking in the light. At Falling Star Harbor, just beyond Void Island, she turned to Sarah. Sarah, you and Miss Lalatina live in the light. Someday you may brush up against shadows, some encounters you cannot avoid, but seeking them out is always your choice. For now, enjoy your carefree days. Renoli, standing beside Damien, gave Sarah a firm nod. Exactly, remember that. Sarah bit her lip, curiosity quelled. Lacey, Damien, Renoli, Sarah, and Miss Lalatina finished their leisurely afternoon tea, then packed an assortment of delicious provisions. They boarded the sleek space battleship, its engines humming to life. In moments, it lifted off the launch pad, setting a steady course for the enigmatic land of nothingness. After a week of celebrating on Xandar, Star-Lord was saying his goodbyes to the rest of the Guardians of the Galaxy. If things don't work out, Drax called after him with a grin, you know the Guardians' doors are always open. Gamora caught Peter's silent plea for a goodbye hug. Normally she'd brush him off, but today she surprised even herself by stepping forward and enfolding him in an embrace. In the past, everyone, Peter included, had seen Star-Lord as little more than a human drifter, chasing justice, thrills, and credits from one corner of the galaxy to the next. But Peter's recent trials had changed him. Gamora knew that with his talents and experience, he was destined for something far greater. As she held him, she couldn't deny how much he'd grown, more mature, more confident, and undeniably more handsome. She pulled back, smiling. Why have I waited so long to do this? She teased. You expected me to fail and come back empty-handed. Gamora's tone was teasing, but Star-Lord felt a twinge of helplessness as he pulled her close. I'd planned to say, just promise me you'll come back victorious, he admitted. But what if you don't? What if you fail, and you're too ashamed to return? Gamora smiled, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. Honestly, we all can't wait for you to come back safe and sound. Star-Lord returned her smile, though his thoughts were déjà vu of the dangerous mission awaiting him. He cared deeply for Gamora and for the rest of the Guardians, but right now, the weight of this assignment pressed on his mind more heavily than any matters of the heart. Before he could respond, his cosmic communicator chimed. A moment later, a secure message arrived. Rocket Raccoon had just sent him 5 million cosmic credits. Then came separate transfers of 5 million each from Drax, Groot, and Nebula. Finally, Gamora's own contribution, 8 million, popped up on the display. Star-Lord stared at the totals in amazement. His team had pooled their resources to fund his solo run. He looked back at Gamora, gratitude and determination warring for control on his face. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would not let them, or himself, down. Star-Lord's eyebrows shot up in surprise. You don't know much about what's happening on Void Island? He asked. We know a bit, Nebula replied, but when I visited Tony Stark's estate, the man who pioneered the Void, the food on Void Island looked amazing and outrageously expensive. Rocket leaned back, hands clasped behind his head. Exactly. If you don't have credits, you'll starve trying to live there. You won't even get a foot in the door, let alone join whatever operation you've got in mind. He glanced at the others. So we talked it over, and we'll lend you the money. Star-Lord blinked. Rocket grinned. I'll admit, I never really liked you before. But right now, you're growing on me. So get out there, succeed, and you might just make me like you even more. Nebula folded her arms. She'd always been suspicious of Star-Lord, ever since he set his sights on her sister, Gamora. But lately, he'd started to show real determination, a reliability she'd never seen before. Whether he succeeded or failed, he was finally acting like someone worth trusting. And admittedly, looking a lot more impressive in the process. Your path to vengeance is far harder than mine, Drax said quietly. Damien met his gaze. I know, Drax offered a firm nod. Then let's go. The hulking warrior understood Damien's struggle more than anyone. He had once hunted Ronan himself, finally avenging his daughter's death, and in doing so, had laid down his own burden of hatred. Now he sought only to build a happier life, and he hoped Damien would find the same peace. Groot stepped forward, speaking in his serious, measured tones. I am Groot. Damien smiled at his loyal companion. Thanks, big guy. I won't say more. It's on me. If I fail, I'll pay back every credit. A surge of warmth coursed through Damien's heart as he felt their unwavering support. We're all in this together, he said. This isn't goodbye. Let's move. He hoisted several crates of clothes and supplies, dragging them across the landing pad toward the waiting starship. Gamora watched him closely, a gentle smile on her lips. See you soon, she called after him. Damien glanced back, determination shining in his eyes. Then, with his friends at his side, he climbed aboard and prepared to chart a new course, one that would test him, but also offer a chance at redemption. Without Damien leading the negotiations, every future contract is going to be that much trickier. I'm not saying I can't handle it, she added, flashing a confident grin, but we can't let him have all the fun. Gamora watched Damien's silhouette shrink against the rolling waves, then pivoted back to the others. All right, let's get moving. Time to earn our keep. Rocket perked up at that, pivoting on one heel and racing for the ship's ramp. So where are we heading for our next gig? Nebula shrugged, arms crossed. Who knows? Wherever there's someone in need of rescuing. Rocket let out an amused snort. Exactly. Before our fearless commander returns, we'd better fatten our purse a bit, so when he shows up again, he won't be too smug. Chapter 419, Damien's Exploration Journey. Damien leaned on the airship's railing, eyes drifting over the cloud-streaked sky before settling on the young pilot behind him. You've got a great group of friends, he remarked. The pilot, Mike, was dressed in tropical print shorts and a bright Hawaiian shirt. His sun-tinged skin and easy grin gave him an air of perpetual summer. They're the best crew I could ask for, he said. Damien nodded. And you're headed to Void Island again to ask for another favor? Mike laughed, running a hand through his sandy blonde hair. Exactly. I used to captain cruise ships and private yachts, but ever since the Void Island cult took off, I decided to invest in my own airship. Business has never been better. Damien stepped through the airlock into the dimly lit antechamber aboard the Andromeda station. Ahead of him was the man who'd agreed to answer questions about the legendary Void cult, a religion said to grant its followers unimaginable power. With silver-streaked hair and a gait that belied his age, the elder moved at a leisurely pace. I'm only in my early 80s, the man said with a wry grin. Just call me Mike. Damien fell into step beside him. He'd heard stories of the Void God's blessings, tales of paupers rising to royalty overnight, captains of star cruisers born from humble origins. But he knew that every myth had its shadow side. I can't promise you anything, Mike continued, leading Damien down a narrow corridor. Don't get your hopes up too high. Damien glanced around, curiosity sharpening his gaze. Why the warning? What makes this test so unforgiving? Mike stopped in front of a reinforced door etched with ancient symbols. We get dozens of hopefuls every day, all seeking the Void God's favor. When the cult was first founded, a lot more people made it through the trial. Now, those who actually receive the blessing grow fewer by the year. He studied Damien for a moment, then smiled. Do you think there's a pattern among those who pass the test and join the Void cult? Damien shrugged. If I knew the rules, I'd sign up tomorrow. From what I've heard, once you're in, your fortunes skyrocket, and you'll never have to worry about credits again. Mike chuckled, the sound echoing off the metal walls. I hear that envy in your voice. Over the past few years, I've escorted more than one candidate to Void Island, and I've seen ordinary people transformed into the upper crust of society. Today, every initiated member pilots a space fighter at the very least. Some even command their own battleships. Damien's eyes widened. Battleships? All from a religious trial? Trust me, Mike said, placing a steady hand on Damien's shoulder. Joining the Void cult isn't just prayer and meditation. It's a gamble with the cosmic unknown, and the stakes are higher than you can imagine. He tapped the door's control panel. Ready to find out whether you make the cut? Chef Mike had watched his earnings soar ever since the Void cult set up on Void Island. The cult's arrival transformed Falling Star Harbor into a booming trade hub. Everyone from innkeepers to fishermen and chefs like Mike had benefited. Even cult members themselves lived in luxury. As Damien and Mike strolled down the harbor's sunlit boardwalk, Damien couldn't shake his curiosity. He'd listened to Star-Lord sing the praises of joining the cult, and he'd even tried pressing Tony Stark, the cult's famed Void Herald, for details of the initiation trial. But Stark wouldn't budge. The trial was a closely guarded secret. So tell me, Damien asked, What about us regular visitors? Are there any rules on Void Island? Quotas, dress codes, anything we should know about? Mike chuckled, shaking his head. Not a single one. You pay the admission fee, and you're welcome to stay as long as you like. No curfews, no mandatory duties, just freedom. Damien nodded, then tilted his head toward the rows of open-air restaurants lining the dock. I've heard the food here is something else. Legendary, Mike agreed, grinning. Void Island's cuisine has won over hundreds of civilizations around Xandar. Every day, our chefs unveil new dishes, exotic flavors, inventive presentations. You can sample them at your own pace. No rush, no limits. The gentle sea breeze carried the scent of spices and sizzling seafood. Damien inhaled deeply. Mystery or no mystery, he thought. This island certainly knew how to keep its guests enchanted. Damien settled into the worn leather chair, gazing across the low-lit office where Michael Lee leaned casually against a cluttered desk. Outside, the harbor lights of Falling Star Harbor twinkled like distant stars, once a bustling port, now only just stirring back to life thanks to the strange allure of Void Island. Not many people make it into the Void cult, Michael explained, arms crossed. But quite a few who fail still swear by the island's peaceful atmosphere and incredible food. Damien raised an eyebrow. So, what's the price tag on a stay at Void Island? I've heard it can be steep. Michael smiled. If you can afford it, there's no real barrier to entry. I understand you've got over 30 million credits in your account? Damien nodded, tapping the datapad in his lap. 32 million, to be exact. That'll do nicely, Michael said. Facilities on Void Island are first-rate. Everything from medical bays to hollow theaters, gyms, even botanical gardens. Xandar City sponsors several of these islands now, each one more elaborate than the last. He paused, meeting Damien's curious look. Of course, how much you spend depends on your lifestyle. You could book the Platinum Suite, dine on infused Martian truffles every night, and run your tab up into the millions. Or you can keep things modest, a private cabin, the standard meal plan, and get by on a few 100,000 credits for an entire year. Think of it as an extended retreat. Don't stress about the cost. Plan your budget, and you'll be fine. Damien allowed himself a small smile. That's reassuring. I appreciate the breakdown. Michael nodded. Remember, the real challenge isn't getting there. It's what you do once you arrive. Damien leaned forward, enthusiasm lighting his features. By the way, I never got your name. I'm Damien Reed. Michael Lee, his host replied, offering a hand. Welcome to the Void Cult Archives, Damien. I'll make sure you have everything you need before you depart. As Damien shook Michael's hand, he felt a surge of anticipation. Void Island awaited, a realm of mystery, challenge, and opportunity. And whether he succeeded or failed, he already knew this journey would change him forever. Damien had guided countless adventurers to the fabled Void Island. Some of them had even transcended their mortal limits and taken wing among the stars. Their transformations stood as living proof of his accomplishments, the bragging rights he would wield in every corner of the universe. Among those he took under his wing were two of the Void's most revered deities, Cassidon, the Void God, and Sonia, the Void Goddess. He still remembered his surprise over Sonia's rise. On the surface, she'd always seemed bubbly, kind, and utterly approachable, a far cry from the distant, inscrutable figure one might expect of a god. Yet now, in the corridors of power on Void Island, no one on Xandar dared question her authority. Even her name carried weight. As Damien stood on the island's windswept cliffs, he heard a confident voice behind him. I'm Peter Jason Quill, the man said with a roguish grin. Codename, Star-Lord. Damien turned and offered a warm smile. The legendary outlaw-turned-hero cut an easy figure in his battered jacket and holstered blaster. Star-Lord, Damien replied. That's an excellent codename. May it echo across the galaxy. Quill's grin widened. Thanks, pal. I could use all the good vibes I can get. They spent the next hour swapping stories about Void Island, its hidden chasms, its sentient flora, the strange energies that warped time and space within its borders. Finally, Damien produced a finely detailed map, its ink shimmering with Void E. This will get you where you want to go, he explained. 20 universal credits. Quill didn't hesitate. He handed over the coins with a nod of respect. Pleasure doing business with you, Damien. Here's to charting new frontiers. Damien carefully rolled up the map and slipped it into Quill's satchel. As the Star-Lord strode away, Damien allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Another successful partnership, and another story he could share among the stars. Damien stepped off the airship onto the docks of Void Island, 2 leather-bound suitcases in hand. Mike gave him a bright wave. "Success or failure, we'll have a drink together someday," he said, smiling. "Sounds good," Damien called back, shouldering his bags. The last time he'd set foot on Void Island, Tony Stark had whisked him straight into business before he even had a chance to look around. Alone this time, Damien was determined to take his time. He spread out the island map and located the hotel marked at the north end of the harbor district. First things first, check in and get settled. Stepping beyond the wooden piers, Damien found himself among crowds of ordinary laborers, merchants, and travelers, and a number of individuals who clearly possessed strange abilities. Rumors of powered visitors to the Void Cult's trials were everywhere, but Damien knew firsthand that superhuman strength or flashy skills did not guarantee admittance. The cult's tests were subtle, designed to probe more than raw power. It was a test of will, of conviction, of one's willingness to embrace the void. Still, it made sense. If the Void Cult hoped to conquer the land of Void, its disciples would have to traverse the nothingness itself, inch by careful inch. And so, carrying his suitcases and his quiet determination, Damien set off toward the hotel, ready to take the first step into his future with the cult. Damien had always known that being born with superpowers, no matter how impressive, meant little to the Void God cult unless those abilities were truly extraordinary. He still remembered Loki's warning. Based on his past actions and reputation, Damien probably wouldn't pass the cult's test. Loki never explained the trial in detail, but he made it clear it would hinge on one's character and deeds. Damien had his own theories about what the test might involve, but they were only guesses. The only way to be sure was to go to the Temple of the Void and face it head-on. Fortunately, Damien's physique was honed to the absolute limits of human capability, so covering dozens of miles on foot was no challenge. Before long, he arrived at a small inn on the outskirts of the city. Room rates ranged from 200 to 1,000 universe coins per night. Damien reminded himself that it was easy to slip from thrift into indulgence, and far harder to crawl back out the other side, so he chose the least expensive accommodation and settled in, determined to conserve his funds for whatever trials lay ahead. Damien stared down at the bill and sighed inwardly. If he'd managed to catch up with his comrades within 2 years, he wouldn't have racked up such a mountain of debt. He'd braced himself for a grimy 200-coin-a-day dump, but when he pushed open the door, he found something entirely different. Inside was a spacious suite, a cavernous bathroom with an oversized soaking tub, a ceiling-mounted projection TV, even a little kitchenette opening onto a narrow balcony. All for 200 cosmic coins a day? It felt like daylight robbery on his side. Clearly, the Void God Order didn't gouge hopeful recruits. If prices were higher, ordinary people wouldn't be able to linger here long enough to attempt the trial. "These managers know what they're doing," Damien murmured as he swept back the curtains. Beyond the window lay rolling hills, lush with green forests, and winding rivers sparkling in the sunlight. He couldn't help but let out a low whistle. Once he'd stowed his few belongings, Damien stepped out into the corridor. The air was calm, almost cheerful. Every passerby looked content. There wasn't a trace of anxiety or impatience on their faces. It struck him how welcoming the atmosphere felt, as if he'd entered a sanctuary rather than a testing ground. He followed the gentle slope of the hallway downward toward the heart of the complex, the Void Temple. Towering columns of polished obsidian framed a soaring vaulted ceiling, and torches flickered along the walls, casting dancing shadows across the smooth stone floor. Here, Damien would begin the first step of his trial and face the debts, the doubts, and the destiny that awaited him in the service of the Void God. Damien hesitated at the temple's threshold, fully aware that as an uninvited outsider, he might have been treated with suspicion, or worse. Yet the Void Temple's custodians merely glanced his way with polite curiosity, offering no hint of hostility or accusation. It was as if his arrival meant little more than a new face among many. Once he stepped inside, Damien's breath caught. Before him stretched an immense hall carved from obsidian and veined with pulsating violet light. At least 1,000 devotees milled between soaring columns, their hushed chants rising and falling like distant thunder. Dozens more queued at alcoves to inscribe their names on the rolls of the void god cult, pledging fealty to their inscrutable deity. High above the crowd, a colossal statue of Cassidon loomed. Even from below, Damien felt the weight of its presence, every sculpted muscle tense, every runic symbol on its armor throbbing with forbidden power. He had heard stories, horrifying tales of Cassidon's arrival in world after world, of entire civilizations swallowed by the void's hunger. Those rumors hardly did justice to the raw, tyrannical majesty embodied in this stone effigy. Despite his own reputation as a formidable warrior, Damien could only bow his head. Around him, worshippers dropped to their knees, pressing foreheads to the cool marble floor. Respect and fear rippled through the throng like a current, and Damien joined them, silent and reverent. He had faced countless dangers, pirate warlords, cosmic beasts, even rogue AI hell-bent on genocide. Yet standing here before the void god's image, Damien felt his confidence waver. Not even the most advanced weapons or the largest armies seemed relevant in the face of Cassidon's legend. Only a being of truly equal and terrifying prowess could claim a place at the table with such a god. As Damien rose from his bow, he steeled himself. If he hoped to negotiate, or to bargain, for knowledge of the void, he would need to demonstrate a power matching Cassidon's own, and only then might he earn the right to speak with the darkness itself. Damien stepped into the cavernous hall and paused at the sight before him. More than 1,000 worshippers knelt, heads bowed low, before the colossal obsidian statue of Cassidon, the god of the void. No one even glanced at him. He was a stranger in their midst, and their faith was fixed solely on the dark deity's stony countenance. They had been living here for months, scrambling for any sign of divine favor. They'd performed every ritual, offered every sacrifice, chanted every prayer, yet nothing had moved the silent idol. Frustration and desperation lingered in the air like incense smoke. Then, without warning, the massive doors of the temple swung open. A hush rippled through the crowd as a tall, blonde woman emerged. She moved with measured grace, her pale hair catching the torchlight, her eyes calm but commanding. Even the most fervent worshippers dared not break their kneeling silence. At the foot of the statue, she raised a slender hand. "I am Sonia," she announced, her voice both gentle and authoritative, envoy of the void god's cult. She let the words sink in, then continued, "Many of you have questions about the trial ahead. I understand your doubts. Months of faith without answer can test even the strongest spirit. But know this, every soul who has joined this quest is already inscribed upon the sacred stone tablets at the temple's heart." Murmurs spread throughout the crowd, comfort, curiosity, hope. "Do not seek further signs," Sonia urged, eyes sweeping over the assembled faithful. "Trust only what you witness with your own heart and mind. Show your piety, and you shall see the void god's power for yourselves." Damien carefully unclasped his cloak and knelt, gazing up at Sonia. There was something about her warmth, a quiet confidence that set her apart from the austere priests he'd met so far. In that moment, an unfamiliar tenderness welled inside him. Here at last was someone who might guide them through the darkness.